The arrival of the sanctuary, I became the king of angels in another world. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 101. After seeing this scene and hearing this, Dick Vi nodded directly and made his decision. Okay, then I'll go talk to him in person tomorrow. The next day, in the Dick Kingdom Palace, a luxurious and magnificent palace, Dick Vi met Raymond again. Baron Raymond, this is the magic core you want. I'm sorry for asking you to come here in person. To express our apology, this extra piece of super magic core is our apology and gift to you. Please accept it, Dick Vi said politely. On this basis, he even took out an extra super magic core and gave it to Raymond. As for why he did this? It's very simple, just to pave the way for his next topic. Gift. Raymond looked at the other party with a strange expression, and felt a little nervous in his heart. To be honest, although he was very confident that the other party would not fall out with him after seeing his strength, but what kind of operation is this now? Why does he feel that the other party is trying to please him? But it doesn't matter, the thing is right in front of him, if you don't take it, you won't get it. Then thank you, your majesty, I will accept the things, and the past matters will be wiped out. Let's end it like this. Raymond put away 3 super magic cores and felt happy in his heart. 3 more super magic cores were recorded, which would also increase the number of his Templar Crusaders. In this way, of course, it also gives him greater confidence and strength to hunt those super monsters. After all, if he is included in this, what super monsters can be so awesome? He doesn't believe it anyway. With him with the current lineup configuration, even if he is asked to slay the dragon, he won't have the slightest psychological burden. He will definitely win. Thinking of this, Raymond suddenly remembered the so-called red dragon mentioned by Pasillo and Diaz yesterday. I don't know what's going on with that guy. Why don't you just test it out and see if you can kill him, he murmured in his heart, and at the same time he looked towards Dick Vi. At this moment, the other party just spoke again. Looking at him, he asked with a smile. Baron Raymond, what are your 097 plans next? Lemon looked at the other party with a strange expression. If he was just doubtful before, then now, he is absolutely sure. The other party must have something to ask him. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to behave so obviously and strangely. So he shook his head directly and said, Your Majesty Dick, it's best to tell him directly if you have something to say. I don't like to beat around the bush like this. It's not necessary. Dick Vi was stunned for a moment, and then laughed awkwardly. After a long time, he nodded again, looked at Raymond and said sincerely, You are right, Baron Raymond, I do have something. I want to ask for your help. Do you know about the Sorgelice prison in Dick Kingdom? Sorgelice prison? Raymond was stunned for a moment, because he immediately thought of the red dragon that Pissarro and the others mentioned yesterday. Wait, could it be because? His eyes suddenly narrowed. He was also excited in his heart. If this was the case, wouldn't he want the best of both worlds this time? Wouldn't it be possible to make a big profit from both ends? But he calmed down, looked at the other party, shook his head, and said, Your Majesty Dick, please tell me carefully, you are so secretive. To be honest, it is a waste of time, forward. Dick Vi became even more embarrassed, but still nodded and said quickly. I get it, so I'll just say it, that's it. More than 70 years ago, a sub-dragon flying dragon appeared in our kingdom of Dick. Unfortunately, that guy has the blood of the red dragon and is very powerful. He has reached level 1. So at that time, he caused us a lot of trouble. I still remember that the data at that time was that there were so many civilians who lost their lives innocently because of this incident. As many as 14 cities, large and small, were destroyed under his hands. Later, in order to solve this big trouble, our Dick Kingdom launched a dragon-slaying battle. Dragon-slaying battle, yes, Dick Vi nodded, his eyes flashing. It's like falling into memories. In fact, in addition to Grand Magister Daffy, our kingdom of Dick also had another Grand Magister, Mr. Noble, but she paid her life for this battle of slaying the dragon. At price. After a pause, he smiled bitterly. As a flying monster, That damn beast has the absolute ability to dominate the sky, but for us, the super strong men of Dick Kingdom, it is difficult for them to kill him in the sky. The situation is getting worse. In the end, there was no other way. It was Mr. Noble who used super magic at the cost of his life, absolute zero, forming a magic circle to seal it and suppress it. This is also the origin of Sorgel's ice prison, but now, there's something wrong with Solgar ice prison. Dick Vidai's face became solemn and he said in a heavy tone. As time goes by, the power of the magic circle becomes longer and longer. Although the beast is only a sub-dragon, it also has the characteristics of a long life. After more than 70 years of cultivation, the power of the magic circle is getting weaker and weaker, but now, Solgel's prison can no longer suppress him. So you're going to let me kill him? Lemon took the topic and looked at him with a strange expression. But he really started to laugh in his heart. He didn't expect that he actually guessed it right. That's okay. Is it really pie in the sky? To be honest, even if the other party didn't say that, he would still inquire about it and see if he could operate it. After all, this single sub-dragon flying dragon, even if he has the blood of the red dragon, is definitely much safer than the place in the Sunset Mountains. After all, even if we continue to fight like this here, no matter how much trouble there is, it is impossible for a second dangerous super person to appear, but in the Sunset Mountains, that is not necessarily the case. There, let alone a super level person. Oh, bad luck, even the holy world of Warcraft will hit you. After all, it is a serious World of Warcraft paradise. It is the main site of those Warcraft. Request? Yes, but you must bear these risks. So relatively speaking said that she would rather fight the so-called red dragon alone. Anyway, it's just a sub-dragon species. It's not like he hasn't killed it before, so it doesn't make any difference to him. But now? It's better. Not only in his heart this is the plan, and more importantly, the other party actually asked for it on him. Doesn't he know what this means? This means that he can feel at ease and blackmail and extort comfortably. Now, isn't this wonderful? Yes, Baron Raymond, I do have this plan. Dick Vidai nodded cautiously, looked at Raymond and asked, I am going to hire you to help our Dick Kingdom kill the red dragon. Are you interested in this matter? Let's just talk about remuneration, Lemon said simply. Huh? Such simplicity made Dick Vidai stunned for a moment and shocked. Did you really agree? Why not agree? As long as the remuneration is appropriate you can kill them all in the sanctuary, not to mention this mere sub-dragon species. Your Majesty Dick, let's be direct. How much are you prepared to pay, Raymond? He immediately started bragging. Don't worry about him. For reading cool novels, go to Philu Novel Network. If you stand up first, you will be paid well, and everyone will be ruined. Besides, he is not real bragging, but seeking truth from facts. If someone is really willing to give him the Holy Domain demonic core, then that's no problem. He can really kill the Holy Domain strong man. The main character is a conscientious and honest person. That's it. So true. After hearing what he said, Dick Vidai was stunned for a long time, and then became obviously excited. Obviously, he really didn't expect it to go so smoothly, but if that was the case, wouldn't it be easy to handle next? Remuneration? Just give it. Their Dick Kingdom is not poor. They must be able to afford it. For him, as long as the problem can be solved with money, it is not a problem. So he thought about it, and then gave him an astronomical figure. Baron Raymond, what do you think? We, Dick Kingdom, have produced 3 super strong men, and you have produced 8 super strong men. Let's act together. But before he finished speaking, he was directly interrupted by Raymond. I don't want money, I just want magic core, and your price is too low. If your sincerity is only these words, then I can only regretfully tell you, Your Majesty Dick, forget it, I'm not interested. Raymond curled his lips, somewhat mockingly. Gold? This may sound like a lot, but in fact it is only the amount of 10 level magic cores. This is too stingy and is simply impossible. Dick Vidai was stunned for a moment, but when he thought about this, if they were allowed to do it on their own, a large number of super strong people, and even super strong people might die. He was a little speechless, and it seemed that he was also speechless. It's true. Compared with the risks, it's really not much. Then, 15 pieces of level magic core. Dick Vidai tried his hand. 15 pieces of magic core, converted into gold coins. It's almost like, but in fact it's definitely not calculated like this, because even if you have so much money, You can't buy that much? Super magic core. First, it's out of stock. Second, it's resource blockade. So he thinks the price should be very reasonable, right? After all, it's just a help, and it's not the main battle. It can't be so expensive, right? But, next in a moment, Raymond directly gave him a lion's mouth. 1 piece of super magic core, 20 pieces of super magic core. If you are willing, leave that red dragon to me. If you can't kill it, I will return it. Super magic core, 20 pieces of magic core. Dick Vi's face changed drastically, and he finally roared, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Baron Raymond, are you crazy? How could it be so expensive? Are you kidding me? Of course I'm not kidding you, Your Majesty Dick. Raymond glanced at the other party and said calmly. But you don't seem to have heard me clearly. I mean, 1 piece of super magic core, 20 pieces of super magic core. Leave all that red dragon to me. You don't have to worry about it at all. When he heard this, Dick Vi's face froze, and then he was stunned. After a moment, he hesitated and said, what do you mean? We don't need to send anyone out. That's right. Raymond nodded and said, that's all. Leave everything to me. I bear all risks of loss without you having to pay anything. You don't have any risk. I think in this case, the price should not be expensive, right? Dick Vi was silent for a moment, and after calculation, isn't it expensive? The market price of the super magic core is at least around gold coins, and again, there is a price but no market, no one is selling it. And that piece of super magic core, the market price is almost $, so let's just forget it. In other words, the appearance fee for Raymond and the others is enough. It's not expensive. This horse riding is expensive as hell. But, if this is all as for the price of the package, it doesn't seem unacceptable. For example, can gold coins cultivate a super strong person? It's almost impossible. Even if it is possible, it is not a matter of money, but luck, but talent. Can it be done? To be honest, it's up in the air. The hope is very slim. Because this is really not a matter of money, but luck, but talent, the same way. Can gold coins cultivate a super strong person? Can gold coins cultivate a super strong person? A super strong person? This is definitely impossible. If he can get half of it, he is already the goddess of ice and snow, and his luck is beyond the sky. So the problem he needs to face now is, in fact, risk and gambling. Take a gamble, on his own. As long as a super strong person does not die, then he will not lose, but if a super strong person dies, then he will basically lose a lot. If there are some super strong people, it will be even worse. To describe it as blood loss is not an exaggeration. So this is not a question of money now, because it is indeed not expensive, or in other words, the price is reasonable. It depends on whether he is willing to gamble or whether he is willing to play it safe and spend money to buy peace. Never mind. Baron Raymond, this matter is a bit important. I wonder if you could ask you to wait for a while I go discuss it with others. In the end, he decided to discuss it or inform him. After all, even if he really wanted to give the money, it would definitely be shared across the country, and it was impossible for the royal family to give it all. So, since he had chosen what to do, he left. In fact, he already had a bias in his heart subconsciously, but maybe he didn't even realize it yet. Sure, then I'll take my leave first, Your Majesty Dick, I'll take my leave first. Raymond nodded, stood up and left. Chapter 102. Because he also noticed that if the other party wants to discuss it, he must be tempted. In this case, he must also show his attitude. Be more free and easy, so that you will appear more confident and confident. Sure enough, the good news came the next day. Dear Baron Raymond, we can agree to your conditions, but we may still be able to talk about the remuneration. Block level magic core, block level magic core, this is our bottom line. Your Majesty Dick, stop arguing with me here. Block level magic core, block level magic core. If you can do it, just do it. If you can't, forget it. Raymond interrupted him and said calmly. Alright, Dick Vi sighed and smiled bitterly. Baron Raymond, you really dug out all our country's high-level magic core storage this time. Okay, I agree to the price, but when do you plan to start taking action? Where's the stuff? Raymond smiled and asked. Isn't it after it's over? Dick Vi was stunned for a moment. Of course not. Raymond shook his head and said lightly. Give me the magic core first, and then I will take action. This is non-negotiable. Start. No but, Lemon interrupted him and said calmly, it's the same thing, Your Majesty Dick, as long as it works, Forget it if you can't. I know what you are worried about, but I can only tell you. I am a person of integrity. Your Majesty Dick, and more importantly, next, if there is still a chance, we can continue to cooperate in the future. To me, repeat business is more important than me lying to you just this time, understand? Dick Vi's face changed for a while, and then he was silent for a long time. Then he nodded slowly and smiled bitterly. Fine, to be honest, he really didn't want to agree because the risk was too great. What if he was cheated? Then he will be nailed to the pillar of shame. This is simply unacceptable to him, but he had already been forced to this point. If he went back on his word and refused to agree now, of course it wouldn't work. Therefore, he could only bite the bullet and choose to believe Raymond. Soon, Dick Vi called Diaz to send over the magic core that Raymond had been longing for. Seeing those colorful, even powerful super magic cores with extremely strong magical power, placed one by one in front of his eyes, even if Raymond had been mentally prepared, but his heart was still pounding a little stand up. 15 pieces of level magic core, plus the 3 pieces that the other party compensated him before, is a total of 18 pieces, a full 18 Templar Crusaders. Of course, this is not the point is level. The key point is that super magic core. Raymond couldn't help but greedily picked up the super magic core. At the same time, the familiar and pleasant sound of the system prompts came directly to his ears. Ding, recruitment resources have been detected. Do you want to recruit ordinary soldiers and temple monks? Hearing this system prompt, Raymond laughed wildly in his heart. It felt so good, he finally got it. In this case, a new wave of takeoff has begun, but now, of course, there is no recruitment. Next, he directly collected all the super level and super level magic cores, and then raised his head, looking at the solemn-faced Diaz and Dick Vi. Your Majesty Dick, I will be away from here for a while. The opponent is a super monster after all, so I still need some helpers, but you can rest assured that in order to show sincerity, my Templar Crusade subordinates will stay here. You can also send people to keep an eye on them directly. This shouldn't be a problem, right? Diaz, Dick Vi looked at each other and left for a while. When they first listened to Raymond's words, their faces actually changed a little, and they were beating in their hearts, because it wasn't like they had gotten something by cheating and wanted to run away. The rhythm of the road. But the words he said later, and the so-called sincerity shown by Raymond, did make their faces look better, and the pressure in their hearts also relaxed a little. After all, no matter what, it was a full 18 Templar Crusaders stayed, and if such a large number of super-powerful legions were used as hostages, they were quite qualified. When thinking of this, Dick Vi could only nod his head and said, Okay, but Baron Raymond, if you can, please do it as soon as possible. After all, the situation over there in Sargelis prison is really bad. If something unexpected happens next, we don't know if we can catch up. I see. Well, within 10 days, I should be back. Raymond nodded. 10 days? Of course he doesn't need that long. It's just recruiting troops. He only needs 1 second. But the problem is that there must be performances, otherwise, there will be so many top-notch strongmen inexplicably. There must be something wrong with this. Even an idiot can see it, so he must not make such a low-level mistake. 10 days? Alright, Dick Vi nodded and said with twinkling eyes. It's your fault, Baron Raymond. Farewell. Raymond didn't talk nonsense, he just turned around and left, walking very gracefully. But this also made Diaz and Dick Vi a little worried. Diaz, do you think this is really no problem? If you were deceived by him, the loss would be too great. Why? Dick Vi sighed, a little concerned about gains and losses. Probably not, Your Majesty. Diaz was also unsure, and his tone was a little hesitant, but he still analyzed it. Next, Pasillo and I will keep a close eye on those Templar Crusaders. As long as they don't leave, I think he will come back. In any case, these 18 Legion level super strong men are also very valuable, even higher than those magic cores. I think it is impossible for him to give up on them, right? Dick Vi nodded and murmured hope. Your Majesty, should we send someone to follow him? Diaz asked again. Dick Vi was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, forget it, his strength is also level. It's easy to find our tracking, and our superpower is gone. If you are going to be discovered, you might as well not go. After a pause, his tone became firm. Forget it, now that it's like this, let's just believe him. And you are right too. The value of those Templar Crusaders is definitely higher than these magic cores, Just keep an eye on them. He really shouldn't have to do this, alright. At the same time, Raymond also quickly left Lesia City alone. Then he randomly picked a direction and started running wildly. It wasn't until half a day later that Raymond stepped into an inaccessible wild canyon. The area around here is surrounded by warcraft, and it looks like it should be an area where warcraft activities are the main focus. It just suits him. Then Raymond chose this and started to recruit his new soldiers happily. Ding. Recruitment resources have been detected. Please tell me if the recruitment level is normal seed, Templar monk. To read exciting novels, go to Philu Novel Network. Ding. Recruitment resources have been detected. Do you want to recruit enhanced units, Templar Crusaders? Recruit. Raymond didn't say a word nonsense. He started recruiting directly. Ding. Host, please note that you have successfully recruited level 1 ordinary troops, Templar monk heroes, and you have successfully recruited level 1 enhanced troops, Templar Crusaders. Ding. Host Raymond, please note, congratulations, you have successfully recruited the first level ordinary soldier, the Templar monk. You have gained 700 years of fighting spirit cultivation. Your magical powers are enhanced and you gain the magical abilities of a Templar. You have gained the ability to practice both magic and martial arts. You have obtained a special resource prop, a large resource card. Boom. In an instant, the fighting spirit in Lei Meng's body exploded, soaring to the next level. More importantly, he actually awakened the magical power this time. Level class. In just a few seconds, the level of magical power in Raymond's body had already skyrocketed. It directly soared to the big level, instantly giving him the ability to cultivate both magic and martial arts. The next moment, these magical powers began to merge with the fighting spirit power in his body. In a short time, they had been completely integrated into it, allowing him to understand it. It was as if he had practiced and counted countless times before. This is so cool. I didn't expect that I would become a magician and a martial artist. This powerful force is so comfortable. Feeling the surging fighting spirit and magical power in his body, Raymond was extremely excited and extremely happy. Please know that he was a magician when he first started. Although he was very poor at that time, he was just a high-level trainee, but after all, there's still enthusiasm, yearning. There's love. Now it's better, everything is a circle. It turned back to him. Magic and martial arts, it's better now, he feels under the holy realm. It should be considered invincible, right? How about giving it a try? No, wait, I don't seem to know high-level magic, he murmured, and then suddenly realized that he only knew fighting skills, but not advanced magic. But he soon realized again. It doesn't matter if he doesn't know it, as long as someone does. Raymond looked at the Templar Crusaders army that appeared out of thin air in front of him, as well as the unique Templar monk. I couldn't help but burst into laughter. I didn't expect that I would be so lucky to have a Templar monk hero. Of course he knew the probability of a military hero. At present, it was less than 1 in 10,000, so it was no exaggeration to say that the probability of any military hero was birth. It's all the result of smoke coming from ancestral graves. They are definitely examples of bad luck. At the same time, they all knelt down and saluted Raymond with great piety. Templar Gigas, see greatness. Dear Lord, may the light last forever, and you and the light will always be together. Templar Crusader Graves, Durant, Gvardi, see greatness. Dear Lord, may the light last forever, and you and the light will always be together. Get up, everyone. Raymond stretched out his hand, and a stream of magical power suddenly flowed out, directly helping them up. Then he looked at Nakagas again and asked, Gigas, let me ask you a question, can you teach me some magic? Of course, dear Lord, this is my honor, Gigas said without hesitation. As the most loyal believer in Elrath, I am proficient in all levels of ordinary and light magic. Lord, you can learn whatever you want, I can teach you now. Ordinary level? Raymond was stunned for a moment, and then he understood instantly. This should mean level. As for the advanced version of the temple monks, the level-enhanced arms of the altar priests, they should be the strong ones in the sanctuary. Is it in the category of? But when I think about it, I realize that this is really fierce. The talent level can actually be comparable to the Holy Realm? What if it is the level? What about the level? Obviously, it is definitely the real level. God? Raymond said again, Gigas, let's start with your best and most powerful magic. We still have 8 or 9 days, which should be enough, right? I understand, dear Lord. Gigas nodded and said confidently. Don't worry, please leave this matter to me. I can feel you have very strong light magic power in your body. Their presence will bring you and my light magic power particles closer, infinitely closer. So, if you just want to study, it's very simple and a few days is enough. Upon hearing this, Raymond also laughed. Well, let's get started. 9 days later. Still in this place, Raymond held the book of hymns of light in his hand, and at the same time, he began to chant quietly in his mouth. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, with him as the axis, huge particles of light magic power swarmed in, directly surrounding him. A huge glorious storm formed. After a few seconds of this, Raymond directly burst out with his magical power, roared. The holy light shines. The sword of angelic judgment, in an instant. A terrifying aura burst out. All the light magic particles in all directions exploded instantly, forming a terrifying and huge angel sword in the sky. Buzz! The dazzling daylight was extremely dazzling. There were waves from all directions. It was as bright as the sun coming down. Horrifying and vast. Next, I saw the magical angel sword crashing down. The usually peaceful and docile light magic power seemed to have summoned the guidance of the magic gods at this time, and in an instant, a terrifying and monstrous force was formed. The power of extinction. Rumble. 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 A loud noise erupted, the ground shook, and there was a suffocating sense of oppression, as if the end was coming. Chapter 103. The first level of light magic, the sword of angel's judgment. Come. At this moment, the whole earth trembled, shaking wildly. A terrifying mushroom cloud erupted, sweeping everything. Boom. 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 It wasn't until everything dissipated that a bottomless giant pit appeared on the ground, several hundred meters long, abyss. Moreover, the smoke was still surging and puffing at high temperatures. At a glance, the whole scene was extremely terrifying and appalling. After seeing this scene, Raymond also became a little silent, because he only had one feeling now. That is, the feeling of cheating is so good, this horse riding is really hanging on the wall. It's really too fierce. Of course he knew that the power of this sword, or in other words, the power of this super magic, was really ridiculously strong, and really terrifying, because he even felt that it was stronger than the Tower of Light in the ultimate mode. The 18 rounds of magical power that exploded the light eggs were at least several times more powerful than that kind of attack. You can imagine what this concept is. It is no exaggeration to say that if in the ultimate mode of the Tower of Light, such a big explosion attack can only barely hurt the super strong, or can sneak attack the super strong, then his current fallout explosion, the maximum power of super magic, can definitely cause serious damage head on. Even a powerful person who can reach the level in seconds. What's even more exaggerated is that this is just his magic attack ability, but now he is not just a magician. Now he is a master of both magic and martial arts. Comfortable, Lemon shouted. This feeling has changed drastically compared to before he broke through. It is not just as simple as attacking with a 1-4-3 force damage, but also the strength of his own power, the extensive containment of magic and martial arts, and his sense of confidence. Confidence, temperament, etc. For him, his current changes are definitely a qualitative improvement. It is simply sublimation. Very good, you can go back now, Red Dragon? It's a pity that it's not a real red dragon, otherwise I would like to feel the power of what a sacred species is and what a real dragon creature is, Raymond murmured, then waved his hand. Gigas, and everyone, let's go, it's time for us to get out of here. In Lesia City, a luxurious palace within the royal palace of Dick Kingdom, Dick Vizai stared worriedly in the direction outside the city, his face almost wrinkled, and he kept mumbling, no way, are you really being cheated? This shouldn't be possible, right? No way, because for him, this is already the 10th day, and the time that Raymond mentioned at the beginning was only 10 days, but now there is not even a hair on the human body. He didn't even see anyone, so of course he was really panicked now. After all, if he was really cheated, he would be so angry that he would really be nailed to the pillar of shame. In that case, it will really become the most ridiculous thing in the history of their kingdom. The clonist king. And there is no one. How could you make such a stupid mistake? This was really hurtful to him. He doesn't want to be remembered even after death, and he doesn't want to be laughed at even after death. That would be really embarrassing. So the more he thought about it, the more entangled he became, and the more he thought about it, the more panicked he became. And then he couldn't help it anymore. We can only ask someone to call back Dias, who is staring at the Templar Crusaders. Dias, how is it going? Is there any movement among those Templar Crusaders? No, Dias shook his head, but said with a serious expression. Your Majesty, I can now confirm that they are definitely soldiers. Even if it's not, at the very least, he must have received professional training, otherwise, their lives would not be so monotonous. Do you dare to believe that during these 10 days, apart from practicing and fighting, they did not do any other personal actions at all? This is too exaggerated and really unbelievable, but Dikvia had no intention of listening to what he said. He just asked again in a confused and flustered manner, Dias, do you think this is really okay? It's been 10 days and he still hasn't come back. Could it be that he has run away? Your Majesty, I think we should wait a few more days. Baron Raymond only said about 10 days at the beginning. To be honest, if he really wanted to find someone, 10 days would be too short a time. This might not be expensive at all. Dias seemed very confident about this, and then said firmly, Your Majesty, just wait a few more days, there should be no problem. Oh well, Dikvia could only nod, and then waited with great torment with a worried heart. But luckily, Raymond showed up the next day. What's more important is that when Raymond came to him, he brought with him a total of 18 newly recruited Templar Crusaders, as well as Nacagus. When the temple monk appeared, whether it was Dikvia, Nadius, Duke Pasillo and others, they were all shocked, even a little stunned and in disbelief. Baron Raymond, is this the helper you found? This great mage? Is he also a super? Dikvia was shocked. Before that, he had been worried about whether he would be cheated, so he didn't think carefully about how many people Raymond would find to help. But even so, this is enough. The number of Templar Crusaders has doubled. There is also the mysterious monk who is suspected to be the Sun Yao Grand Magister. Is this battle and this ability a bit too exaggerated? Could it be that this Baron Raymond is really like as they guessed? He has a huge background. Is there really someone behind him? What's even more exaggerated is that these 36 levels of strong men are actually Templar Crusaders. Are they all from the same legion? No, in this world is there really an army of this size and level? Seriously? How could he not know? Is he, the king of the dignified Dick Kingdom, ignorant and ignorant, sitting in a well and looking at the sky? His mind became dizzy for a while, and at the same time, he looked at that place again. Raymond's eyes were also full of a trace of apprehension, even fear. I've said it all, if the money is enough, the Holy Land will be ruined. How about it, Your Majesty Dick? These magic cores of yours should be well spent, right? The 36 Templar Crusaders are a first-class light-type great mage. Their appearance fee is enough, right? Lemon said with a smile, and he didn't hide it at all. He admitted it directly. Yes, this is a super level. And he is also a super light magician. This formation, no matter how expensive the city is no exaggeration. It's worth it. After hearing this, King Dikvia, as well as Dias, Duke Pasillo and others all looked at each other. And at this time, they all had an indescribable feeling in their hearts. Expensive? Now is the time. Looks like it's really not expensive. After all, there are so many super and super powerful people, and the appearance fee is only this price. It's really not expensive. In fact, they now feel a little pity for the Red Dragon, even though he is a super monster. That's right. He has Red Dragon blood and can crush superpowers. That's right. But the problem is that there are now 36 super powerhouses. Sir, how should you deal with it? There are so many people, even one person and one sword could kill him, not to mention. They actually have a mysterious super powerful mage. You know, they also have powerful magicians of this level. Watch it. For novels, go to Filu Novel Network. If it weren't for the fact that their attributes were restrained, the other beast had Red Dragon blood and would be immune to most fire magic flow damage. They really wouldn't be so passive now. The lethality that any super powerful mage can cause. It is really very, very strong. Absolutely no one doubts this. Baron Raymond, your strength really shocks us. This money is really well spent, Duke Pasillo said with emotion. At the same time, he was also a little lucky in his heart. Fortunately, he made the most correct choice. Otherwise, he would have been hacked to death by the swords of these Templar Crusaders. It was probably him. Really. It's a blessing. It's worth it. When will we leave? Raymond smiled and asked you if so, how about now? Dikvia's face darkened, and he said in a solemn tone, Baron Raymond, to tell you the truth, The situation in Sorgelis prison has become very bad. That damn beast has torn apart most of the magic circle power. If this continues, it won't take long. He might be about to run out of the magic circle. If it loses the suppression of the power of the magic circle and regains the ability to fly, then our hope of killing it will be greatly reduced. As he spoke, Dick Vi glanced at Raymond and gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, Baron Raymond, if things really come to this level, I don't blame you. We people from Dick Kingdom will also join you. Take action, but I want to ask you, you must do your best to help us kill him, Baron Raymond, please." Upon hearing this, Raymond smiled and said confidently, "Your Majesty Dick, I am a person of integrity, so I will do what I say. If you can't kill him, I will pay you double the amount of stuff, but you probably have no chance. It's not difficult for us. But there is one thing I said in advance, kill him, his magic core, body, these are my trophies, they are all mine. If you want to rob, then don't blame me for falling out. Don't worry, Baron Raymond." Dick Vi said without hesitation, "As long as you can kill him, everything there will be your spoils. It all belongs to you, I promise you as the king of Dick Kingdom, so you can definitely rest assured, then it will be a pleasure to cooperate." Raymond reaches out his hand. Happy cooperation, Dick Vi also. Raymond stretched out his hand, and then they set off quickly. Some dozens of people. Templar Crusaders, Templar monk hero Gigas, and Raymond, Priscillo, Dias, they all rushed directly to the northwest of Lesius City. The location of Sorgelis prison was in that direction, and it was not far from the Sunset Mountains. As a dignified kingdom, the territory of the Dick Kingdom is much larger than that of the Principality of Lane. Therefore, even with the full speed of super and super powerhouses of their level, it still took them more than 20 days to feel that they were so powerful. Great destination. Sorgelis prison. Ice prison. Ice prison is just as the name suggests. This is a world of ice and snow. Deep in this huge natural canyon, it is covered with thick ice and snow. And for more than 70 years, countless magicians, big and small, concentrate the power of countless magic circles arranged with all your strength. But now, this world covered by ice and snow has long lost its former tranquility. Under those countless large and small canyons and fissures, a large amount of magma-like hot flame material has actually begun to seep out. These flame substances exude terrifying temperatures, constantly corroding and melting the thick white snow, as well as the countless magic circle powers. Later, as time went by, their power even seemed to have a great advantage. Boom, boom, boom. In addition, there are more and more earthquakes, and there are huge dragon roars and roars deep in the ground that are constantly ringing. This also makes this Sorgelis prison. There is already a thick layer of haze cast over it. Hey, haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? This is too slow. If this continues, I'm afraid the power of these magic arrays will be completely shattered. In that case, everything will become completely irreparable. Sorgelis prison, a low building, a powerful warrior with super strength sighed worriedly. His name is Alberta. He is also one of the super strong 2.6 people in Dick Kingdom, and he is also an extremely veteran and powerful Sun Yao War Master. He has been guarding this place for these years. Because his deep-sea cold fighting energy can barely restrain the red dragon under the ground, but only a little. As the power of the magic circle here becomes weaker and weaker, he is getting older and older. He is becoming more and more powerless now. There is another person in front of him, who is the only super-level person in the Dick Kingdom. The powerful Grand Mage of Sun Yao, Grand Mage Defei. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, the power of this magic circle can last for more than a month at least. Moreover, news came from the Imperial City some time ago that reinforcements are already on the way. We just need to wait slowly. Don't worry, Alberta. Relax and don't worry, Grand Mage Defei said calmly, but her mind at this time had already drifted to the distance. 36 Legion level super strongmen? There is also a rather mysterious light level Grand Mage. Said to be honest, from her perspective, she really couldn't believe the authenticity of these statements. After all, the time when she left Lesius City had already happened with Raymond and the others, and she didn't see it with her own eyes, so naturally she didn't have that kind of seeing is believing. So she is really curious now, what is going on? But at this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the house. Dear Master Defei, Lord Alberta, Lord Priscillo, Lord Dias, they are all here. As soon as they heard this, the eyes of Grand Magister Defei and Alberta suddenly lit up. Get excited, are you coming? But it's finally here. Chapter 104. Are you all here? Alice, it's finally here, Alberta sighed and said excitedly. It's good now, Priscillo, Diaz and the others are here, as long as the four of us are here. It doesn't matter no matter what happens, let's go and have a look. Grand Magister Daffy turned around and walked out. Not long after this, they had reached Priscillo, Diaz, and Raymond and the others. Priscillo, Diaz, these are all. Grand Magister Daffy stared at Raymond and the others in disbelief, and started to stutter, because she was really frightened now. She never expected that the information coming from the Imperial City was actually. Is it true? 36 Legion level super strong men? Is it true? A super powerful light type great mage? This is actually true? What's even more exaggerated is that when she stared carefully, after observing Nagas for a long time, she actually subconsciously came to a conclusion that made her feel incredible and unbelievable. That is, the strength of the other party, the great magician of the light system, is extremely powerful. Maybe stronger than her? Gula she couldn't help but swallowed. She really doubted life, because she knew that she should be right. After all, the most convenient way to measure the strength of a magician, it is spiritual power. Any powerful magic that teaches spiritual power is definitely proportional to his own strength. And now, when facing the opponent, her spiritual power is actually showing a situation of being completely crushed. So this even makes her self-hypnotize and self-quibble. All the steps are saved. Such a huge gap in spiritual power. That can only mean that the other party is far stronger than her. The other party is a great magician of the light department, and is very likely to be a super peak half-step holy realm strong man. Who? Thinking of this, she was completely numb. No, where did these people come from? 03 Are they really so powerful? Grand Magister Daffy, Marshal of Alberta, let me explain. This is Baron Raymond. Just leave all the matters here to them to handle, Diaz said with a smile. Leave it all to them? Alberta was stunned for a moment and said in surprise, No, Duke Priscillo, what do you mean by this? I didn't understand something, Marshal of Alberta. What he means is that from now on we all just need to watch the show? Duke Priscillo also spoke and said with a smile, Baron Raymond has taken over our employment task, so next, they will have full authority to deal with the beast underground, just need them to do it themselves. Alberta stared, as if she didn't react. Yes, leave it all to us. Raymond smiled and said softly, if you are paid to do things, you, the employers, naturally don't need to come in person, but I need someone to introduce me to the specific situation now. Let me do it. Grand Magister Daffy took a deep look at Raymond, and then explained in detail. Our target, the Red Dragon, is still sealed under the ground, but the power of all the magic circles here has been severely damaged. It can no longer be maintained and repaired. Therefore, I can only persist for more than a month at most. Everything here will completely collapse. By then, the Red Dragon will be completely out of trouble. Is this the only Red Dragon? Lemon asked. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then the great magician Daffy nodded with a strange expression and said, That's right, he's the only one. Then no need to bother. Raymond shook his head and said calmly, Can you let him out? Just let him out. No. As soon as he finished speaking, Marshal Alberta's expression suddenly changed and he objected loudly. He must not be let out. Baron Raymond, I have nothing against you, but that beast is a dragon. Once he gets out of trouble, his flying ability will make him invincible. You have to know how much we paid for the other party to seal it up? That is the life price of a Super Sun Yao Grand Mage. No, absolutely, but at this moment, the Great Mage Daffy suddenly nodded and said, If you really plan to do this, I can do it. Within 10 minutes, he can break out and rush out. As soon as these words came out, Marshal Alberta was stunned for a moment, and then his expression changed with disbelief. He stared at the Grand Magister Daffy and was speechless. Master Daffy, what are you doing? Alberta, trust me. Grand Magister Daffy just said something lightly, and then looked at Raymond and asked, Baron Raymond, are you sure you really want to do this? Sure, Raymond nodded. Good. Grand Magister Daffy nodded solemnly, and then stepped forward, ready to go do something. But when he saw this scene, Marshal Alberta's face turned blue and purple, and in the end he couldn't help but chase after him, asked, Master Daffy, you must give me an explanation for this matter, otherwise, I cannot agree. Explain. Grand Magister Daffy smiled bitterly, and then looked back at the very low-key Gigas. Just because he is more powerful than me. Are you satisfied with this explanation? As soon as these words came out, not to mention Marshal Alberta, even Diaz and Duke Pasillo on the side were stunned for a moment, and then their expressions changed drastically and their eyes widened. Standing up, his eyes were full of astonishment and shock, as if he was extremely shocked. Unbelievable. How could they not know what others don't know? Even though they have only one son, Yago Grand Mage in the Dick Kingdom, Duffy, the Grand Mage, is absolutely well-deserved among them. The undisputed strongest. The first person. More importantly, do you dare to believe that she is not even 70 years old now? But even so, she is now she has become a powerful Sun Yago Grand Mage for more than 20 years. In other words, when she became a superpower, she was not yet 50 years old. What is the concept of a super powerful person who is less than 50 years old? A proper Saint Domain qualifications. In fact, Grand Magister Duffy has been recognized by authorities in this field more than once over the years. The Holy Domain powerhouse of the Wraith Empire in the northwest. Lord Harold, the Dharma Saint. The Orange Kingdom in the southeast, the Strong Man in the Holy Realm. Master El Desire, the Saint of France. They all said personally that if nothing unexpected happens, Archmage Daffy will definitely become a strong man in the Sanctuary Realm before the age of 20. And this result, even if nothing happens, among the levels of powerful men in the Saint Realm, they can definitely be regarded as the top 10% of the upper level. You can imagine what a concept this is. Because of this, not only the strength, but also the self-confidence of the great Magister Duffy, heart, dignity, etc., are also extremely strong. They are extremely face-saving. In other words, if she was just a little stronger than her, she would never say that. She would never admit it so freely and directly. However, it is not stronger. What is that? In an instant, they all thought of a possibility in their hearts. Then their faces and eyes instantly became extremely shocked and horrified. Grand Magister Daffy, you said he is a half-step saint. To read exciting novels, go to Filu Novel Network. Priscilla's eyes widened and he stared at Gigas in disbelief. It wasn't just him, everyone else was like this. Probably, Grand Magister Daffy nodded and looked at Gigas with a complex expression. The spiritual power of this magician friend is far better than giving it to me. Even at least twice as strong as me. In this case, it can only be explained by being known as the super peak of the half-step holy realm, right? Hiss. 1, more than double. Priscilla was stunned, Diaz was stunned, and Marshal Alberta. He was also stunned now, and stayed dead silent for a moment before seeing that. Marshal Berta suddenly took a deep breath, and then bowed towards Nahiagas, Raymond and the others. He said in a deep voice, "Sorry, dear army of magicians, please forgive my offense, then the next thing will be troublesome for you." "Good," Raymond smiled, then looked towards Gigas and asked, "Gigas, are you okay, dear lord? If it is just a super red dragon, no problem, I can solve it by myself," Gigas said calmly. There was no disturbance. But Raymond heard the deep meaning of his words. What he meant was, super red dragon. Not super sub-dragon flying dragon with red dragon blood. It is no exaggeration to say that these two guys are absolutely two completely different concepts. But then Raymond also laughed, because if Gigas is really that strong, then his own current strength is absolutely inevitable stronger than this. After all, he is now a magician and a martial artist. At the same time, he is also a true hexagonal warrior. In just a few minutes, the glacier and canyon beneath their feet was already rumbling. It shook like an extremely violent earthquake. Countless boulders began to collapse, and the huge canyon began to rumble open. Then majestic and huge flame-light pillars rushed up in a trembling way. Then, a loud noise broke out, and then the entire Sorgelis prison exploded like a big explosion. Boom. 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 At the same time, the scorching aura that hid his face instantly appeared overwhelmingly, and a huge, ferocious dragon covered in dark red broke through the earth directly, appeared before their eyes. Roaring madly. "Roar, you trash, idiots. Rubbish. Ants. Do you think the power of these rubbish magic circles can seal me? Stop dreaming. I am the great dragon Francisco. You damn ants, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to crush every bone in your body piece by piece. I will peel off your skin, dig out your heart, and burn everything on you. I will kill everyone in your country. Just wait for me." The overwhelming roar was like the arrival of a demon. I have to say that this guy is indeed a dragon. As soon as he appeared on the scene, his character identity was explained and described vividly. Although it is understandable, he was imprisoned in 503 custody after being sealed for more than 70 years. It's normal to have anger and resentment in your heart, but Raymond doesn't care about you so much now. He is using money to do things now. So this guy can only be considered unlucky. Gigas, do it, Raymond said calmly. Yes. Gigas instantly launched a magic shield. Then he started singing on the spot. Great Dragon of Elrath, I am your most loyal, devout believer, please give me the deepest meaning of the magical power of light, and please listen to my call. Boom. At that moment, with him as the axis, a terrifying magical power pressure beyond ordinary people's imagination burst out in a surging force. That force was so strong that no matter it was the Grand Magister Diffie or the Marshal of Alberta, Duke Pacillo, Nadius and others all trembled, and then their pupils shrank. His face changed dramatically. What on earth is this? Is this really just super magic? Grand Mage Duffy murmured incredulously. As a super magician, of course he has the most say in the power of super magic. And more importantly, as a super magician of the fire system, it stands to reason that the magical power attribute should be better than that of the light system. But what about now? But now, there is only one feeling in his mind, and that is the great magician of Gigas in front of him. The magical power he exerts is absolutely absolute. Compared with the power of our most powerful super magic is more than twice as strong. So is this really super magic? Even if it is a half-step Saint Realm powerhouse, the gap is not so big, right? She is even a little bit powerful now. She was stunned, completely unbelievable. Shocked. However, how did she know that the magical power exerted by Gigas at this time was indeed not a level? It was a level magic that belonged to another world. Strictly speaking, level is equal to level fusion with the holy domain. In other words, at this time, Gigas' magical power, do you say it is super? Yes. You say it is the forbidden spell of the holy domain? Of course that is okay. So of course it will be better than his super magic. Being more powerful, this is a matter of course after all. But it's not just him at this time. After realizing all this, even Francisco, the red dragon in the sky, even his face darkened at this time, and his pupils were a little trembling slightly and contracting. Very angry. Magician? It's you damn magicians again. It was you last time. This time, I will never give you any chance. Go to hell. Chapter 105. Roar. I saw the red dragon Francisco roaring angrily, and then he exploded directly into the air. At the same time, his whole body seemed to be burning, and huge flames rose and exploded. Howling and sweeping, a terrifying giant flame breath condensed in front of his bloody mouth. And that is the unique terrifying power of the Dragon Clan. Dragon breath, I will tear you to pieces, humble and. The great Lord Francisco will let you know what fear is and what destruction is. Let me die, he roared. Swooping down. Boom. 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 At the same time, the power of the terrifying dragon's breath also began to explode violently. The terrifying power of destroying the world swept across, making everyone's expressions change drastically. Not good. Marshal Alberta's face darkened and he couldn't help but look at Raymond. Baron Raymond, do we really not need to take action? If the power of this dragon's breath is allowed to fall down, I'm afraid the consequences will be very troublesome. Not just him, the great mage Daffy on the side even had a serious look on his face, staring at the red dragon Francisco and said, Dear Baron Raymond, the situation may be a little different from what we expected. This guy seems to be even stronger now than before. I suspect that he has also broken through to the super peak realm. If this is the case, a super peak red dragon bloodline sub-dragon monster. This is too dangerous. How about we take action together? As soon as she said this, everyone's expressions changed drastically, and their hearts became completely heavy. What? Level peak. Isn't it? How can this be? For a moment, both Marshal Alberta, Diaz, Duke Pacillo and others were all numb. The pressure was huge, and their hearts started to thump. After all, how powerful is that peak level? How could a strong person not know this? What's more, this is still a super peak. A sub-dragon monster with red dragon blood. In this case, they know very well how threatening and powerful the opponent is, and even it can be improved to a higher level on this basis. You can imagine what this concept is. This is definitely a very troublesome and dangerous thing. Therefore, they are all a little unable to bear it now, said quickly Baron Raymond. Let's take action together. If it is really the ultimate super peak, then we must join forces to kill him. Don't worry, this situation is definitely not a breach of contract, and you will never tell anyone else. Baron Raymond, we just want to feel more at ease and be more stable. Everyone, please believe me, and please believe Gigas." But Raymond still smiled calmly and shook his head, and then he saw him squinting his eyes and looking straight at Gigas. Because at this time, the opponent's magic chant seems to have reached the final stage of explosion, as expected. The next moment, the terrifying and astonishing light magic power exploded directly, the binding seal of light. The holy light shines, Elrath's sealing sword of light, boom, boom, boom. Along with the confident voice of Gigas, the voice without any ripples slowly spread across the sky and the earth. In the next moment, countless sparkling weapons suddenly appeared in the sky. Sword of light. At that moment, a seemingly boundless sense of oppression swept across instantly, directly causing the Red Dragon Francisco, the Grand Magister Daffy, Marshal Alberta and others. Their pupils shrank instantly and their expressions changed drastically. What the hell is this? Is this super light magic? No, it's impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could there be the oppression of forbidden curses in this? The Red Dragon Francisco roared, with a hint of panic and fear in his voice. Yes, it was obvious that he had seen and felt the forbidden spell, and now, he actually felt the forbidden spell in this magical power. The oppressive feeling of the curse. This was simply unbelievable to him. However, there was no extra time for him to think about it anymore. In the next moment, countless swords of light exploded instantly, as if the meteor shower, like an extraterrestrial shower, roared and rushed towards the Red Dragon Francisco. And their speed was really too fast. The Red Dragon Francisco didn't seem to notice it, and his face changed drastically. The next moment he actually gave up the attack, turned around and flapped his wings to run away, but no one expected that his speed could not be compared to those rain of swords of light. And after seeing this scene, those of Daffy the Great Magister of course, people were also stunned and dumbfounded. How is this possible? Is this really just a half-step to the Saint Realm? Is the half-step Saint Realm expert really that powerful? Grand Magister Duffy murmured, with a subtle expression on his face, even a little doubtful about his life. After all, not to mention the Red Dragon Francisco, who felt the oppressive feeling of the forbidden curse of the holy domain from the terrifying rain of swords of light, even her. In fact, not to mention the Red Dragon Francisco. I also feel it. In other words, even if this magical power is not a forbidden spell, it is definitely not much different. In other words, the great mage of Gigas in front of them at this time is actually a person infinitely close to the super strong person of the Saint Realm. Oh my god, is it like this? At the same time, the rain of swords of light had already chased the Red Dragon Francisco who was fleeing in the sky. Then, countless swords of light rained down. They crashed down, directly piercing his body, and then actually knocked him straight down from the sky, falling hard into the earth. Boom. The next moment, a huge explosion occurred, and the whole earth shook, as if it was a big earthquake, but it also seemed like an earthquake that completely overturned their inner world. At this moment, Great Magister Daffy, Marshal Alberta, Duke Pacillo, and Dias, all of them were completely silent. They were stunned in place, unable to say a word. To read the cool novel, go to Philo Novel Network, but it can be clearly seen that at this time, there is an emotion on their bodies, or in their faces, that they have never had before. That is fear, or is it fear? Fear. Maybe both. This is the end, Duke Pacillo murmured in disbelief and looked at Gigas, but the latter still shook his head and said lightly, it's just sealing magic. This power can't kill him, but he can't move now. If you want to kill him, it's easy. Just kill it directly. As soon as these words came out, everyone was trembling and their expressions turned weird. Is it just sealing magic? If you want to kill him, it is very simple. Just kill him directly? No, how can I say this is the same as killing chickens and dogs? Just as simple and easy, casually. But when they all saw clearly the sealed Red Dragon Francisco, they were all dead silent again. Silent. It was as if they had been cast a silencer. The silence was scary. They saw the huge Red Dragon Francisco, not far from them, tens of thousands of meters away, on a broken land. He was forcefully penetrated by the countless rain of swords of light. On the ground, countless swords of light pierced through all parts of his body, gleaming links to the ground, and stuck heavily into the ground. In this case, let alone trying to break away from the seal and escape. Even if they can't even move, it's really too exaggerated. Therefore, Such a scene is really a big shock to them. Because if it were sealed, the countless ice magic array powers before them, and even Nano the absolute 0-degree magic power that Mr. Bull gave his life to explode was also a seal. But why is there such a big gap? Duke Pacillo licked his lips and murmured in shock. No, is this really a forbidden curse? As soon as these words came out, the whole place was completely silent. Even the great mage Duffy was shaking a little and his face turned pale. He was completely frightened. If the other party can really cast the forbidden spell magic, then what will happen to the other party? What difference does it make if he is a strong man in the Holy Realm or a super peak person? Isn't that just the same concept? No, is this really a forbidden curse? Her eyes were full of shock, horror, and disbelief. She was really numb now. She was extremely suspicious of life. But at this moment, Raymond had already waved his hand and gave the order again. Let's do it. With an order, a total of 36 Templar Crusaders set off immediately. As for what happened next, of course there was no suspense. This was completely a matter of one person and one sword. The so-called the Red Dragon Francisco was directly hacked to death by their random swords. He was completely cut into pieces. Then, when the super demon core belonging to the opponent had come into Raymond's hands, Raymond also had a look on his face, satisfied smile. Very good. Full of harvest, you're done. Now he understands that surprises often happen inadvertently. Originally, he just wanted to use the power of the Dick Kingdom to go to the Sunset Mountains to hunt for super magic beasts and get super magic cores, but now? This plan really can't keep up with the changes. Surprise, they can be seen everywhere. In this way, his current high-end troops have arrived directly. Templar monks, Templar crusaders, and Templar swordsmen. Such strength can not only destroy the world and be invincible, but it is also absolutely holy. He has become a super god under the domain. There is absolutely no one who can compare to him. What's more, he and Gigas are still special cases. He is a super magic and martial arts practitioner, and Gigas is a hero of the Templar monk branch. Therefore, if they really tried their best, maybe they wouldn't be able to fight with those high-ranking, godlike holy warriors. In short, their true strength now has definitely skyrocketed. Sure enough. That's what hanging on the wall is like, simple and unpretentious. The feeling of cheating is really great. The speed of getting stronger is really no different from flying in a plane or rocket. Ridiculously fast. This is over. At the same time, looking at the magic core in Raymond's hand. And those who were dismembering the corpse of the Red Dragon Francisco in the distance, more than 30 strong men of the Templar Crusaders, Abel Marshal Taw felt dizzy for a while. It felt completely like a dream. It was so unreal. You know, he has been trapped here for more than 70 years. Over the years, he has not. I know how much I have suffered, and I don't know how much sin I have endured, but what about now? With such a simple magic attack, everything is over? Everything is solved? Confused. Confused. Still confused. He even suspected that he was a fake super strong person. Otherwise, even if he was half a step into the Holy Realm, there wouldn't be such a big gap. It's exactly like adults and children, right? Yet, it's over. Grand Magister Daffy glanced at Gigas with a complicated expression, and then bowed down to Raymond respectfully and thanked him. Well done, dear Baron Raymond. Thank you very much for your help in this matter. Thank you very much. If your respect for Raymond before was limited to politeness and simple intimidation by strength, then now, she feels jealous of Raymond from the bottom of her heart, and is even afraid. Because, even if such a terrifying half-step Saint Realm expert, who can even use the power of forbidden spells, actually acts like a soldier in front of the opponent, being low-key and obedient. It's scary. Isn't this the most terrifying thing? Think about it carefully. Afraid. You're welcome, Grand Magister Duffy. As I said, I am a person with great integrity and professional ethics. It is my duty to collect money and do things. Also, it's a pleasure to work with you. Raymond smiled and said. Pleasant to work with you, Your Excellency Baron Raymond. Grand Magister Daffy forced a smile, and then said. Baron Raymond, what are your plans next? If possible, I would like to invite you to my home. My territory is not far from here, it can be reached in 2 or 3 days at most. After a pause, she explained again. Baron Raymond, you have helped us so much this time, please give us a chance to thank you, please. That's right. Duke Pacillo on the side also nodded quickly and said helpfully, Baron Raymond, give us a chance to thank you. After traveling so hard for so many days, You need to relax a little and rest, right? And didn't you say before that you wanted to go to the Sunset Mountains? The territory of Grand Magister Daffy is right there, very close to the Sunset Mountains. After taking a rest there, you can go directly to the Sunset Mountains. What do you think? P.S. Thank you for the reward. Thank you all for reminding me to subscribe for monthly tickets. Thank you very much. Chapter 106. Sunset Mountains. Grand Magister Daffy was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up and he said, Baron Raymond, if you plan to go to the Sunset Mountains next, my place is really suitable. I also deliberately chose our territory there to make it easier to go to the Sunset Mountains for training. Starting from where I am, how long does it take to reach the outskirts of the Sunset Mountains in one day at most? Quickly. Oh well, when Raymond heard this, he didn't waste any words and directly agreed, because although his current target plan has been exceeded, but he still plans to go to the Sunset Mountains to have a look. After all, no one can take too much of getting stronger. And he also has to make plans in advance for the next channel of the Holy Domain Demon Caller. It is no exaggeration to say, let alone the Holy Domain Demon Caller, even the Super Demon Caller. He didn't expect to be able to buy it. Even if he could buy it, the quantity would be very small. If this is the case, you might as well make your own plans. Anyway, his current strength is definitely enough, and if he wants to fight the Holy Demonic Core by himself, where should he go? At present, he only has the possibility to guide people in one place. That is the Sunset Mountains, which is known as the World of Warcraft paradise in their area. So he had to go on the next trip. Thank you, Baron Raymond. Thank you, Baron Raymond. Seeing that Raymond agreed, Grand Magister Daffy suddenly became happy. Then he asked nervously, Baron Raymond, I have another request. Is it possible? What request? I want to exchange magic with Mr. Giga's Grand Magister. Do you think that's okay? Grand Magister Daffy said quickly. It turns out that this is her real purpose. As a super genius of a magician, although she is proud, she must also have enough enthusiasm for magical power. Therefore, similar to Giga's, this strange existence that can actually use forbidden spell-level magical power in half a step of the Holy Realm also has a huge attraction and temptation for her, so now she just wants to have a good communication with the Gigas. Want to find out what on earth is going on? Of course you can, Archmage Daffy. What do you want to communicate with him? It's up to you. Raymond smiled, and then walked towards the body of the Red Dragon Francisco 113. Although the opponent is just a sub-dragon flying dragon with red dragon blood, he is still very interested in this kind of dragon creature. Now that the material has arrived, he can take this opportunity to study it carefully. A few days later, outside the gate of a huge and magnificent magic tower in the territory of Grand Magister Daffy, Raymond, Gigas, the Templar Crusaders, and Grand Magister Daffy herself were all here. The grand banquet has ended. Just yesterday, Duke Pisillo, Diaz, and Marshal Alberta also left first. So now there is only Grand Magister Daffy, the host. She is the only one who is still here. Dear Baron Raymond, dear Mr. Gigas, are you planning to go to the Sunset Mountains next? Archmage Daffy asked curiously. That's right. Next we plan to go to the Sunset Mountains. Raymond nodded without hesitation, then looked towards the Great Mage Daffy, and asked with a smile, but before that, I still need some detailed information about the Sunset Mountains. Grand Magister Daffy, can I trouble you with this matter? Certainly. Grand Magister Daffy also smiled and nodded without hesitation, and then spoke in detail. Since you need detailed information, Baron Raymond, let me explain it a little more carefully. After a pause, her eyes flickered. The first is the size of the area. The Sunset Mountains are very large, almost half the size of our Dick Kingdom. Therefore, you must not underestimate it. Secondly, the Sunset Mountain range is divided into 5 major areas, 5 major regions. Grand Magister Daffy nodded and explained. But in a strict sense, it should only be regarded as 3 major regions. They are the northern and southern regions of the Sunset Mountains, the outer areas of the northern and southern regions, and the inner mountains of the Sunset Mountains in the core area. Among them, the inner mountain area of the Sunset Mountains in the core area is the smallest, only about 1/20th of the entire Sunset Mountains territory, which is less than that, but it is also the most dangerous place and the most powerful overall place. Almost all the most dangerous and powerful top-level monsters in the Sunset Mountains live there. Hearing this, Raymond couldn't help but frown and asked, Level, that's right, Grand Mage Daffy nodded and said solemnly, most of the super monsters in the Sunset Mountains live in the mountains in the core area, and there are a lot of them, at least more than 20. More than 20, so much? Limeng was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. As far as he knew, even the entire Dick Kingdom only had 6 or 7 super powerhouses, but now? The number of super monsters in the Sunset Mountains is actually them. More than 3 times. Is it such an exaggeration? So he couldn't help but continue to ask. So, are there any sacred monsters in the Sunset Mountains? There should be a high probability, right? Grand Magister Daffy nodded, then shook his head, his eyes flashing and said, it is true that I have never seen a holy monster in the Sunset Mountains with my own eyes, but I know that one of the strong saints in the Snaoland Kingdom, Saint Cuden, suffered a serious injury in the Sunset Mountains, escaped from his wounds. A strong man from the Holy Realm? Seriously injured? Raymond was stunned for a moment and looked at him in surprise. Can you tell me more about it? Grand Magister Daffy nodded, his eyes twinkling, and said, Baron Raymond, to be honest, I don't know exactly what this matter is about. Because this is a secret from the Snaoland Kingdom, it is severely blocked, but at that time, Saint Cuden was indeed injured for a long time. It took about 10 years to recover, and during this period, a rumor spread in the Kingdom of Zulan. It is said that Saint Cuden was injured by a sacred dragon, sanctuary dragon. Limeng's eyes flashed and he began to think deeply. The sacred dragon and the sub-dragon flying dragon with red dragon bloodline. Are these two things related in any way? Of course, if these are just rumors, then another thing is the definite proof. Grand Magister Daffy shook his head and said with twinkling eyes, in the southeast of our Kingdom of Dick, there is a kingdom called the Kingdom of Anj. They are also a powerful kingdom with strong men from the sanctuary. More than 10 years ago, I followed a powerful Dharma saint in the Anj Kingdom. I studied with a master of law, Saint El Tabalay, for a while. And he also said at that time that there are powerful men from the Holy Realm in the Sunset Mountains, and there should be more than one. The Kingdom of Anj? Raymond's eyes flickered again, because this name was not unfamiliar to him. The so-called Griffin family of the Dragon Blood family some time ago seemed to come from the Kingdom of Anj. Speaking of them, it seems that he still owes him a few levels of magic cores, and he doesn't know how long it will take to get them. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Filu Novel Network. But at this moment, Grand Magister Daffy spoke again. Hope. Looking at Raymond, he said, Baron Raymond, if you plan to go to the Sunset Mountains to hunt monsters, to be honest, I don't recommend that you do this, although your strength is indeed very powerful, but in the Sunset Mountains, to be honest, your strength should be nothing. As the largest World of Warcraft paradise in our area, the largest Warcraft restricted area, many super powerful people died in the Sunset Mountains. Even there were more than one case of the fall of a strong man from the Holy Realm. Especially the Sunset Mountain range as the core area, which is an absolute restricted area. The danger is huge. Speaking of this, Archmage Daffy changed the topic and said with a wry smile, to tell you the truth, Baron Raymond, I have actually never been to the inner mountains of the Sunset Mountains. Firstly, I am afraid of death, and secondly, it is really difficult to break through. There are too many magical beasts there, and if they are mobilized all over the body and kill some casually, it may trigger a counterattack several times or even dozens of times. So it's really dangerous. It's also very troublesome. After hearing this, Raymond frowned. Is the Sunset Mountain range dangerous? Although he was mentally prepared for this, he didn't expect it to be so troublesome, let alone the power of that place. How could the sex and difficulty be so high? If this is the case, should he reconsider his current plan? Although he really wanted to hunt the holy monsters and strengthen his army in the Holy Temple Castle, he also wanted to test the details of the holy monsters in the Sunset Mountains to see if they really existed. Is it possible to operate it? But all of this has a premise. That's safety. Safety must absolutely be guaranteed. He will do it. Otherwise, he would rather not do it. After all, he can cheat now. The worst thing he can do is spend more time, turn the gun, and look at other places and other ways. It is no exaggeration to say that there are many other ways to make him stronger. Therefore, it is impossible and unnecessary for him to fight on such a dangerous road. He is not stupid. But, then again, you have come and gone, and you regret it at the end? This is not going to happen. To be honest, he is a little unconvinced and unwilling to give up. After all, why? It doesn't matter. Is their current strength weak? That's definitely not the case. Again, under the sanctuary, they are now invincible. Even in the Holy Realm, if you really have to fight with all your strength, you shouldn't be unable to fight. So when he thought of this, he couldn't help but ask again, Grand Mage Daffy, if you don't go to the inner mountains of the Sunset Mountains, are there other places where there are super monsters? Obviously, he changed his mind and looked at it. If you can't go to the core area of the inner mountain, you can do it outside, right? Anyway, he must not believe it. With their strength, they can't go outside? That must be absolutely impossible. Other places, Grand Mage Daffy was stunned for a moment, then immediately nodded and said, of course. Although most of the super monsters in the Sunset Mountains live in the inner mountains, there are indeed some in other areas outside. Let me think about it. She paused for a moment, and then saw him starting to think. After only a few breaths, Grand Magister Daffy spoke again. On our side, there seem to be only 2 super monsters, and that is the swamp 3-headed snake that comes to Longdunxi River, come to Longdunxi? Raymond was stunned for a moment and said in surprise, there is also Lay Longdunxi here. Certainly, Grand Magister Daffy said with a smile, the West River in Longdon is very long. Traveled vertically across dozens of countries. Not to mention ours, there are the Snaland Kingdom, the Autumn Leaf Principality, Odint, and Hulan further north. Even the United City of the Great Orc Empire, Vorsen and so on. They all come to the Longton West River Basin. After a pause, she said with twinkling eyes again. On our side, in the Longton West River in the southern area of the Sunset Mountains, there is a huge fishman tribe, probably tens of millions in number. Their guardian worship god. This is the 3-headed swamp snake of this level, and there are 2 more. Speaking of this, she looked at Raymond, shook her head and said, Baron Raymond, to be honest, this is not a good suggestion, firstly because they never leave the West River of Longton, but if it is in the river, it is their main venue, and there are 2 more, it's dangerous. After a pause, she changed the topic again and said, if it doesn't work, I have a suggestion. Any suggestions? Maybe you can take a detour to the northern area of the Sunset Mountains, which is the Kingdom of Snowland. Grand Magister Daffy's eyes flickered. I can provide you with maps and safe routes, so that you can completely avoid the mountains within the Sunset Mountains and safely cross the Sunset Mountains. Once you get there, relatively speaking, there will be more targets to choose from. As far as I know, there are about 4 separate super monsters in the northern area of the Sunset Mountains. I have maps of their specific locations. This way, it should be much safer. Raymond was silent for a moment, and then asked again if we need to travel through the Kingdom of Solanger. How long will it take? If you are more stable and slower, it should take 2 or 3 months based on your strength. Right, Grand Magister Daffy said softly. 2 or 3 months? Raymond thought for a while. This seems to be okay? So he agreed. Then I'll bother you, Grand Magister Daffy. I need some time. A map with the specific locations of those super monsters. No problem. Leave it all to me. Grand Magister Daffy smiled and nodded without hesitation, but then she changed the subject. He said in a solemn tone. But Baron Raymond, after you go there, you'd better remember to be careful of people from the Kingdom of Solanger, because many people there are fanatical believers. So relatively speaking, the acting style will be more paranoid and crazy. Believers. Raymond was stunned for a moment and looked at him in surprise. Yes, believers. Grand Mage Daffy nodded solemnly and said. The Ice and Snow Goddess Cult, also known as the Ice and Snow Goddess Cult. This is a powerful sect that believes in the goddess of ice and snow. Their power is huge. The strength is also terrifying, covering many large and small countries in the north. Among them is the Kingdom of Snowland. In short, it's best to stay away from them. Otherwise, once you are targeted, it will indeed be very troublesome and annoying. Chapter 107. Another thing is that the Zulan Kingdom itself is also very powerful. Grand Magister Daffy paused and began to explain. First of all, the Kingdom of Zulan is a powerful kingdom with strong men from the Holy Realm. Secondly, there are 2 powerful saints in the Kingdom of Snowland, namely Saint Curdin and Saint Cobulid, although they are all warrior-type saintly warriors, but that Saint Kiaubulu was actually a powerful holy knight with a holy warcraft mount, so in a strict sense, there are not just 2 strong men in the holy land of the Kingdom of Snowland, but 3. Raymond was stunned for a moment, and then his expression became strange. He looked at the Great Mage Daffy, as if his eyes were saying, if this is the case, how did the Dick Kingdom persist until now? In his impression, The kingdom of Dick and the kingdom of Snellen in the north are both equally famous. They are both equally powerful and invincible behemoths. However, I did not expect that the real situation is actually like this. Is the gap in strength between them actually so big? Like? Sensing the change in Raymond's eyes, Grand Mage Daffy could only helplessly smile bitterly and explain. There is no way. The Zulan kingdom is indeed stronger than our Dick kingdom. But fortunately, we are blocked by the Sunset Mountains, so they are not very interested in us. Of course, the more important reason is that the situation there is not very good. After a pause, her eyes flickered. They are adjacent to many countries, many of which are as powerful as them, and even super empires that are far better than them. Super empire, yes, Grand Magister Daffy nodded and said solemnly, 3 or 4 small countries away from the Snellland Kingdom are the superpowers of the Northern Orcs. United City, the frontier of Vorsen, United City, Wusen. This is the most powerful country of the Orcs in the north. At the same time, it is also one of the few super empires on our Luoman continent. He's extremely huge and extremely terrifying. Therefore, although the strength of the Snellland Kingdom is indeed very powerful, but their pressure is much greater than ours. After all, the distance is only between 3 or 4 small countries. It is really too short. For them, it is almost impossible. When he heard this, Raymond was a little silent. Small country? What is a small country? Like the Principality of Lane? Or weaker? But it makes no difference. If it is really just this kind of small country, in front of such a behemoth as a super empire with 3 powerful saints and even the orcs, it was indeed no different. But he quickly shook his head and put aside these thoughts because they were too far away. It has nothing to do with him now, Grand Magister Daffy. I'll trouble you about the map, he said softly. Okay, please give me something. Grand Magister Daffy nodded, then turned and left. In less than half an hour, she brought a map of the Sunset Mountains that she had already prepared. Back, with a map in hand, Raymond said goodbye to Grand Mage Daffy and left here. Heading towards the Sunset Mountains, time began to pass quickly, and soon it was more than 2 months later. Somewhere in the northern area of the Sunset Mountains, in a huge and dense forest, Raymond, as well as Nakagas, the Templar Crusaders, etc., are all walking here quietly, but even so, they are still more cautious and vigilant at this time. At this moment, their vigilant eyes were constantly scanning the surrounding places, their bodies were tense, and the weapons and swords in their hands were even in their hands, as if they were ready to deal with everything at any time emergency. This is because they all have experience. Although their strength is indeed very strong, I didn't expect that the monsters in the Sunset Mountains are really not afraid of death. In more than 2 months, along the way, they encountered at least dozens of waves of attacks, large and small, and most of them were attacks by a large number of ethnic groups. For example, a pack of snakes and a pack of wolves, ant colonies, tiger swarms, etc. It can be said that it is a small dozen in half a day, and a dozen in a day. Basically, from beginning to end, it was off foot all the way. One can imagine what this concept is. It's really an exaggeration. But fortunately, the trouble is a little troublesome, but the rewards are really great. Because in these 2 months, they have harvested 9 level magic cores and 31 level magic cores. More than 160 level magic cores. As for other lower levels than this, what about super magic cores? Of course there are. And there's more. But they can no longer afford it, so they have no choice but to give it up with regret. As for recruitment? Although Raymond had thought about it before, it was because the strength of the Templar Castle army recruited by the super level magic corps was too weak. Not only could it not keep up with their speed, it was a drag, but it was basically the same in the Sunset Mountains. Death, so this is really unnecessary. Secondly, if this happens, their target will be too big and too eye-catching. This should not be considered a good thing in the Sunset Mountains, which is full of dangers and has many monsters. So he thought about it and decided to give up first. He just chose to carry those super and super magic cores with him, and at the same time recruit the Templar Crusaders who had super magic cores. In this way, while preparing for emergencies, it can also be strengthened and refined to the maximum extent. The strength of his army on this trip. And in this way, his current strength has been reached. Templar monks, Templar Crusaders. Absolutely super strong soldier. Absolutely super elite. Lord, according to the map given to me by Grand Magister Daffy, we have now officially arrived at the northern area of the Sunset Mountains. In this way, we should be able to reach our third place by walking northwest for 2 or 3 days. A target destination. The lair of the double-winged silver-ringed lion. Gigas suddenly said double-winged silver-ringed lion. Yes, this is a flying super monster. It seems that he is still a mutant monster, but his overall strength is very average. It shouldn't even be as good as the red dragon of the sub-dragon species before, right? Gigas said calmly. That's not good. Then we can just hide him casually. Raymond smiled and waved his hand. Let's go. After working hard for so long, it's time for us to reap the fruits. This time, let's take down all the super monsters in the northern area of Sunset Mountain Range first. But as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly seemed to notice something, and then suddenly turned his head, and looked in a certain direction to his left. There seemed to be some movement over there, Lord. Gigas seemed to have reached the gap. His eyes flickered. It seems like something is coming towards us, and there are a lot of them. It should be the Warcraft clan. But it seems like there are other people with the power. It's the power of fighting spirit. And there are 2 more. Super fighting spirit, Li Meng murmured. He didn't expect to meet a super strong man now. He didn't know where he came from. And the super strong man was actually being chased. It seems that the pursuer behind him, he must be very strong, right? Forget it, let's hide first, he murmured in his heart, then shook his head and said, let's go, I won't be implicated. Yes. As soon as these words came out, they all immediately flashed and quickened their pace to leave here, but soon. Their faces looked a little uncomfortable. Lord, they seem to be coming for us, Gigas said with twinkling eyes, but there was already a hint of coldness in his tone, because if it was just accidental before, then it should be intentional now. The other party seemed to be coming towards them deliberately trying to lure them into trouble? I know, just stop. Lemon's face darkened, his expression turned cold, and then he took the initiative to stop. Looking back in that direction, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. Although he didn't want to cause trouble, it didn't mean that I'm scared. Since the other party wants to catch his attention, well, let's give it a try. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Filu Novel Network, let's see who can survive, and sure enough. It didn't last long like this, there was already a large hissing sound of bats roaring in their ears. What it is, bat? Raymond squinted his eyes and looked over, and saw a large number of blood-red bats in the deep and dark forest. They were like a blood-red torrent, flying high and wildly. And the number is so large that it's terrifying to death. Thousands? Tens of thousands? Even hundreds of thousands. Lord, this seems to be the bloodthirsty magic pattern bat mentioned by Archmage Daffy. Gigas looked at the bats and said softly, although they are not super monsters, there are many of them. And there are dozens of level bloodthirsty demon pattern bat kings. Therefore, even if an ordinary super strong person encounters them, it will be difficult to fight them, and they will basically choose to run away. After saying that, his target also fell on the 2 figures who were being chased by the bloodthirsty magic bats. They were a sturdy old man with golden hair, and a young man who should be only 3 or 4 years old. A 10-year-old young man with short dark blue hair. And their strength is indeed top-notch. At this moment, when they saw Raymond and the others, excitement appeared on their faces. At this moment, a wave of a high and arrogant voice came from above. I am the Bishop of Ice and Snow Cult, Alan Fogo, and I am ordering you now. Stop these damn bats for us. Then I saw the burly old man with the golden hair rushing towards Raymond and the others, as if he was preparing to take the bloodthirsty magic pattern bats behind them. And after seeing this scene, Gigas, as well as the other temple monk, their faces darkened. At the same time, the magic power in their bodies shook, and they seemed to be planning to take action. But at this moment, Raymond suddenly stood up, said coldly, let me do it. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew out the Sword of Light seal, and at the same time, the fighting energy in his body exploded. Then his body flashed and turned into an aurora. Flash out and rush towards the opponent. As soon as this scene appeared, the faces of Bishop Alan Fogo and the young man with short dark blue hair suddenly changed, and they became shocked. Level, stop. What do you want to do? We are members of the Ice and Snow God sect. If you dare to mess around, our Ice and Snow God cult will definitely punish you severely, the young man with dark blue short hair roared. Instead, he was greeted by Gigas and the instant magic light egg of another temple monk. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, dozens of magic light eggs rushed out, as if they were teleporting. Appeared on top of the young man with dark blue short hair, and then chased him down like an overwhelming force. Boom. 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 At that moment, terrifying big explosions appeared one after another, causing Bishop Alan Fogo's pupils to shrink and his face to change drastically. No. Holy Sun Granning, are you crazy? That is the Holy Son of our Ice and Snow God sect. Stop. Before he finished speaking, the sword light struck, and along with Raymond's cold and mocking voice, entered his ears. Shouldn't you take care of yourself first? Bishop Alan Fogo trembled, his face changed drastically, and he wanted to fight back, but he was too late. With a bang, the sword of the bright seal penetrated his body, and then burst out with a bright light that destroyed the world. Directly. It's like daylight, shining brightly, judgment of light. The holy light shines. Boom. A huge explosion erupted on the spot. This terrifying and astonishing magical power swept it away on the spot, forming a huge mushroom cloud. Even the bloodthirsty magic pattern bats that were chasing after them. They were all smashed and blasted to a large extent. Call out, but at this moment, an embarrassed figure covered in blood suddenly rushed out of the mushroom cloud and ran away like crazy. It was the so-called Bishop Alan Fogo. At this time, he was already pale and extremely scared. Regret arose, because they didn't expect that they casually wanted a scapegoat to cause trouble, but they actually provoked a big iron plate. He never expected that this was actually a dual practitioner of magic and martial arts. A full-level magical and martial arts master. Where did this terrifying monster come from? If he had known it would be like this, he would never have done such a stupid thing. Dear strong man, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. This is all a misunderstanding, please forgive our offense. I am the protagonist of the Ice and Snow God cult, and my companion, he is the Holy Son of our Ice and Snow God cult. I think you should understand the status and value of the Son of God, right? Please, we know we were wrong, send it to us, this is all a misunderstanding, he shouted. At the same time, he quickly approached the young man with dark blue short hair. But his speed was too slow. At least compared to the current strength of Raymond, his speed was really just as fast as before. Taking a walk makes no difference. Bang! I saw Raymond flash out of his body like lightning. Then he intercepted Bishop Alan Fogo, who looked extremely frightened. He was intercepted on the spot. Weren't you quite arrogant when you ordered me before? I think I still appreciate your previous appearance more. How about you recover? Raymond taunted. And then he quickly slashed out with his sword. With a thud, this sword directly pierced the opponent's shoulder. Ah, fuck. Chapter 108. Ah, screams broke out, and Bishop Alan Fogo's face suddenly turned ferocious, and he roared angrily, "Don't go too far. I said it was all a misunderstanding, what do you think? Do you want to die? Yes, that's the attitude. I like." Raymond nodded, then his face darkened and he said coldly, "I don't know whether I will die or not, but today, you are definitely dead." Boom. He trembled all over, and then the fighting energy and magic power in his body exploded at the same time. A surging halo of magic power erupted directly from his feet, surrounding and locking it. At the same time, a terrifying and astonishing beam of fighting spirit power just rose up, forming a terrifying and astonishing illusory statue of an angel descending behind him. Holy Angel's Judgment. Boom. The power of a sword exploded, completely engulfing Bishop Alan Fogo. Boom. 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 The doomsday-like pressure of destroying the world and destroying the earth exploded crazily. That kind of violent fighting spirit power, directly he tore Bishop Alan Fogo to pieces. Crushed him on the spot. Bishop Alan Fogo, the roar of the dark blue short-haired man came from the side. But his condition at this time was still not much better. After all, how could he alone be able to stop the two temple monks, and even one of them? What about the siege and double team of a Templar hero? Boom. 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 The attack method of the temple monk is really ordinary, just a crazy bombardment of light eggs with light magic power. But although this kind of attack is ordinary, it is really simple and crude. Simply effective. Under the indiscriminate bombardment of this almost infinite amount of light, the ice and snow flowed through the veins and stung the pain. No. This can't happen anymore. His expression changed for a while, and then he suddenly tore a piece of stuff around his waist into pieces, with a bang. Suddenly, a surging shock wave of ice magic power swept through 300 in an instant. Click, 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 click. The ground froze quickly, and Granning's son also had a strange, seemingly more powerful level of power. Is this the power of the sanctuary? Lemon frowned slightly as he stared at the changes in the other party, and his face was a little ugly. He really didn't expect that the other party actually had such a trump card, but he knew. If possible, it's best. Or better. You can't let the other person go. Otherwise, there might still be some big trouble. Thinking of this, he spoke again, coldly saying, "Take action and kill him with all your strength, no matter what. Don't let him get away. Call out, call out, call out." As soon as he said this, the 44 Templar Crusaders all rushed over. At the same time, Gigas and the other temple monk also began to work together. One person is responsible for containing the other party, and the other is responsible for chanting magic. It only takes less than a minute. A terrifying and astonishing cloud of light magic power had already appeared in the sky. What's even scarier? Next, boom. In the clear sky, dull sounds suddenly sounded. Everyone seemed to be trembling all over, and they were numb, as if they were paralyzed. This is thunder. Granning's pupils shrank and his face changed greatly, because he had realized that the other party actually planned to use super magic to deal with him. Generally speaking, in a one-on-one fight, he was not afraid of any magician of the same level. But he didn't dare to resist any level of magic. Because this is common sense. Magic, this thing is best not to resist. Otherwise. He doesn't know how he died, but now, he has no way to escape. Boom, in an instant, huge suffocation and fear finally filled his heart. He couldn't help but beg for mercy and threaten. "Please let me go, I am the holy son of the Ice and Snow God sect. Killing me will do you no good at all. And I still have the power of the Ice and Snow God's curse seal on my body. As long as I die, you will all be locked." As soon as he said this, Raymond was stunned for a moment. Curse seal. Seeing Raymond hesitate for a moment, Granning was immediately overjoyed and said quickly, "That's right. This is the special magic of our Ice and Snow God sect. Once it's locked, it's there forever. Even if a powerful man from the Holy Realm takes action himself, he cannot dispel it." After a pause, he said quickly, "In fact, there is not much hatred between us, we don't even know each other." "Yes, we don't know each other, but why do you still want to kill us?" Lemon sneered and mocked. "If we weren't strong enough, he should be dead now, right?" As he spoke, Raymond also glanced at the group of bloodthirsty magic pattern bats that were wandering not far away and dispersed without leaving. "Do you think these beasts are smart?" "They are indeed smart, knowing their strength. They were very strong, so they didn't continue to chase them. But you want to say that they are stupid? It is true. Now that you know that they are very strong, why don't they leave? They are still lingering around here. What are you doing here? Still want to find an opportunity to cause trouble for them?" Thinking of this, Raymond simply waved his hand. "Gigas, do it." "Don't want." Glanning's pupils shrank. His face changed drastically. He was completely panicked. "Yes," Gigas nodded, and then unleashed the power of his ultimate magical power without hesitation. Thunder of light, Elrath thunderstorm, rumble. A loud sound erupted, deafening, in an instant. Huge thunderbolts as thick as buckets pierced the sky, tearing the heaven and earth apart in an instant. Then they fell hard on the holy son of Grannon, and he was among the nearby bloodthirsty magic pattern bats, and then, boom, boom, boom. Dozens of huge thunderbolts gathered together to form thunder falls. It fell directly, with a crackling sound, and it kept falling like rain. In just a few seconds, a clean and hollow area with a radius of several hundred meters was created. Everything inside was gone, everything was destroyed in an instant. When seeing this scene, even if it was Raymond, he was only mentally prepared, but he still felt a little emotional, and the corners of his mouth twitched. A true Templar hero, it is indeed a super magic, it is really powerful. Buzz! However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. In the area where the holy son of Grannon was smashed into ashes by the thunder of light, there was a sudden flash of light, and a strong magical power like a holy realm erupted. Then, a magic pattern with big snow blue eyes appeared in the sky, sparkling and very strange. Then there was a buzz. The magic pattern flashed, and it shot out countless numbers like a big explosion. A ray of light fell on Raymond and the others in an instant. Although these rays of light did not harm them at all. Raymond's face became serious because he could feel that this thing seemed to have entered his body. Even taking root in his body? It's actually true? It seems to be a bit troublesome, he murmured, but at this moment, Gigas suddenly raised his hand and burst out a burst of magic power. The holy light shines and purifies, with a buzzing sound, The dazzling light magic power was released, and it actually completely dispelled the magic power seals in their bodies. Raymond was stunned for a moment. Gigas, can you solve this thing, Lord? This is just a very common magic mark. It is very common in our temple castle. It just needs to be purified casually, Gigas said softly. Raymond was stunned again, and then he suddenly realized, to read exciting novels, go to Philu Novel Network? Yes, when it comes to religious sects, they are the real veterans of the temple castle, ancestor. Whether it's the aloof creation god, the dragon of light, Elrath, or the supreme faith of those temple castles, the angel clan. They all seem to be dedicated to playing this, so this so-called magic power mark is probably nothing to them. Thinking of this, he was also happy, because isn't this good? In this way, wouldn't he be much less worried about killing people and stealing goods from now on? Lord, those bloodthirsty demon pattern bats seem to be unwilling to leave. Then, Giga's voice came. Upon hearing this, Raymond also sneered a little. Isn't this just right? Go ahead and get rid of them, these bloodthirsty magic pattern bats, although they are not super. But there are also a lot of super. This is definitely a good meal for him. So, since those idiots don't want to leave, that's just right. Let's all stay. Then they went to kill the bloodthirsty demon pattern bats again. At the same time, the aftermath of this incident had just begun. In the royal city of the Snowland Kingdom, at the headquarters of the Ice and Snow God cult, an old man whose whole body was filled with the fluctuations of a strong man from the Holy Realm suddenly trembled, and then his face became full of uncertainty, and he even opened his eyes incredulously. Granning is dead, and even the ice and snow divine patterns on his body have lost their effect? Who did this? Could it be that the powerful demigod took action himself? Or the people from the Holy Sea of Light? Or should I say, elf? Dragon clan? Damn it, his face changed for a while, and his mood was complicated, and then, boom, boom, boom. Suddenly someone knocked on the door and came in, lowering his head and saying, Archbishop Saccharum, something happened. Holy Son Grandin and Bishop Alan Fogo are both dead. Their life breath was completely extinguished just now, I know. Archbishop Saccharum nodded and said with a gloomy expression. Where have we been? You know, it's like going to the Sunset Mountains. But I don't know exactly why. The man lowered his head and asked Zero, Archbishop Saccharum, what should we do next? Archbishop Saccharum remained silent, but finally his face darkened and he said coldly. Go notify the Kingdom of Snowland and ask their people to help us check it out. The Sunset Mountains are too far away from us. It's impossible for me to go there and investigate in person, right? Isn't that guy Qwarden's territory over there? Go, find someone to tell him, and ask him to help me investigate this matter in person. Forget it, I'll inform him personally. He shook his head, got up and left here. A few hours later, somewhere in the northern area of the Sunset Mountains, Raymond and the others had finished hunting the bloodthirsty magic patterned bats. Have the rest of them escaped? Dear Lord, I'm sorry for letting them all run away. Gigas nodded, then shook his head and said, however, most of the top-level and top-level bloodthirsty demon bat kings have been killed by us. That's it. Raymond nodded and said with a smile. Go dig out their magic cores and bring them all over. Also, go to the place where the two guys died and search again to see if there is anything you missed. After all, they are two super strong men. It shouldn't be like there's nothing at all, right? Yes, Lord, I will do it immediately. Gigas nodded, turned around and left, and then more than 10 minutes later, they all came back again. Lord, where the two people died, I only found this space ring. Keith took out a space ring that was obviously a high-end product. He handed it to Raymond, who took a look at it, and then took it immediately. He wanted to open it and take a look. But the next second Buddy was stunned for a moment because he found that he couldn't seem to open this space ring. What's going on, Lord? This should be a ring with a master dimension that has been recognized as its master. If this is the case, you need to unlock the attribute imprint on it before you can use it again. Gigas explains how to do. Can you do it, Gigas? Raymond looked at him and asked Lord, I'm not sure. I can only try it first. And if it fails, I don't know if there is a self-destruction setting in this space ring. If so, you might want to. Gigas said. Never mind, as long as it works, forget it if it doesn't, it's just picked up anyway, you can do whatever you want. Raymond threw the space ring directly to Gigas, then turned around and looked at the other Templar Crusaders. Have you collected all the magic cores, Lord? We have found a total of 5 super magic cores and 22 super magic cores. They are all here. Barren and several Templar Crusaders came over with a bunch of magic cores in their arms. Please take a look. So much? Raymond was also a little surprised. 5 levels, 22 levels. This is almost half of what they had gained in this journey before. 2.6. Are there actually so many? Such good luck? He quickly looked at it carefully, a few glances, that many indeed. Then a laugh. Great, let's recruit directly. Next, he couldn't wait to recruit all those Templar Crusaders with super magic cores. Suddenly the Templar Crusaders. This also made his current Templar Crusaders' strength officially close to the 50 mark. Only just one short. It will reach 50. Sure enough, I still have to go out for a walk. This speed is really fast, Raymond murmured, with a smile on his face. Although he didn't know how strong the combat effectiveness of these 49 Templar Crusaders was. But it could kill several levels, even half a step of the Holy Realm. Then there is absolutely no problem at all. It is absolutely easy to pinch with your hands. So their next focus is still the super magic core. As long as he can get a few more super magic cores, let him recruit a few more saints. Tang monk. Not to mention the level, even if the strong men from the Holy Domain come, they will still kill him. Absolutely, Lord, it's done. Just as these thoughts were running through Raymond's mind, good news suddenly came to his ears. Giga seemed to have succeeded. Let's talk about updates. I was able to update regularly because I had saved manuscripts. But now the manuscripts are gone and I can only write now every day. My current update volume is 3 chapters a day, and one chapter has more than 4,000 words, which is close to 14,000. It takes 8 or 9 hours to write. So the next update time may be a little irregular. Sorry, I can only post it after I finish writing it. In addition, I have to go to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow and I don't have time in the morning. The update may be in the afternoon or later in the evening. Let me know in advance. Please take a break. Thank you for the reward, and thank you for the data. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109. Is it ready? As expected of you, Gigas, you are so awesome. As he spoke, Raymond stretched out his hand. Show me what's here. Yes, my lord. Gigas quickly handed the space ring to Raymond's hand and added at the same time, Lord, this space ring is a good thing. It has a lot of space. And it has a lot of space, and what? Before he finished speaking, Raymond asked curiously, and there is a treasure in this space ring. Lord, you will know it when you take a look, Gigas said. Treasure? What treasure? Let me see. Raymond was stunned for a moment, and then he immediately opened the space ring in his heart with great interest. Then, he was stunned again, but immediately after that, his face was full of surprise, and his expression became subtle. This space ring. This space ring is really big. This should be 100 meters by 100 meters, right? He has also come into contact with space rings before, but the space size of those space rings can be said to be very average. They are all very small. Only 1 or 2 meters by 1 or 2 meters, or at most 5 meters by 5 meters. He has never seen anything bigger than this, but what about now? The size of the space ring in his hand has actually doubled 20 times. It has reached an extremely astonishing meter. That is, 10,000 square meters. Meter, what is this concept? It is equivalent to a huge football field. A huge large warehouse. This is definitely an amazing concept, and he also feels now that there are several things in this space ring that are very eye-catching. It can be said that it has a strong sense of presence. So he waved his hand and took out many things directly from the space ring. A huge golden mountain of purple gold coins. 5 different and astonishingly huge monster corpses. A broken stone slab, a lot of miscellaneous weapons and equipment, etc., but it was just the first glance. Raymond's attention was already firmly attracted by the broken stone slab without any surprise. Living, this thing seems to be. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but when the words came to his lips, he didn't know how to describe them. Lord, there is a level of power on this stone slab, Gigas quickly added. Order? Raymond was stunned for a moment, then immediately narrowed his eyes and nodded. That's right. This should be a level, or, God level. Gigas and the others are equal to the first-class ordinary troops in this world. If they are the first-class enhanced troops, they are equivalent to the Holy Realm. So what if they are the first-class troops? That is above the Holy Realm. But above the Holy Realm there are what is it? If nothing else, it should be the existence of the so-called gods in this world, right? There is actually a divine aura on it. Incredulously, Raymond picked up the incomplete stone slab and looked at it carefully, his face full of sighs and curiosity. But he still didn't see the reason in the end, so he simply asked for help from professionals, quickly looked at Gigas and asked Gigas, "What do you think this slate is? Do you know what this thing is used for?" Gigas thought for a while and replied, "Lord, I think this thing is a key." Key? Raymond was stunned for a moment. "Maybe, because I can analyze the power composition on this stone slab, which is somewhat similar to the shape of a key, but I can't be sure, because after all, the things in this world are still somewhat different from the world of our hero Eshin." "Sorry, dear Lord, I'm sorry, I'm incompetent," Gigas whispered. "Don't say that about Gigas, you know a lot more than me." Raymond smiled and shook his head, and then simply threw the almost incomplete slate back into the space ring. "If you can't figure it out, forget it. It doesn't matter if you put it aside for now. Then there are these monster corpses." Then his eyes looked towards the huge monster corpse in front of him. "There are 5 of these monster corpses in total, one of which is level 1, and one of which is level 4, and they all seem to belong to the same ethnic group. They are all fire types with similar body shapes and appearances. A powerful monster with a lion-like appearance. Lord, this seems to be the fire dance flame dragon lion in the Sunset Mountains." At this moment, Gigas suddenly said. Raymond was stunned for a moment and looked at Gigas in surprise. "No, Gigas, how come you even know this, dear Lord? During the past few days when I was exchanging magic with my great magister Diffie, I also asked her for some advice on the Sunset Mountains, so I now know some things about the Sunset Mountains," Gigas explained. Upon hearing this, Raymond was silent for a moment, and then he loudly said with appreciation, "You did great, Gigas. Thank you. This is what I should do, Lord. Let's continue talking. What's going on with this fire-dancing dragon and lion? You just said that they come from the inner mountains of the Sunset Mountains." "That's right," Gigas nodded and said with twinkling eyes. "In the mountains of the Sunset Mountains, there are some relatively powerful groups of monsters living, including the fire dance flame dragon lion. The ordinary fire dance flame dragon lion is a super monster, and the more powerful ones can grow to super level. If he is the king of their ethnic group, it is possible that he can become a super. Moreover, these fire dance flame dragon lions all have the blood of dragons and are all sub-dragon monsters, so whether it is the strength of their group or their individual strength, they are relatively powerful." After a pause, he said with twinkling eyes again, "It seems that these monster corpses should have been brought out from the inner mountains of the Sunset Mountains by the 2 people before. I just wonder if this stone slab has anything to do with the inner mountains of the Sunset Mountains." Raymond thought for a moment, then shook his head. At the same time, he stepped forward and walked straight to the 5 fire dance flame dragon and lion corpses. He cut them into pieces. In a short time, 5 pieces of glittering pieces appeared. The glowing magic core had already appeared in front of him, and more importantly, it even contained a super magic core. "I didn't expect that I could pick up a super magic core for free. I'm really lucky," Raymond murmured, a little excited. For him, the temple monks recruited by the super magic core are the ceiling of his current combat power, not to mention that they were picked up for free. Completely, it was all pie in the sky, which naturally made him more happy. Then he recruited all these magic cores without hesitation. In this way, his current strength was directly reached. A new level. That is the Templar monks, the Templar Crusaders. Comfortable, sure enough. The daily life of hanging on the wall is so simple and unpretentious. Others always get less and less as they fight, but with him it's all the other way around. Is it okay to hit more and more, to read exciting novels? Go to Philo Novel Network, everyone, please help me count these other things. Keep the ones that are useful, and throw away the ones that you don't have. And give me all those magic cores in your body. Now I have something to pack. With a space ring of 10,000 square meters in hand, of course you can speak with confidence. If you can just install hundreds or thousands of magic cores in this 10,000 square meters of space, there will definitely be no problem at all. No. Thinking of this, Raymond suddenly felt a little painful. because they had thrown away a lot of low-level magic cores before. Thinking about it now, it is really a pity. But it doesn't matter, then you can install whatever you want. Not long after, the finishing work was completed. They got a complete set of super armor weapons and multiple purple gold coins. There are also some miscellaneous little things of great value. I have to say that the owner of this space ring is indeed rich. It's really rich. Just for these mountains of purple gold coins, the market price is definitely at, or even above, gold coins. What's more, the focus is on the complete set of super weapons and armor. This is a set of equipment. These include helmets, armor, protective gear for hands and feet, weapons, and more. A total of 7 or 8 parts. How much is this thing worth? He didn't know, but he felt it was definitely going to 9 figures. And it should definitely not be as simple as 1 or 200 million gold coins. This kind of set of weapons and armor, which can greatly increase the power of the powerful, is definitely an astronomical price. In other words, he seems to have really made a lot of money this time. Very good. Lemon's eyes became sharp. At the same time, he also became very motivated. Then the next step is the other level of monsters. Try not to leave any of them. Let them handle it all in one pot. Let's go, everyone, follow me. He waved his hand and left here directly. At the same time, the kingdom of Snowland, the province of Awakens, and the Saints' territory, Awakens City. The holy son of ice and snow god actually died. An old man with a violent aura all over his body murmured to himself. If anyone knew him, they would definitely scream. Because of him. This white-haired old man is the legendary strong man in the Holy Realm. At the same time, he is also one of the 2 major saints in the Snowland Kingdom. Saint Kevin. Just now, he received personal contact from Archbishop Saccharum of the Ice and Snow Cult, asking him to go to the Sunset Mountains. Investigate granting the cause of death of the Holy Sun and Bishop Alan Fogo. Although he doesn't care much about this kind of thing, and he is too lazy to investigate it personally, but Archbishop Sacharum's face, he can't know. So he can only choose to accept it. Forget it, if that's the case, then let's go and see for ourselves. It just so happens that the beasts in the Sunset Mountains have been moving a bit abnormally recently, so we might as well go investigate together, St. Kevin murmured, then got up and left here. In the inner mountains of the Sunset Mountains, there was a magma-like river all over the place. In a cave deep in the huge crater, a red dragon with a red body suddenly descended into it, and then entered the cave, shouted loudly, "Lord James is in trouble. The fire dance flame dragon Lion King is dead. His lair was destroyed, and his body and slate key are gone." "What did you say? What if the slate is gone?" Roar. A huge roar and roar appeared, and a huge red dragon appeared in the cave. And this guy was nearly 100 meters in size, at least 567. His dragon wings were so huge that they covered the sky and the sun, and his whole body was burning. The raging flames are horrifying. What's even more terrifying is that this guy's body is actually filled with the extremely violent aura of the Holy Domain's pressure. It is conceivable that this is actually a Holy Domain warcraft. A Holy Domain warcraft, Red Dragon. Waste, what a bunch of rubbish. Who did later? I want to tear it apart. The stone slab is our key to entering the temple, but it's gone. Waste. What a waste, he roared angrily, looking crazy, like a rampaging beast. It felt very oppressive. It was extremely terrifying. Lord James, it seems someone from the Ice and Snow God cult did it. In the ruins of the Fire Dance Dragon Lion King's lair, I felt a very strong aura of the divine power of ice and snow. This should be the power of those lunatics from the Ice and Snow God cult, Red Dragon Ladier said quickly. Ice and Snow God cult? The huge eyes of the Red Dragon James stared. Then a terrifying evil spirit and murderous intention emerged. The slate must be snatched back from me, Ladier. Go and inform everyone now. Tell them all to get over here. I want to start a war. Yes, Lord James. A few days later, in the northern area of the Sunset Mountains, in the ancient forest, towering trees towered into the sky. The majestic and dense branches and leaves spread out, giving a feeling of blocking out the sky and the sun, and the sense of oppression is huge. But at this time, in this huge forest that was so vast that it seemed to have no boundaries, there were already many sounds of powerful power erupting. And a scream that sounded like a huge monster. This is because right here, Raymond and his Templar Castle army are besieging this big guy. That is a huge lion monster. He has surging huge wings on his body, and the wings are flashing with amazing particles of wind magic power, showing a dazzling cyan color. At the same time, a brilliant silver light appeared on his body, filled with extremely shocking and violent power. His tail is like a crocodile's tail, covered with extremely sharp silver barbs. Very huge. During the swing, even the air was torn apart, making a sharp sound of breaking wind. What's this? This is a double-winged silver-ringed lion. Super monster. One of the 4 overlords in the northern region of the Sunset Mountains, and also the first target of Raymond and the others. However, even though he is said to be an overlord, this guy is simply not strong enough to face 3 Templar monks and more than 50 Templar crusaders at the same time. So of course his ending was already determined in advance. Chapter 110. Boom. 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 In just a few minutes, this extremely powerful super monster, the double-winged silver-ringed lion, had completely collapsed. Covered in blood, he fell to the ground suddenly, and the earth trembled at this moment. It's over, Gigas said quietly, and then looked at Raymond, who was not far away. Lord, the next target should be about 2 or 3 days away to the east. Do you want to go there directly? Raymond jumped down from a big tree in the sky, then walked to the body of the 2-winged silver-ringed lion. The corpse searched and found the opponent's magic core. And then, of course, there are the Templar monks. Alright, Raymond clapped his hands, and then put away the body of the 2-winged silver-ringed lion, with a big wave of his hand. Let's go, keep going. In the next few days, Raymond and the others were killed extremely smoothly and easily. The second super monster, the Blood Demon Skeleton King. The 3rd level monster, Golden Wind Dragon Crocodile. And their tribe. And this also allowed him to harvest super magic cores, super magic beasts, super magic cores, super magic beasts. It was a lot of money. Let's have a great harvest. We immediately recruited those Super Demon Core Templar monks and Super Demon Core Templar Crusaders. In this way, Raymond and his current troops have successfully reached the Templar monks and Templar Crusaders. How do you say this? It can only be said that it is 100 million points stronger, and in addition to these, there are others that he has collected in the Space Ring, but has not yet been recruited and monetized. Super Magic Core, Super Magic Core, Super Magic Core. It is no exaggeration to say that this is also an amazing number. The feeling of becoming a powerful explosive soldier is really great. Haha, Raymond laughed twice, then looked at Gigas energetically and asked, Gigas, where's the last guy? Let's go straight there, Lord. The last target should be northwest of our current location. Gigas glanced at the north and said with twinkling eyes. But it seems to be a little close to the outskirts of the northern area of the Sunset Mountain Range. Once there, if you go a little further north, it will be the territory of the Kingdom of Salanger. If we go there like this now, someone will probably find us. Just discover it. What's the point? Raymond smiled and said confidently, let's go. With our current strength, we no longer have to worry about these things. Not to mention that no one dares to mess with us. Even if there is, just kill them. Not a big problem. Yes, Lord. Then they left here and headed north. A few days later, Raymond and the others have arrived at the northern border of the northern district of the Sunset Mountains. Here, if they go further north, they will reach a safer and weaker peripheral area, so the flow of people here is indeed there are much more than those in the Sunset Mountains. Along the way, Raymond and the others also encountered many waves of people. However, when the other party saw their battle, let alone getting close to them, they were a little scared to death even from a distance. After all, this was enough. Among the 60 and 60 Templar Crusaders, no one will be confused and no one will be frightened. Therefore, although they encountered a lot of people along the way, no one came to disturb them, which saved them some peace and quiet. After probably walking for a few more hours, Raymond and the others finally started to speed up. Slow it down. Because in front of that, the huge forest in the Sunset Mountains in front of you has begun to appear false. A huge and towering mountain range stood before their eyes, and the world above that towering mountain range was their destination. Lord, this should be it. In the northern area of the Sunset Mountains, the last super monster. This seems to be a flying monster named Purple Fire Thunder Dragon Eagle. Gigas said Purple Fire Thunder Dragon Eagle? Another sub-dragon monster. Raymond was stunned for a moment and said in surprise. How did he feel that he had stabbed a dragon-blooded creature, a sub-dragon monster's nest? The Fire Dance Flame Dragon Lion was like this before, and then the Golden Wind Dragon Crocodile was like this, And now this purple fire thunder dragon eagle is still like this. How many levels does he have to kill in total? Only 4. There is actually half a chance of killing them? It's really an exaggeration. Lord, that's right. This is also a sub-dragon monster, Gigas nodded and said with twinkling eyes. And the strength of these purple fire thunder dragon eagles is stronger than those previous monsters. Because the strength of these purple fire thunder dragon eagles is not bad, it seems that there are 9 super purple fire thunder dragon eagles alone. Plus that top level purple fire thunder dragon eagle king. That's 10. Such strength is indeed not bad. As soon as he said this, Raymond immediately laughed. Level 9 purple fire thunder dragon eagle? Isn't that just right? This is a good thing for us, Gigas. Let's go and see it directly. As soon as he finished speaking, he flashed and flew towards the huge and towering mountain range. Upon seeing this scene, the other Templar monks and Templar crusaders immediately followed. But their appearance made many people nearby change their expressions and they were shocked. Hey, have you seen it? Who were those people before? Why do I feel like they are all superior, but how can this be? There are so many of them, what? Do you also feel that they are all super strong? Hiss. I thought it was my imagination. No way, those guys before were all top class? There are dozens of them, right, more than. Those swordsmen are indeed dressed as top-notch, but those monks are dressed as top-notch, class, are you crazy? There were 6 of those people dressed as monks. All 6 are super strong? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible, haha, is it impossible? Although I don't think it's possible. But this is reality. Do you want to see who I am? Who are you? How do I know you are? Wait, you are the Saint of Qarden. The crowd erupted into an uproar like an earthquake. In a split second, swipe, swipe, swipe. Countless eyes were looking straight at that terrifying and astonishing figure in the sky. It is no exaggeration to say that most of the people who are able to hang out in the northern border of the Sunset Mountain Range are from the Snaland Kingdom people. And most of the people in the Snaland Kingdom know 2 people. That is the only 2 strong men from the Holy Realm in the Zulan Kingdom. Saint Kevidin. And the strongest one. Joseph Lutheran Saint. At this moment, Saint Kevidin is still staring at the direction where Raymond and the others left, his eyes flickering, thoughtful, silent. Level 6? No, it should be 7. The figure of Raymond appeared in Saint Kevidin's mind. As a strong man in the Holy Domain, he could certainly detect that Raymond was definitely a super guy. And it's still an extremely powerful level. In other words, what kind of lineup is this? 60 levels, 7 levels of lineup. Where did this monster army come from? Why did it appear in their Snaland Kingdom? No, I have to follow up and take a look. What do they want to do? Saint Kevidin murmured, and then he flashed and flew towards the mountain where the purple fire thunder dragon eagles were entrenched. Lord, that person just now seemed to be sacred. At the same time, Gigas said to Raymond with a solemn expression. Obviously, for Saint Kevidin, who did almost nothing to hide, they were aware of the other party's existence immediately, but the other party did not do anything. Of course there is no need for them to do anything. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Filu Novel Network. At this time, the best solution is to pass by and pretend that you didn't know you were hit. The best. But no matter what, he is indeed a genuine strong man from the Holy Realm. So not only Gigas has a solemn expression, but at this moment, Raymond also has a solemn expression. A strong man from the Holy Realm, he murmured, and then asked again Gigas, what do you think of his strength, Lord? I feel that his strength is just an ordinary early stage saint. Gigas said softly. Early days of the sanctuary. What is that? Raymond said in surprise. Lord, this is the hierarchy of the powerful saints in this world, Gigas explained carefully and said. It seems that the powerful saints in this world are divided into early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage. At the same time, the most powerful man in the Holy Realm is also known as the false god. There is also the level above the Holy Realm, which is called the demigod realm. And this so-called demigod should be the level corresponding to the world of our hero Ashen. After a pause, he added thoughtfully, Lord, in fact, I feel that other levels, etc., should also have divisions similar to the peaks of the early, middle, and late stages. Or in other words, the gap in strength, it's just that it was not mentioned separately, probably. Raymond also nodded, and then asked again, Gigas, if we calculate according to this division, what level is your strength? Super peak, my strength should be a little more powerful than the super peak in this world, Gigas said without hesitation. Real, Raymond's eyes lit up and he asked quickly. What if it is a hero of other levels? Can they be as powerful as you? Should be. Gigas nodded again and explained. If you can become a unit hero, unless you have racial restraint or attribute restraint, the strength of most unit heroes at the same level is actually very different, not too different, so I think other levels of military heroes should be like this too. When he said this, he paused for a moment, and then suddenly changed the subject. Lord, if the powerful saints in this world, or those in the early stages of the saints, are only at this level, then I feel that our previous worries seem a bit unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Raymond was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up and he laughed. Gigas, it seems you are very confident, not so, Lord. I have confidence in your strength, Gigas shook his head. For me, yes, Gigas nodded and said with twinkling eyes. Lord, please don't forget that you are both a magician and a martial artist, and you are also blessed by the magical power of the Book of Him in Light. So you should be much stronger than me. In other words, even if your current strength is not as good as the early stage of Sanctuary, the gap should not be big. If this is the case, as long as we can resist his attack, there is actually very little danger to us. Hearing this, Luo Meng's eyes lit up a little. Because it seems to be the case. Strictly speaking, his strength is indeed a little stronger than Gigas, and he feels the same way. In other words, Gigas' strength is greater than the super peak, and his strength is greater than Gigas. Isn't this a high level? 2 levels. In this case, it is possible that his current strength is not much weaker than that of the early saint realm. And this is just him. What if Gigas is added to it? What if we add the other Templar monks, Wang and Yuos, and the Templar Crusaders? Would this kill him? Thinking of this, Raymond suddenly laughed. If that's the case, that would be easy. If there is a chance, well, you can play with him, Raymond murmured, and then continued to rush towards the top of the towering mountains. After a short time, their destination arrived. From a distance, it looked like a sea of flying monsters. Many huge, ferocious eagle-like monsters were flying and playing in the sky, and even fighting with each other. Here, it was almost a country of flying monsters. At the same time, Raymond began to lock his sights, reaching the depths of the clouds above the peak, where the line of sight was no longer within reach. Several very powerful power fluctuations of levels, or even levels, could be clearly heard. It looks like this is it, then go ahead and do it, Li Meng said softly, and then he flashed and rushed directly towards the depths of the clouds above the peak. But at this moment, large swaths of flying monsters were already heading towards them without hesitation. Coming from a swooping attack. Howl! 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 Boom! The sword of holy light shines, ruling. At the same time, Barren and the Templar Crusaders were the first to rush forward. Powerful fighting energy gathered behind them like a storm. Then it came like a tsunami, and in an instant, dozens of sword lights formed, smashed all the enemies in front of him. Almost in an instant, hundreds of flying monsters of different sizes and different levels of strength became victims. They all lost their temper on the spot. But this was just the beginning. Chapter 111. Get out of here, boom. Barren roared. The giant sword in his hand sparkled crazily, forming an explosive burst of light magic power. At the same time, an illusion of an angel appeared behind him, and then he slashed out with one sword. Boom! With one blow, the top of the huge mountain range collapsed and turned into countless stones. These stones and this power even formed a more powerful shock wave, engulfing the flying monsters behind. Boom! 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 Long! But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, several extremely powerful and huge monsters suddenly fluttered their wings and flew high. Killed from above the cloud, call out, call out, call out. Those are huge giant eagles. It stretches out its eagle wings that can cover mountains, its whole body is dark red, and it is flowing with amazing flames and thunder. But the head position is not that of an eagle, but a ferocious dragon head. That terrifying giant dragon's head made them all look like dragons but not dragons, and look like eagles but not eagles. It looks very scary. Judging from their appearance, it is obvious that they are the ones Gigas mentioned before, one of the most powerful overlords in the northern region of the Sunset Mountains. Flying Warcraft Purple Fire Thunder Dragon Eagle. And it's still top grade. And level. Roar, roar, roar. They all roared, and surging flames and thunder erupted from their bodies. This terrifying and powerful force formed a storm and rumbled down, as if they were going to annihilate Barren and the others. But right now, what's even scarier is that something is coming. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, dozens of magic light eggs rushed over at super speed like teleportation. This is all the work of Gigas. And those purple fire thunder dragon eagles didn't even react, they were directly blasted and killed by concentrated fire on the spot. Boom, 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 boom. Big explosions like mushroom clouds appeared in the sky one after another like a barrage of cannons. In an instant, this terrifying magical power continued to expand and grow. Spread nearly a kilometer. Wherever it passed, all the flying monsters seemed to be hit by cannonballs. In just an instant, hundreds more exploded and fell. At the same time, there was actually only one purple fire thunder dragon eagle left in the sky, and only that level of purple fire thunder dragon eagle king was left. As for the other levels, they have all fallen down now. 973 fell to the ground in pieces. Completely dead. Hiss. After seeing this scene, the Saint Kyoden who came after him, and even the other brave guys, immediately suffocated to death. How is this possible? The surroundings suddenly became silent. They had been shocked by their strength before. Everyone who was shocked. They were all trembling at this time. Their eyes were fixed on Barry with dull eyes. Especially, Gigas and the others were completely frightened to death. These extremely powerful purple fire thunder dragon eagles actually died like this? How is this possible? They are not dreaming, right? But just as they were thinking this, a series of blasts of light magic power light eggs came again, directly destroying the remaining purple fire thunder dragon eagle king. It also exploded. It fell to pieces and fell to the bottom. As soon as this scene happened, everyone was silent, stunned, and couldn't help but swallow. Their lips were trembling. Unable to speak. So simple? Purple fire thunder dragon eagle king, he's also dead? For a long time, those flying monsters in the sky gradually dispersed. Those who disappeared without a trace all ran away. When he saw this scene, Raymond waved his hand and said calmly, "Collect magic cores." Yes, Lord. Barren and the Templar Crusaders quickly began to take action. Before long, a number of level magic cores, etc., had already gathered in front of Raymond. How could he raise his hand and receive the space ring? But just such a scene made St. Kevin, who had been silent in the sky, suddenly stunned for a moment, then his pupils shrank and his eyes narrowed slightly. His eyes were locked on his fingers and sighed, thoughtfully. For a long while, he suddenly said softly, "This is the space ring of the ice and snow god cult." Could it be that they were the ones who killed Alan Foge and the others? Thinking of this, he suddenly became entangled. These people are not easy to mess with at first glance. They are definitely real trouble. Even if a strong man in the holy domain like him sees this, he still has to weigh it, to be honest, whether he can go, and whether he should go. Should he go? Or is it worth going? But Raymond and the others did not give him too much time to think. After a while, after the magic core collection, was completed, Raymond and the others planned to leave here. And in seeing this scene, St. Kyoden blurted out subconsciously, "etc." As soon as these words came out, the whole place was silent. Everyone was silent, and some people stared blankly at the strong man from the holy realm in the sky. St. Kyoden. Their hearts accelerated and trembled. The speed was very fast. No way, what is St. Kyoden planning to do? Something's wrong. At this moment, Raymond also spoke. He raised his head and looked at the powerful saint in the sky, and said lightly. The tone of this sentence directly made St. Kyoden frown. He paused for a moment, because although the other party is indeed very strong, but, to him, this is just a group of super-level people. As a strong man in the holy realm, he actually has this attitude? To be honest, this makes him. He felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, but he still tolerated it a little, looked at Raymond and said calmly, "I am Kyoden from the kingdom of Snelland. Who are you? Why does it appear here? Does it have anything to do with you?" Raymond glanced at him and said calmly, "We can appear wherever we want. This is our freedom, do you understand?" As soon as these words came out, not only the St. Kyoden, but also the other onlookers further away, even they were a little stunned. They were a little incredulous, staring at Raymond incomprehensibly. It seemed that they were incomprehensible. Very surprised. What's going on with this guy? Doesn't he know Lord Kyoden, who is a powerful man in the sanctuary of our kingdom of Snelland? Is he crazy? Someone murmured, as if they couldn't understand Raymond's psychology at all. Raymond and the others are very strong? Yes, there are many of them. That's right, but the question is this useful? It's useless at all. Their powerful strength, so many although the number of people can indeed crush those purple fire thunder dragon eagles. But that's all. If the target is changed to a strong man from the Holy Realm, is there any suspense in this? Not at all. They will definitely die. So what on earth was he thinking? Is he really crazy? At the same time, Saint Nick covered in the sky suddenly laughed. Staring at Raymond, he sneered, "Little one, are you sure you are serious? I can give you a chance now to apologize to me, otherwise, you should understand the consequences, as a result of..." "What are the consequences?" Raymond also smiled, then raised his head, stared at the other person, grinned and said, "Old man, if you want to die, you can just fight without so much nonsense, but I also want to remind you that for some things, you have to pay a price. And the price may be your life. Do you understand?" As soon as these words came out, the whole place was completely silent. The atmosphere in the whole place became even weirder. Because no one expected that Raymond would dare to confront Lord Cuden, and he would actually dare to confront a powerful man from the Holy Domain. Talking like this? Is this really a lunatic with a brain problem? How dare he? In the distance, someone couldn't help but moan. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Filu Novel Network. Such a sound was almost squeezed out of the throat. At the same time, a pair of eyes were also. They were all staring at Raymond with expressions of disbelief and shock. Those pairs of eyes were wide and round, filled with deep fear. In contrast, it was the strong man from the sanctuary. Cuden's expression became calmer and calmer. But even so, at this time, his face was still livid, turning blue and purple. It could be said that he was extremely angry. Although he still recognized the strength of Raymond and the others, but he never thought that the other party's mere level guys could threaten him. Cuden. You know, he is a strong man in the sanctuary. Supreme. Comparable to him a strong man from the Holy Realm who exists like a spirit. How could quantity be an issue in front of him? That's not a problem at all, okay. Because of this, Raymond's attitude and words at this time were really unbearable for him. This caused a blazing fire to rise in his heart. Boom. In an instant, the terrifying power of fighting spirit burst out, and the power of Holy Realm fighting spirit that destroyed the world broke out in Cuden's body. At the same time, his cold and contemptuous and mocking voice. He also rushed out directly. "Very good, little things," he said through gritted teeth. Staring at Raymond, "Little thing, if that's the case, let me see where your confidence lie. Do you want to die? Since you want to die so much, then I will make it happen for you." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, he flashed. He burst into the air and rushed towards Raymond. He didn't even bother to use weapons. He directly raised his fist and dived in front of Raymond in an instant. Aiming at Lame Mang, he hit him on the head. But he was hit hard back by Raymond with the same backhand punch. What? Blocked. Many people in the distance were stunned, with shocked expressions on their faces. Unbelievable. The angry punch of a strong man from the Holy Domain was actually blocked by this kid? How is this possible? Isn't he also a strong man in the Holy Realm? Someone said suddenly, which caused a shock and commotion among countless people. Holy, a strong man from the Holy Realm? Is he also a strong man from the Holy Realm? No way. This is impossible. But at the same time, Kivodink also retracted his fist with a change of expression. He stared at Raymond closely. His face was full of uncertainty. "Are you a magician and a martial artist?" As he spoke, even he himself was extremely shocked. A dual practitioner of magic and martial arts? And a super dual practitioner of magic and martial arts. How is this possible? And it is no exaggeration to say, he has never even seen this kind of monster. Never seen it before. And he didn't expect that a magician and martial artist of this level could be so powerful and could withstand Cuden's holy power fist. Could it be said that this magician and martial artist can really fight beyond the next level? But he is a strong man from the Saint Realm. Can a strong man from the Sanctuary Realm be able to fight beyond the level? This should be impossible, right? At the same time, Raymond raised his head and looked at a gloomy face. Cuden, who was uncertain, couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. "I thought that the strong man in the Holy Realm could be so powerful, but after working on it for a long time, it turned out to be this." Yes, he found that he seemed to have overestimated the opponent's strength, or, in other words, underestimated his own current strength. Although it was just a collision of punches, he found that his strength was not weaker than the opponent at all. Even stronger than the other party. This may be because the other party looks down on him, but it is enough to show that his current strength, Raymond, should not be weaker than the other party. When thinking of this, Raymond, he burst out laughing. Haha, since that's the case, that would be fun. Come on, old thing. Let's continue. Boom. After the words fell, this time it was Lei Meng who took the initiative to kill the opponent. In a split second, he drew out the sword of light steel and killed him with one strike. Shingaeo. Angel sword. Boom. The huge sword light shot out, making Nakyuden's pupils shrink. God, angel. But he reacted quickly, turned around suddenly, and took out his weapon from the space ring. A giant spear, and then stabbed forward fiercely. Boom. A huge explosion appeared, and Raymond's sword attack was directly shattered, but at the same time, Raymond had already taken advantage of this opportunity to kill. Fight with him. Boom, boom, boom. In less than a minute, the two of them fought hundreds of times. Especially the aftermath of the battle, as well as the surging fighting spirit and the exchange of magical power. It directly shattered the vast clouds surrounding the radius. A hollow zone was created in the sky. However, the more the beating happened, the more embarrassed and angry Qwarden felt. Because he can now see that Lei Meng, a master of both magic and martial arts, can indeed fight him. But there is still some strength gap with him. It's just that this strength gap is no longer enough for him to crush and kill the opponent. In other words, he lost his biggest advantage in controlling the opponent. There was nothing he could do about this guy, so this made him really uncomfortable and angry. It's also very humiliating and depressing. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. In the following battle, he fought more and more fiercely and became more and more aggressive. In just over 10 minutes, both Qwarden and Raymond suffered some injuries. But it was obvious that Raymond was more serious, but it was just an injury of this level, and it was nothing to the strength of a strong man of their level. So again, Qwarden, a powerful man from the sanctuary, can't really do anything to a mere district-level person? This really made him a little mad. Somewhat over the top. Boy, you're dead. So next, Qwarden shouted angrily. At the same time, his whole body began to explode rapidly. Changes occurred. The terrifying and majestic power of the Holy Realm's fighting spirit erupted like a volcanic eruption. Until then, he seemed to finally want to take action. Deep freeze. Jihad ice gun. Ice dragon kill, rumble. Chapter 112. Boom. The huge explosion was deafening. I saw that the spear in Qwarden's hand actually burst out with powerful frost fighting energy, forming a huge shock wave of the spear, killing Raymond fiercely. At this moment, Raymond's expression also changed slightly, because he could feel that the opponent's attack was very strong. But, he seems to be able to handle it. Raymond narrowed his eyes slightly. At the same time, the fighting spirit and magic power in the body burst out, forming an equally terrifying and astonishing huge vortex of power. At that moment, a powerful, apocalyptic, suffocating pressure appeared directly with him as its axis. Boom. At the same time, a brilliant light also appeared behind him. Radiant angel vision, the holy angel is coming. Judgment, angel sword, boom. He roared. The most powerful force burst out, and he slashed out with a simple and crude sword. Then he actually smashed the opponent's attack head-on. Wah, what? Sage Kevin's pupils shrank. His face changed drastically. Unbelievable, this is impossible. Why, how could this happen? I actually lost, but before he could react, Raymond's attack came, with a loud bang and blood flying all over the sky. Ah, Qwarden wailed in pain. He stared blankly at his left arm. A bloody hole the size of 2 fists was actually punched through. It was particularly glaring. Even if it weren't for the fact that he was a strong man in the sanctuary, this one blow would probably completely crush him into nothingness. At this moment, his expression became shocked and unbelievable. He even became a little jealous and fearful. He was not afraid of the current Raymond, but the problem was, what about in the future? If such a monster steps into the sanctuary, wouldn't that be his end? When he thought of this, he couldn't help but take a deep look at Raymond, then gritted his teeth, and actually rushed forward again, trying to kill Raymond. But at this moment, he was suddenly intercepted by dozens of huge sword lights of more than 10 meters. Boom. Boom. Then, in a split second, the Templar Crusaders, the army, came on the scene. They surrounded him inside and outside, but Nakovadan was still very disdainful of this. You guys are looking for death, go to hell, but at this moment, rumble, rumble. Several terrifying and astonishing light clusters of light magic power suddenly appeared in the sky. Is this super magic? Kyodan was stunned for a moment, and his face became even more ugly. You could even vaguely see a little panic on his face. He is not afraid of the Super Templar Crusaders. He is not afraid of the magic of the Super Templar monks. Don't be afraid. But the problem is that there is more than one of these super magics. In his current situation, he really may not be able to withstand these super magics without getting hurt. In that case, what will happen next? Raymond on the side, are you just ignoring him? How is this possible? At this moment, a large-scale super magic broke out. The holy light shines. The sword of angelic judgment, in an instant. 6 terrifying auras burst out. All the light magic particles in all directions exploded instantly, forming 6 terrifying and huge angel swords in the sky. Buzz! The dazzling daylight was extremely dazzling. In all directions, it was as bright as the sun coming. Horrifying and vast. Next, I saw the magic power of the angel sword crashing down, submerging the Saint Kyodan, whose expression changed greatly. Boom, boom, boom. What's even more terrifying is that when after the big explosion of magical power ended, the state of Kyodan was completely beyond everyone's imagination. Tick-tock-tock. Blood drips down one after another, the mushroom cloud dispersed, and Saint Kyodan was covered in blood. When he appeared there, his whole body was trembling, and his face was filled with incredible horror. Full of panic and fear. Impossible, this is impossible. Aren't these all super magics? Why is there actually the power of the holy domain forbidden curse in it? This is impossible. Obviously, he also suffered from a fixed impression. It is true that he is a strong man in the holy realm, so those ordinary super magics really don't thrill him much. But the question is this really super magic? No. It's super magic. Super magic that contains part of the power of the holy realm. So this moment of negligence directly caused him to suffer severely. He was directly injured, and after seeing this scene, those in the distance, people from the kingdom of Snowland, as well as people from other countries, were stunned. They stared blankly at the scene in front of them. Their faces were dull and doubtful about life. They couldn't imagine. Lord Kyodan, he was actually defeated. And he was actually beaten like this and seriously injured. How is this possible? Phew. At this moment, Kyodan suddenly dodged and ran away. It was obvious that he had realized the danger. If he doesn't run, he will really die. No, he can't die here. Absolutely not. However, Raymond, who had already calculated the time, firmly seized this opportunity. With a cry, in almost an instant, Raymond appeared on the path that Kyodan must take to escape, and then without hesitation, he killed him with all his strength. No, Kyodan's face changed drastically and he tried to dodge. But the speed of this sword was too fast. He couldn't dodge at all. Poof! With a muffled sound, the sword of light seal in Raymond's hand directly pierced Kyodan's chest, and then he swung it violently from it, splitting it into 2. Boom! The terrifying power formed a sword light, shattering Nakovadan's chest and head, and then hit the sky, forming a huge explosion mushroom cloud. At the same time, the mighty Saint Kyodan, one of the 2 patron saint pillars of the kingdom of Snowland, actually died. He was actually killed? Deathly silence. Complete silence. This scene fell into the eyes of everyone present. The scene became completely silent and full of suffocation. After all, who would have thought? A powerful man from the holy domain, he was really dead? How could it be possible? Did I read that correctly? Sir Kyodan is actually dead. It's over. Something big has happened now. It's over. What? How is it possible? Lord Kyodan is a strong man in the holy realm. How could he be killed? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Quick, run away. In an instant, the scene became extremely chaotic. Especially those guys from the Snowland Kingdom, they seemed to be crazy. They were all going crazy. Lord Kyodan, dead. There are only 2 saints in the Snowland Kingdom. The domain expert, Jew, actually really died. This is so hurtful to the people of the Snowland Kingdom. It's really a serious blow. It's really unacceptable. Their faces were full of shock and horror. Suffocated with fear, and then ran away like crazy, not daring to continue watching here. But Raymond in the sky didn't care at all and ignored them. At this moment, Raymond was hanging in the sky, looking at on the ground under his feet, the torn and severed body of the Saint Domain strongman killed, and breathed a long sigh of relief. Huh? Then he laughed with great satisfaction. Ha ha ha. It feels so good, he actually killed a strong man from the Holy Realm without any damage or casualties. This wave is so comfortable. Just this moment, this battle. His confidence and self-confidence are all back. A strong man from the Holy Realm? A strong man from the realm. Now it seems that it's just that, and it's really not as powerful or as broken as he thought. What is this? Suddenly, Raymond seemed to see something floating there, floating in front of him, so he subconsciously reached out and touched it. Result. His eyes suddenly widened. They were huge, and his eyes were filled with extremely strong and huge surprise for a moment. And incredible and unbelievable. Because, at that moment, his system prompted the sound actually rang. Ding. To read exciting novels, go to Philu Novel Network. Recruitment resources have been detected. Do you want to recruit enhanced units and temple sacrifices? Raymond was stunned for a long time, and then he roared loudly and said excitedly, "This riding horse can actually recruit troops? What the hell is this? Is it really fake?" With a bang, he quickly grabbed the thing in his hand and looked carefully. Then he discovered, this seems to be what killed and left behind before, because this thing has the remaining power of the other party on it, and it is also full of surging sacred power. Sanctuary power. Raymond's eyes were full of surprise. He said in surprise and confusion, "What on earth is this, accidental? Or do you mean that every strong person in the Holy Realm has it?" Before this, he only knew that the magic core in the body of Warcraft could be used to recruit troops, but now, there's another thing? In other words, this thing is not the only thing. Lord, this seems to be the heart of the Holy Realm of the strong man in the Holy Realm. At this moment, Giga's voice came hard of the sanctuary. Raymond was stunned for a moment, then quickly turned around and asked him, "Gigas, what is that?" It is said that it is the source of power for all the strong men in the sanctuary. Giga's eyes flickered and said, "Whether it is a saintly warrior with the power of fighting spirit, a saintly warrior with magical power, or a saintly warrior with the power of Warcraft. They are all like this, so this thing is available to every strong person in the Saint Realm." Raymond asked, "If this thing is really the heart of the sanctuary, 0 flowers requested then, it should be." Gigas nodded, "Very good." Ha ha ha. Raymond didn't know how many times he had been so excited and happy today, but it was really like this. For him, this was really great. Before that, he only had one recruiting resource for his temple castle army. That is the magic core in the body of Warcraft. Although he doesn't want to be too greedy, but the Warcraft demonic core alone is still somewhat limited for him. But now, the situation is completely different. Humanity, Warcraft, or every other race. If all the strong men in the sanctuary have the heart of the sanctuary. If this thing is really the heart of the sanctuary. That means that from now on, he has completely escaped the limitations of the Warcraft demonic core. The sources of recruitment resources for his temple and castle army will be greatly expanded. The number of sources has doubled and skyrocketed. What is this concept to him? It's really a super improvement. It's a direct win. So he could no longer hold back the excitement in his heart and waved his hand. Search for the loot. Once you find something, you can leave. Yes, Lord. A few hours later, somewhere in the northern area of the Sunset Mountains. Ding. Recruitment resources have been detected. Do you want to recruit enhanced units and temple sacrifices? Ding. Recruitment resources have been detected. Do you want to recruit ordinary soldiers and temple monks? Ding. Recruitment resources have been detected. Do you want to recruit enhanced units, Templar Crusaders? Recruit. Ding. Host, please note that you have successfully recruited the enhanced unit, the Temple Priest. You have successfully recruited a level 1 ordinary soldier, the Templar Monk. You have successfully recruited an enhanced unit, the Templar Crusaders. Ding. Attention, Host Raymond, congratulations. You have successfully recruited an enhanced unit, the Temple Priest. You have gained 1500 years of fighting spirit and magical power. Your Sword of Light seal has been unsealed for 1 round. You have obtained a magic item, the Holy Light Dragon Slaying Crossbow. You have obtained a divine treasure, Angel Feather. Boom. Also, without any surprise, in just a split second, Raymond's fighting spirit and magical power came into his body. They all soared directly to the sanctuary level. In other words, he is still a magician and a martial artist now. It was actually completely synchronized. Boom. The majestic power suddenly erupted from his body. Those dazzling magical powers and fighting spirit powers have been fused together to form a particle-like existence. It flowed on his skin, making his whole body shine like a real god buzz. Seeing this scene, Raymond also became a little thoughtful. It seems that the fighting spirit, magic and power of this world can be integrated together. Just don't know it's a special case? Or, is this how it should be? Then he quickly shook his head, too lazy to think about it. At the same time, he raised his head and looked at the Holy Temple Crusaders, Holy Temple monks, and the Holy Temple priest who appeared out of thin air in front of him. In the past. From the appearance, the temple priest is similar to the temple monk, but more noble. Full of presence. And the light magic power on him is much more dazzling and powerful. At a glance, it looks like the sunshine. Amazingly powerful. Temple priest Crossan. See greatness. Dear Lord. May the light last forever, and you and the light will always be together, Templar monks. At the same time, they also knelt down and paid homage to Raymond with great solemnity. Come on, everyone, welcome to join us. Nice to meet you all. I am your Lord Raymond. Hello, Raymond said with a smile and asked them all to get up. At the same time, he also felt the strength of the temple priest Crossan, and then came to a conclusion. His strength should be similar to the previous Crossan. They are all in the early stages of the Holy Realm. After all, Crossan is just an ordinary soldier, not a hero like Gigas who is less than 1/10,000th of a soldier. There is a difference animal. This is definitely a matter of course, but it doesn't matter. After all, this is the real combat power of the holy domain. What you get is what you earn. Next, Raymond took a closer look at the other mission rewards. Has the Sword of Light seal been unsealed? But it's just one round of unblocking, which is probably equivalent to unblocking to the level of a strong man in the Holy Realm. There are surprises, but not many. The second thing is the Holy Light Dragon Slaying Crossbow. A level strategic treasure, its specific power is unknown. But judging from the name, it seems that we can see a little clue. This thing seems to have a miraculous effect on dragons. The third thing. Angel Feather, this is the legendary god. The angel's light feathers are missing. Chapter 113. Angel's light feather, Raymond murmured, feeling a little excited and surprised in his heart. Although the introduction to the content of this thing is very brief, he still knows that the fewer the words, the more awesome the thing is. This thing should be a very good treasure. After all, it is the so-called god level. I just don't know if the god level here refers to the semi-god level above the strong men in the Holy Realm? Or does it refer to the super god level of the angel clan? If it is the later, if you are a person, then the value and effectiveness of this thing is really unimaginable. It is definitely a top treasure. But he has no clue now, so forget it. Let's go back. Next, Raymond raised his hand and was about to leave here and return to Greystone City. His original purpose of coming out this time was just to hunt down a few more super-level monsters and get a few more super-level magic cores, so as to recruit more several temple monks, but they didn't expect that the plan could not keep up with the changes, and they actually overfulfilled the task. Even the level strengthened arms that are comparable to the strong men of the sanctuary, the temple monks. They were all sorted out. In this way, of course they weren't already very satisfied, so it was time to go back. Then they quickly left here, but the impact of what happened before had just begun. For Raymond and the others, it was just Crossan who died, and they just killed a strong man from the sanctuary. It was nothing. After all, with their current strength, it was only the early stage of the sanctuary. It was really just that. It's over. With their current strength, they don't have to care at all, but for others, especially those from the kingdom of Snowland, the death of the strong man in the sanctuary, Crossan. It's a huge disaster. It was a huge earthquake with a magnitude of 100. You must know that Saint Crossan is already over 500 years old, and he has been a powerful man in the Holy Realm for a long time. More than 300 years. This is even older than the other powerful saint in their kingdom of Snowland, Kiaubulad. You can imagine what this concept is. Saint Crossan's life lasted for more than 500 years, and he also experienced 3 consecutive kings of the kingdom of Snowland. This makes him no matter his own strength or status. His connections, history, etc. are definitely among the best in the Snowland kingdom. It has even surpassed the contemporary king of the kingdom of Snelland. And now, he died. Such a lofty and powerful Saint Realm expert. He actually died. This is unbelievable. Oh my god, Saint Kevin is actually dead? What's going on? How could this happen? I do not believe. This is definitely fake. It's true, I saw it with my own eyes. Saint Kewardin is dead, and his body has been found. Although it was broken into many pieces, the body of the strong man in the sanctuary can still be easily distinguished. That is indeed the body of Lord Kewardin. He is really dead. It's over, it's over. How could something like this happen? Lord Kewardin is dead, and now we in the kingdom of Snelland have only one strong man from the holy domain left. Our strength has been greatly reduced. Who is the murderer? Who is it? He must be killed to avenge Lord Kewardin. Revenge? Say it with your mouth. The opponent can even kill a strong man from the holy realm. How can you take revenge? What a dream. I heard the murderer was just a young man. How can it be? How is it possible for someone of such talent to kill a strong man from the holy realm? Are you crazy? Of course it's not just him. It is said that the other party has more than 60 levels of powerhouses, 6 levels of powerhouses. And there is also a strong man who advocates super magic and martial arts. That's why Lord Kewardin can be killed. Hiss. This, so much? More than 60 levels, 6 levels, if not? Otherwise, why do you think Lord Kewardin would die? Super dual cultivation of magic and martial arts, is this really possible? Why have I never heard of it? This should be the legendary super genius. It is very difficult to practice both magic and martial arts, but if you can succeed, it will be very, very powerful indeed. Able to fight beyond levels, but Lord Kewardin is dead. Is that all there is to it? Impossible. Many people in the Snelland kingdom rioted because of this incident, causing an uproar. After all, as members of the kingdom of Snelland, what they first want to see is the strength of their country. In this way, they can also benefit from it. And one of the measures of this so-called power and prosperity is strength. He is a strong man from the Holy Realm. The only 2 strong men in the Holy Realm were killed. This was indeed difficult for them to accept, and it was indeed a heavy loss. It may even cause a big chain reaction and damage their interests. Of course, if they are just rioting, then the senior officials of the Snelland kingdom, even the royal family, they are crazy and furious. Waste, waste, waste. What a waste. Ah, boom, boom, boom. A huge sound came from a certain palace in the royal palace of the kingdom of Solanger. Furious cursing, and all those other crackling, crazy smashing things into chaos. And amid the angry scolding, beating and venting, the palace guards inside and outside the palace were so frightened that they all shrank their necks and felt very panicked. Just play the drums. For them, the furious His Majesty the King is of course the most terrifying thing, not to mention that such a big thing happened. Lord Kewardin died. This made them very scared in their hearts, afraid of being implicated. Your Majesty, Father, we must avenge this matter. The death of a strong man from the Holy Land in our country is simply a huge provocation and humiliation to our kingdom of Snelland. No matter who it is, he must pay the price. At this time, a voice came from the palace, full of murderous intent. It was Prince Owens, the second son of the contemporary king of the kingdom of Solanger, Solanger V. But he did not expect that his words would attract his father, Zulin V. Even more violently retorted, cursed, and became furious. Revenge? How to take revenge? Are you going to Owens? You idiot. The other party can kill the strong men in the Holy Realm, idiot. Why did I give birth to you, an idiot? Zulin V was cursing crazily. He was also venting crazily. But in fact, it can be seen that he still maintains understanding, knowing that this matter is very troublesome, and even they may not be able to take revenge. After all, the other party can use the strength that can kill the strong men of the Saint Realm. So we can only let a more powerful sanctuary strong men take revenge. With such a candidate, they have only one person left in the Snelland kingdom. That is Kiaubulud. But the problem is the other party willing to go? What if the other party refuses? More importantly, if the other party cannot defeat the other party and something goes wrong, then it's over. Such a loss is simply unbearable for the Snelland kingdom. So, revenge. He wanted to. But is it possible? It's hard to say. Your Majesty, Lord Gilbert is here. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the palace. This made Zulin V and everyone in the palace immediately shine. Please, Jobrud, come in quickly, Zulinvi said excitedly. Ta 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 ta, footsteps came, and a man over 2 meters tall wearing dazzling purple gold armor walked in with a swagger. He had short black hair and looked like it is very energetic, and its whole body is filled with the majestic power of the Holy Realm, which completely proves its identity. This is a strong man of the Holy Realm. He is also another one of the Snaland Kingdom. The last strong man of the Holy Realm. Joblud. His Majesty, Kiaubulad cupped his hands calmly, and then said indifferently, I know what happened to Kuarden, but I still want to know what's going on. Is he really a top-notch magician and martial artist? Kill him. To read Baoshua novels, go to Filu Novel Network. Although his face was calm, he was a little bullied in his heart, because if others didn't know, he knew it clearly in his heart. He is a magic and martial arts master. Genius, even he has never seen it. And this kind of person is definitely a real super genius. What's more, the other party actually jumped over the level and killed a strong man from the holy domain. If this is the case, revenge? This may be a bit difficult. Joe Bulith, it's all true. These are the witnesses we sent back from the Sunset Mountains at great cost. You can ask them, Zulinvi said with a serious face. At the same time, he pointed at the people kneeling in front of him. There were 5 people in total, all teleported back from the Sunset Mountains. Say it, Joblud looked at them and said solemnly, answered my question, Lord Kiaubulad, it is indeed true. It was indeed a guy with super magic and martial arts skills who killed Lord Kuadan. And he looks very young? One of them said very young? How young is that? Joblud interrupted him. Yes, he should be less than 30 years old. The man hesitated for a moment and stammered. How many? Kiaubulad's pupils shrank and he was shocked. A super demon and martial artist under 30 years old, and he also killed Kuadan. Are you joking around with me? Plop. The man was so frightened that he knelt down and explained again and again, Lord Kiaubulad, it's true. You can ask them, they have all seen it. That man is really young. Definitely not 30, and what? Jobrud asked. And those people look very strange. They were all dressed the same. The top ones were all dressed as swordsmen. The top ones were all dressed as monks. They looked like they belonged to the same legion, the man said tremblingly. Impossible. Where did the super powerful people and the super powerful army come from? Do you think I'm an idiot? Joblud categorically rejected it. His face was gloomy zero. When they saw this scene, those people were also frightened into silence, speechless. Don't dare to speak. Okay, you all go down. At this moment, Zulinvi spoke. He said with a cold face, let's all go. Kiaubulad, you stay, let's talk. As soon as these words came out, everyone else left, including Prince Ovens who was clamoring for revenge. The place suddenly became empty, quiet, but the atmosphere became more and more low and solid. It was very depressing. Jobrud, tell me, what do you think we should do? Want to take revenge? Zulinvi broke the calm and asked in a low tone. Kiaubulad glanced at Zulinvi and shook his head without hesitation. Your Majesty, you should have the answer in your heart. No way. Although I can indeed go, but the risks and costs are too great. If something goes wrong with me, the strength of our Snaland Kingdom will plummet and completely fall into the valley. Zulinvi's face turned blue and purple, but in the end he sighed, and accepted the reality. Hey, I get it. Then he shook his head again and asked, by the way, Kiaubulad, what should we do over there at the Sunset Mountains? It was Kuarden who was responsible for guarding that side before, but now, as he spoke, his face became even darker. Although the Zulan Kingdom had 2 powerful men from the Holy Realm before, but, in fact, we are also very short-staffed. Because while they need to prevent the monsters in the Sunset Mountains, they also need to keep track of all the movements of the Super Empire further north. Just these 2 things have taken away most of their energy and strength, and more importantly, recently, the monsters on the Sunset Mountain range seem to be behaving strangely. But now Kevadan is dead. It's true that misfortunes never come singly. 2.7 is really in big trouble. After hearing this, George Luther was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, forget it, don't worry about things in the north. Next, Biruli and I will go to the Sunset Mountains in person. From now on, we will guard that side. Biluli, the name of his pet mount, but it's worth mentioning. His pet mount is a sacred monster. But, Zulinvi's expression changed, and he was a little confused. Then what if something happens in the north? No solution anymore. Qiaobulud spread his hands and said calmly, "This is all we can do now. If we can take care of this side, we can't take care of that side. And you need to know, Your Majesty. If there really is a big problem in the north, even I can't do anything, so forget it. This is the only way." After a pause, he shook his head again and said, "Your Majesty, if you are really worried about this, then try to win over the ice and snow god cult. After all, Your Majesty, you also know the powerful strength of the ice and snow cult, and Archbishop Sakharam is also a genuine Saint Domain powerhouse. It wouldn't be so bad if you would help us." Zulinvi was stunned for a moment, and then he could only smile bitterly. "Oh well, winning over the ice and snow god cult? Of course. But the problem is, there will definitely be a price to pay for this. Who doesn't know? The ice and snow god cult has a huge appetite. He might even be ignored. This is dangerous, but there is nothing we can do. In this current situation, we can only take one step at a time and wait and see." "Hey." He sighed, speechless. The pressure is doubled. Chapter 114. The Imperial City of the Kingdom of Snowland, branch of the Ice and Snow Cult. Kevin is dead? Archbishop Sakharam was stunned with the fresh and hot information in his hand. He didn't calm down for a long time. Of course he knew that Kevin's death was probably related to the incident and those people he asked the other party to investigate. But the problem is, who is so powerful? A strong man from the Holy Realm was actually killed. Could it be that he is really a big shot that cannot be offended? His brows furrowed for a long time, and then his eyes were fixed on the keywords in the intelligence information. As for the words, his brows were furrowed and his frown deepened. He is a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. Less than 30 years old. More than 60 levels of strong men. 6 levels of strong men. And they are all light-type fighting energy, or magical power? Are they really the people from the Holy Sea of Light? He murmured, his face becoming solemn. There are many sects on the Luoman continent, but the ones that are really powerful and can be named. But there are only a few of them. Their Ice and Snow God sect is one, and the mainland the Holy Sea of Light in the southwest counts as one. The Holy Sea of Light, that is the Church of the Goddess of Light, worships the Goddess of Light. It believes in the magical power of the light system. It is also very powerful. If it is really them, then he only has this matter one choice. Report it. Report it to it and see what the people above it say. Anyway, he can't control it on his own. After thinking about it, he made a decision in his heart. The inner mountains of the Sunset Mountains are still the lair of the Red Dragon James, which is full of magma. The Red Dragon Lady came here again. "Lord James, I have informed everyone to come over, but there are still some problems over there in the north." Red Dragon Lady roared. "What is the problem? The 4-level monsters in the northern area are all dead. And it seems that he was killed by a group of people." "What did you say?" "Roar. Who did it?" "I'm going to kill him." The Red Dragon James was stunned for a moment, and then roared. The angry 03 summoned his wings. He breathed a majestic and hot breath in his mouth, shook and trembled crazily, and the energy in his body was a little violent. "I don't know who did it, I just know it's a group of swordsmen who are good at light power, magicians, and Lord James. Kevin is dead too. It seems that he was also killed by these people," Red Dragon Lady said again. "Then get excited. Go on, Lord James, our chance has come. Kevin is dead. Only Capulet and Beruli are left in the Kingdom of Snowland. Let's go straight out. I'm just afraid that the two of them won't be able to stop us." "Kevin is dead." The Red Dragon James was stunned for a moment, and then actually calmed down, and then stared at the Red Dragon Lady with a settled expression. "Lady, are you sure about this? Is Kewardin really dead?" "Absolutely right. Lord James, he is really dead, and now the news has spread throughout the Snowland Kingdom. There is absolutely no mistake. Lord James, when shall I take action? I can hardly wait," the Red Dragon Lady roared excitedly. But the Red Dragon James did not answer him. Instead, he became silent. After a moment like this, he suddenly fluttered his wings and flew high. While facing the Red Dragon Lady at his feet said, "Lady, you continue to call them all together. Waiting for my news, I will go to the temple." "Temple?" Red Dragon Lady was stunned for a moment, a little confused, but still nodded. "I see. Lord James." A few hours later, deep inside the Sunset Mountains, in a seemingly ordinary temple, there was a statue of a one-eyed dragon king that looked like an evil dragon. The statue of the one-eyed dragon king is extremely ferocious, but its whole body looks a little lifelike. Its scales seem to be like flames, burning. It even feels very hot. Very weird and scary. Under the statue, there is an old man wearing a black robe and a thin face. Sitting here cross-legged. The old man sat there quietly, but the space all over his body was already on fire. I saw the surging flames rising, burning and jumping around him. It looked stunning. It seemed as if anything that came close to him would be torn to pieces in an instant. Scary. Boom. Roar. At this moment, the roar came, and the behemoth appeared here. Looking carefully, it was the red dragon. James, what are you here for? James, the old man said expressionlessly. He didn't even open his eyes. A piece of the slate key was lost. It should have been done by someone from the Ice and Snow cult. Also, Kevin, the strong man of the holy domain of the kingdom of Snowland, is dead. Next, I plan to launch a warcraft riot and attack the kingdom of Snowland. I need you to help me. Awakens, James said coldly. Lost the slate key. The old man opened his eyes, his face darkened. His tone also turned cold. Strangely, its head also began to change, turning into a dragon's head, staring at him, and there was even a line on his forehead. Red marks. Like the third eye, exuding terrifying pressure. According to your request, the slate key will be placed on different powerful monsters for safekeeping every once in a while, but some time ago someone sneaked in, killed our people, and took the slate key away. And there are still traces of the divine power of Ice and Snow on the scene, so it must be right. It was indeed someone from the Ice and Snow god cult who did it, Red Dragon James said coldly. As soon as he said this, the old man Orwick's face froze, and then fell silent. After a long time, he stood up and said hoarsely with cold eyes. It's not just a day or two that those people from the Ice and Snow god sect plotted against our Red Dragon temple. Since this is the case, it must be them, but it's just a plaque key. It doesn't matter if you give it to them, it won't cause any major damage. It's useless if they take it away, but I agree with your decision, James. They must pay for this. Then fight. Summon all the warcraft and launch a warcraft riot. There is a branch of the Ice and Snow cult in the kingdom of Snowland, and there is also an archbishop's sanctuary guard in there. Go, James. Kill him. If necessary, I will personally support you. Red Dragon James listened quietly, then nodded and said, I know. That's it. Orwick's, I'm leaving. Roar. With a low roar, he turned around and flew away from here. At the same time, the old man Awakens sat down quietly again, but he did not close his eyes. Instead, he raised his head and stared at the terrifying one-eyed Dragon King statue's eyes are getting sharper and more ferocious. Ice and Snow god cult, snort. They are really a bunch of ghosts, damn guys. I hope you can learn a lesson this time and restrain yourself, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude, snort. More than 2 months later, Raymond and the others had left the Sunset Mountains and returned to Dick Kingdom. Lord, there seems to be something wrong with the Sunset Mountains. As soon as he walked out of here, Gigas said with a slight frown. Actually, something is not quite right. Raymond also shook his head and said with twinkling eyes, it feels like there have been a lot fewer monsters all of a sudden. They didn't feel it at first when they crossed the Sunset Mountains, but later on, they found that the number of monsters along the way, and even the level of monsters, were reduced. Much weaker. Especially these days, if you want to read Bayosha novels, go to Filu Novel Network, it's even more obvious. Although it was only a peripheral area, they could hardly see any high-level monsters above a few levels here. This problem is obviously very big. If nothing else, there must be something wrong in the Sunset Mountains, and it should be nothing serious, so this strange phenomenon may occur. Is there something we missed? Raymond murmured, then raised his head and glanced at the direction of the Great Mage Taffy's territory. Forget it, go and ask, she should know what's going on, and it's far away from her. It's not far there either. A decision was made. He gave the order with a wave of his hand. Let's go, let's go. 2 or 3 days later, in the magic tower of Grand Magister Duffy, Baron Raymond, you are finally back. If you hadn't come back, I would have thought something would happen to you, the great mage Duffy said excitedly as soon as he came up. Something happened? What happened? Grand Magister Duffy, is there something going on in the kingdom of Zulin? Lemon asked curiously. It could be seen that the other party must have known something. Don't you know, this time it was the turn of the great Magister Duffy to be stunned for a moment, then immediately shook his head and said with a solemn expression, you are so lucky. He actually missed them, but something big happened. Kevin, the strong man of the Holy Land of the Kingdom of Snowland, is dead. This is the first thing. The second thing is that not long ago, for some reason, the army of Warcraft in the Sunset Mountains suddenly came out in full force, and a Warcraft turmoil broke out. Attacked the Kingdom of Snowland. Raymond was stunned for a moment and became surprised. Warcraft is in turmoil. He didn't expect what was going on. No wonder there were suddenly so many fewer monsters in the Sunset Mountains. It turned out to be because they were all recruited to attack the Snowland Kingdom? Don't know why, he asked again. Have no idea. Archmage Daffy shook his head without hesitation, with a subtle expression on his face. There was no sign at all for this incident. It happened completely out of nowhere. And we were shocked at first because we thought they were coming back to attack us too. But I didn't expect it. No, their goal seems to be just the Kingdom of Snowland, and what? And among the army of monsters in the Sunset Mountains, there were actually two extremely terrifying and powerful sacred monster red dragons. Grand Magister Daffy's tone was very serious, and she seemed to be a little scared, but then she smiled bitterly and said, I didn't expect it to be true. There are actually sacred monsters in the Sunset Mountains, and it's actually a powerful legendary creature like the Red Dragon. As a dignified dragon clan, the Red Dragon's combat power must be stronger than that of ordinary holy warriors. You can imagine what this concept is. I'm afraid that the Zulan Kingdom will really suffer a serious blow this time. Although she seems to, you should be happy, but you can't be happy. After all, the Sunset Mountain range is also bordering their Kingdom of Dick. It's okay not to know their true strength, but it's even scarier and more stressful if you know it. Is it really a red dragon? On the other hand, Raymond's face was calm, even a little thoughtful, because he remembered the red dragon in Sorgeli's prison at the beginning, and later the sub-dragon monsters in the Sunset Mountains. It seems that they are all of red dragon blood. Now it seems that this is the key, or even the same blood, right? But he doesn't care anymore, just fight. It has nothing to do with him anyway, and maybe wait for them. Both sides were injured, and it was not bad to let him pick up a bargain of 457. Thinking of this, he stood up and said goodbye. Archmage Daffy, I'm sorry to bother you, I'll leave first. Baron Raymond, are you planning to go back? Grand Magister Daffy asked quickly. He seemed to have something to say. Yes, anything else? Raymond asked. No, that's it. Archmage Daffy struggled for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, Baron Raymond, have you offended the Griffin family, the Dragon Blood family of the Orange Kingdom, before? As soon as he said this, Raymond was stunned for a moment, then his face sank and his eyes flickered. Why do you say that? Grand Magister Daffy, that's it, Baron Raymond. Grand Magister Daffy paused for a moment, as if he was sorting out his words, and then he spoke again. Said slowly. Some time ago, our people received news that Guadas, one of the two most powerful men in the Griffin family, personally took people to your Greystone City. And something seems to have happened. But, didn't you go to the Sunset Mountains before? They didn't find you, so they spread the word. You must go back to see him within a month, otherwise, Archmage Daffy didn't finish what he said, but the meaning was already obvious. The Griffin family, there was a cold light in Raymond's eyes and he sneered. It's interesting. It seems that he regretted it because of what happened before, but you seem to have messed with the wrong person, he murmured in his heart, then nodded and said calmly, Thank you, Grand Mage Daffy, I'll leave first. Thank you for your information, etc. Grand Magister Daffy stopped him and said with a solemn expression, Baron Raymond, although you are very powerful, I don't recommend that you have a conflict with the Griffin family. It's best to endure it. After finishing speaking, she seemed to be afraid that Raymond would not understand, so she quickly added. Explain carefully, Baron Raymond, the Griffin family alone is not bad, and your strength is not inferior to them, but, Griffin family, Hawley family, Easton family, these three major families are all collectively known as the three major Warcraft blood families of the Orange Kingdom. And they always stick together, help each other and stay united. This is very troublesome, and more importantly, the overall strength of the Orange Kingdom is also very strong. Even more powerful than the Kingdom of Snowland, just a strong man from the Holy Realm. There are 4 in the Orange Kingdom. This is twice the strength of the powerful ones in the Holy Land of the Snowland Kingdom. So, if it involves them at that level, things will only get worse, so Baron Raymond, you'd better be more cautious about this matter. Raymond listened silently, and then became a little surprised. Chapter 115. The 4 powerful men from the Holy Realm? If we measure this number at the kingdom level, it is indeed too much. After all, they are both kingdoms, and the Dick Kingdom does not have a single powerful person from the Holy Realm, but what about them? But there are actually 4 of them. You can imagine what this concept is. The gap is really huge. But for Raymond, he wished for this. After all, if there are no enemies at the level of powerful men in the sanctuary, where would the heart of the sanctuary come from? His upgraded unit, the temple priest. Where did it come from? This is all linked together. Thinking of this, he suddenly even felt a little grateful to the Griffin family for turning against each other, because wasn't this simply a matter of creating opportunities for him, and was it good for him? He really is a good person. Thank you for reminding Master Duffy. I understand, then I won't disturb you any more and take my leave. By now, Raymond raised his hand and then left. Upon hearing this, Grand Magister Daffy shook her head and did not stop to dissuade her or say anything more. After all, her reminder was detailed enough. All benevolence and righteousness have been exhausted. That's it. Too much is not enough. What's more important is that now that things in the Sunset Mountains are so dangerous, she is also very worried. A lot of pressure. All my thoughts are on that, so I can't even care about Raymond and the others. In this case, it's better to leave and save trouble. The Principality of Lane, an unknown town to the north of Fido Valley, is now the closest city to Greystone City and a relatively well-preserved city. Moreover, those people from the Griffin family who came all the way from the Orange Kingdom, now they are all settling here to rest and wait, but now, one of them is really confused and depressed, and at the same time hesitant and complicated. That is the level 8 strongman from the Griffin family, Dean. Lord Guadus, do you really have to do this? I really don't understand. Why is this happening? Although the super magic core they want is indeed valuable, it is not expensive, right? Moreover, compared with a dragon's blood veins, these are nothing at all, right? And Mr. Guadus, you know my character. I never tell lies. I really feel that Baron Raymond is not someone to be trifled with. Why don't we just forget it? There is really no need for us to fence such an enemy for no reason. In a room, Dean said this to a majestic super strong man with a tangled face. The other person was none other than the leader of the Griffin family who came here. At the same time, he was also one of the few in the Griffin family. One of the 2 most powerful super powerhouses. Guadus. Dean, do you really think I fell out with them because of those super magic cores? Guadus glanced at him and said lightly, in your eyes, am I so stupid, impulsive and brainless? Dean was stunned for a moment, his expression turned strange, and then he immediately asked Lord Guadus, what is the reason for that? Can't you tell me this? Guadus was silent for a moment, then shook his head and sighed, forget it, since you insist on knowing, then I will tell you. Some time ago, the big thing about the Holy family, you should know, right, Holy family? Dean paused for a moment, then hesitated, Lord Guadus, are you talking about the ancestor of the Holy family, Lord Imhus? Who has successfully broken through to become a strong man in the Holy Realm? That's right. Some time ago, Lord Imhus successfully broke through to the sanctuary. At the same time, he also successfully became the 5th strong man in the sanctuary of Orange Kingdom. For this reason, the Holy family held a big banquet some time ago and invited many people to celebrate and congratulate crazily for this event, including our Griffin family and the Easton family. But do you think we really just go to the banquet to celebrate? Of course not. Lord Imhus has broken through to become a strong man in the Holy Realm, and he has undoubtedly become the leader of our 3 major families. And he also found us privately and held a meeting, discuss how to make our 3 major warcraft families further develop better and become stronger. After saying this, he paused, looked at the thoughtful Dean, and said lightly, so do you know what the final result of our discussion was? Dean paused and said hesitantly, is this the Principality of Lane? That's right. Guadus nodded and said confidently. With the current strength of our 3 major warcraft families, we can completely control a country secretly and become our puppets, and now, this war-torn and chaotic Principality of Lane. It is undoubtedly our best opportunity. The Principality of Lane owns the trade line of the West River of Longton, and is not far from the Sunset Mountains of the Nata Kingdom. It is rich in resources and has huge potential. If it can be controlled, it will definitely be a great advantage for our 3 major warcraft bloodline families. Great value. So, he changed the subject, looked at Dean with a sneer on his face, and said with a sneer, so you understand now? It's not that I can't save those super magic cores, it's just that they were unlucky and became our target. From the current point of view, the strength of this Greystone City is indeed pretty good. We just need to conquer it, then secretly support them and create a new country. Do you understand now? Dean's face turned blue and purple, and then he could only be speechless, and finally nodded with a wry smile. I understand, Lord Guadis. I'm sorry, I was impulsive, I shouldn't question you. At the same time, he also smiled bitterly in his heart. Baron Raymond, Baron Raymond, I'm sorry. It's really not that I don't help you, but it's really because you are unlucky. I didn't expect that you were targeted. In this case, there's really nothing we can do. A few days later, they left here again, and the whole army marched towards the Greystone City. Because the 1-month deadline mentioned by Lord Guadis of their Griffin family has now expired. Although there are not many people in the group, but they are all elite. Even their overall strength is at least level 1 or above. You can imagine what this concept is. Although the current strength of Greystone City is indeed not bad, it is indeed good, but they are also very confident. He barely paid attention to it. After all, they are led by the super-powerful Lord Guadis himself. With the powerful men here, of course they don't need to worry about anyone. This is their confidence. Soon, they had already arrived at Greystone City, and they blocked the gate of Greystone City, becoming provocative and arrogant. I said, 1 month. Your Lord of Greystone City, Baron Raymond, must come to see me. Where is he now? Or are you saying that you don't take my words to heart at all? Guadis said coldly, with an arrogant and condescending tone, and it was clear that he did not put anyone in Greystone City in his eyes. That tone of voice was just taking advantage of the topic and being sarcastic. After seeing this scene, Matchemin and the others were very frustrated and angry, but there was nothing they could do. After all, Raymond was not here, and the strongest strength in their Greystone village was only those saints with super combat power. Dawn swordsmen. As well as tens of thousands of temple marksmen, archers, etc., but their strength is obviously unable to compete with such a lineup. So they really have no choice now but to tolerate it. They can only endure it for now. Lord Guadis, I'm sorry, our Lord of Greystone City has indeed not returned yet, and we can't contact him now. I'm really sorry. German came out as a representative, but he was interrupted before he finished speaking. Roll, what are you? What qualifications does the district level have to talk to me? I said, let Baron Raymond, your Lord of Greystone City, get out. You, and none of you, have the right to talk to me. Do you understand? Guadis is very arrogant and said coldly. He completely despises German. But it is indeed the case. Today's German is only a mere district level. A mere district level, and he is a powerful man. Compared with others, to read Baoshuang novels, go to Filu Novel Network, it is indeed far behind. They are not on the same level at all. It is also true that you are not qualified to talk to him from the same level and dimension. Facing him under such humiliation, German looked ugly and felt very aggrieved, and the people in Greystone City behind him were like this too. But they still endured it, because there are lessons learned. Last time, they couldn't hold back. The result was the casualties of several Templar swordsmen. This is the reality based on the actual results. Their current strength is indeed not as good as the other side. Once they fight, they really can't do it. So German could only take a deep breath, lowered his head, and continued with a grieved heart. Lord Guadis, I am indeed not qualified to talk to you, but I didn't lie to you either. We can't contact the Lord at any time now. Before he finished speaking, there was a shocking sound, and a sword light shot out, and immediately half of German's arm was cut off horizontally. Blood spurted out directly and screamed. You, Lord German, don't go too far. In an instant, the expressions of everyone in Greystone City changed drastically, and many people rushed out. The army of Templar swordsmen, Count Guten and others, etc. They all stared at each other angrily, but they were filled with grief, anger and helplessness. Although the other party is really too arrogant and over the top, but this is the domineering aspect of strength. The opponent is so powerful that he can do whatever he wants, no matter what. But they can't because they are not strong enough. Once they take action, it will be a disaster for them. It's a dead end. Everyone go back. At this moment, German gritted his teeth and roared, then covered his shoulders and stared at Guadis. gritted his teeth and said, "Master Guadis, it's time for you to vent your anger. No matter what, please give me more. Let's have some time." "What, are you ordering me?" Guadis said sarcastically. His face was full of disdain. "Don't dare." German shook his head and said expressionlessly. "But I know that if you keep us useful, you won't kill us." "Lord Guadis, I did not lie to you. The Lord is not here, we really can't contact him now, so even if you kill all of us, it will be useless." "There's really no way." Guadis frowned slightly and fell silent. According to his planned plan, he really couldn't go too far. After all, he had already killed several levels in the previous time. Any more would be a bit too much? Too much? And if this triggers a continuous rebound, it will not be a good thing for him. It may even make his conquering plan continue to increase in difficulty. In this case, of course it will be even less worthwhile. But, the words have been released, and the deadline is 1 month, but now there are no results, so let's forget it? This is impossible. After all, if it ends in such an anticlimactic way, where can he put Guadis's face? Thinking of this, his eyes began to become a little dangerous and cold again, as if he still planned to teach German and others, Lees, a lesson. "I don't care what excuses you have, or what the reason is, I am now. I'll give you the next 3 days. Within 3 days, let your Lord of Greystone City come over to see me, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you, do you understand?" As soon as he said these words, boom, boom, on his body, the huge pressure of fighting energy burst out violently, as if the sky was falling apart, and they were so overwhelmed that they couldn't breathe. Their faces changed drastically, and their whole bodies uncomfortable. In 3 days, German gritted his teeth and said, "Lord Guadis, this is not a matter of days." Before he finished speaking, he was directly interrupted. Guadis looked at him coldly and said coldly, "Isn't it a matter of how many days? Well, then just go to hell." As soon as he finished speaking, no one expected that Guadis would actually raise his hand, use the tip of his finger to split a sword beam and kill German. Boom. And the distance between them, it was too close, only a few meters away. In other words, it took almost only an instant for this sword light to reach directly in front of German, and then, under the gaze of his trembling eyes with contracted pupils, it struck fiercely. The ground shot towards his head. All of this was just a matter of seconds, and people couldn't react at all. But by the time they reacted, it was already too late. It was too late. Boom. Loud noise, the sound erupted, and German was overwhelmed by a majestic and huge explosion of fighting energy. The pupils of everyone in Greystone City shrank, and their expressions changed drastically. Lord German, but at this moment, no one expected. Guadis was suddenly stunned for a moment, and then his pupils shrank. He yelled, "Who is there? What are you hiding for? Get out." If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116. This sudden scene made everyone unable to react and were confused, including those in the Griffin family. "Lord Guadis, you?" Dean looked at Guadis with confusion on his face, but the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank and he was stunned, because he saw German standing unscathed when the smoke and dust dispersed. That? And in front of him, there is also a thick layer. A shield of light magic power that shines like a diamond, completely covering that German. Perhaps it is for this reason. He is completely fine. Directly saved his life. Me, am I not dead? German was stunned. He looked at everything in front of him blankly, as if he didn't quite understand. "Uncle German, of course you won't die as long as I'm here." The next moment, there was a cold sound that seemed calm and indifferent, but in fact, anyone could hear that it contained a lot of coldness and murderous intent. It came directly from those griffins in Guadis and the others. The message came from behind the clan's army. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then their expressions changed drastically, and they looked over quickly. After a moment, their eyes suddenly widened. "That is, no, then, that seems to be the Lord?" Count Guden and the others rubbed their eyes, and after a while, they spoke in disbelief. As soon as they said this, Guadis, Dean, and the others also darkened their faces, and their expressions changed greatly. Then they quickly turned their heads and looked around. In the past, I saw a group of people slowly walking towards them on the horizon not far away. Looking at it, the number of those people was actually not that many, only a few dozen to less than 100. But just such a look made Guadas's pupils shrink instantly and his face changed drastically. What? How is it possible? This is impossible. Why are they all at the top level class? As a powerful man, of course he can distinguish the strength of the Templar Crusaders. Even the strength of the Templar monks. But because he can feel this really makes him instantly he was so scared. His face turned pale, and a chill went straight down his spine, making him tremble all over. His scalp was numb. It was unbelievable. How could he have so many levels strong people? Did it mean that in this so-called Greystone City, this so-called Baron Raymond only had one or two super strong people under his command? His whole body started to tremble, and he stared at the person who was slowly moving towards them. The approaching army. It felt like I was in a dream. Why on earth is this? What on earth is going on? Then, not only him, but Dean also trembled instantly as if he noticed something, then his face immediately turned pale. A cold air rushed out and went straight to his forehead. Hiss, those guys, are they all super strong? Am I dazzled? How can this be? He stared hard at those Templar Crusaders, who had over 60 and almost 70 super combat powers. The pressure of the Templar Crusaders' army really numbed him. His soul trembled. His scalp became numb. How could this be? Their strength, is actually so powerful. Dean stared at the Templar Crusaders with a dull expression. Then, his eyes moved, and finally, he fixed on Raymond. A sense of fear filled his heart. This directly made him regret and despair, and he sighed in sorrow. Because he knew that something big had happened. Unexpectedly. He had misjudged the opponent's strength, so that they had done a lot of things they shouldn't have done before. Now, the trouble is big. This is really something big. Next, click, click, footsteps came, and the originally tense atmosphere was completely suppressed. Everyone, especially those members of the Griffin family, they were silent, their faces were pale, and they remained silent, and then like this keep an eye on Raymond and the others as they walked step by step. In the end, he even ignored them and walked past them, heading towards Matt German and the others. Uncle Matt German, are you okay? Raymond asked, and then said guiltily, sorry, I came back late. He glanced at Matt German's broken arm, his face was ugly, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Extremely turbulent. It doesn't matter, just come back. Matt German laughed, breathed a sigh of relief, and felt happier than ever before. Then he stretched out his only other hand and patted Raymond on his shoulder. He said in a deep voice, Lord, the next step is up to you, don't worry, leave it all to me. Raymond nodded, then turned around and glanced at Guadas, Dean and the others with a faint look. His eyes were cold. When they saw this look, they all felt a thump in their hearts. Then Dean quickly after reacting, his face changed drastically and he said quickly, Baron Raymond, this is all a misunderstanding. Misunderstand, Raymond sneered and said lightly, Dean, it seems that you are not as smart as I thought, but it doesn't matter, let's do it. Do it. Kill them, boom, boom, boom. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of magic light eggs appeared out of thin air and crashed down on them for free. At that moment, there were countless big explosions. Boom. Continuous explosions. Instantly kill everyone in the Griffin family. They were all completely swallowed up, and what's even more exaggerated is that the power of the attack at this moment directly caused the dozens of Griffin family troops to fall by 70 to 80% in an instant. Dozens of people died. How dare you do this? Do you want to die? You are crazy. Stop. Stop. Guadas was so frightened that his face changed drastically. His eyes were fixed on Raymond, and his words were trembling. Because he really didn't expect that the other party was so cruel. He didn't say anything, and he explained to them every opportunity. They just started killing people, and they are so powerful. So powerful. They are actually super strong, and they are actually super magisters. This strength gap is too big. If the gap is so obvious, the numbers are meaningless in front of these great magisters. After a round of magic attacks, they are all gone. Completely annihilated. Just like now, it's just this round of magic attacks, his people, the super strong men of their Griffin family, dozens of them died. What is this concept? Such a terrible scene. Even though a super strong man who has gone through countless life and death tests, my scalp is really numb. It's really unbelievable. I really still feel real heart palpitations and panic. So, he is really regretting it now. Why doesn't he wait? Why is he so impulsive? Why? And at the same time, even he was frightened like this, to read Baoshuang novels, go to Filu Novel Network, not to mention other people, Dean. Even those other characters, the super powerful people of the Laven family, at this moment, are all staring at Gigas and the temple monks, their faces pale, their whole bodies trembling, and extremely desperate. Because they know very well the strength of the other party. Absolutely super. There are 7 guys dressed as monks on the other side. They are all super strong. How is this possible? However, the next reality has made it impossible for them to think so much anymore. Because, the second round of magic light eggs is coming again. And more importantly, Lighter and the Templar Crusaders, are also coming towards them to kill them. The speed is very fast, by the way. Leave 2 alive. Keep the grade 1 as well, since he is so arrogant. Let him live a little longer. Capture him alive for me. Raymond's voice came. Yes, Lord. Next, of course, there will be a massacre without any suspense. Totally one-sided. Although the strength of the Griffin family army is indeed not bad, it also depends on who they are competing with. If you compare with Raymond and the others, then you are really nothing. Not long after, the entire Griffin family army was wiped out. Only the lucky one of the first level was left, and the wounded and disgraced Guadis was captured alive. Then, they were all pressed down and trembling while kneeling in front of Raymond and the others. His face was full of humiliation, regret and despair. I heard you were looking for me? Now that I'm here, do you have anything to say to me? Looking at Guadis in front of him, Raymond said lightly. The latter trembled all over, with fear on his face, and said quickly, Dear Baron Raymond, I'm sorry. I really don't know you. It was obvious that he really regretted it. If he had known that Raymond was so powerful, he would never have done so many stupid and impulsive things that would lead to his own death. So he quickly asked for help and humbly begged for mercy. Baron Raymond, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please let me go. I am willing to pay any price to redeem my life. I am one of the strongest members of the Griffin family. I can use all the resources of our family. Please, I can pay any price. Please let me go. Obviously, he doesn't want to die. He wants to live. He is a powerful man. He is one of the strongest members of their Griffin family. He is the real one in power, so he cannot die. He doesn't want to die. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Raymond looked at him with a half smile, but his words made Guadis completely excited. Really, thank you Baron Raymond. Thank you Baron Raymond. Don't worry, I will definitely pay a price that satisfies you. I can give you whatever you want. What if I destroy you? Raymond said suddenly. As soon as he said this, Guadis's face froze and he was stunned. Then a chill instantly jumped out and went straight to his shining cap. Then he was really terrified, get excited. Sorry, Baron Raymond, sorry, Baron Raymond. Don't destroy me, please. Please don't, he is a super strong man. If he is crippled, he will simply fall from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the valley. From heaven to hell, this will even be more uncomfortable than killing him. And more importantly, once he loses his strength, it means that he will lose value, and by then, not to mention other people, not even his Griffin family will let him go. Do you think you have the final say? If you say you don't want it, then you don't want it. Who are you? Raymond sneered, then raised his hand and cut off his arm with a sword. Ah! Screams broke out, and Guadis's left hand was gone. It was cut off crosswise and fell on the ground, but this was just the beginning. Next, one sword, another sword, and another sword. He directly cut off Guadis's hands and feet, turning him into a man and running away. Ah! Even more miserable screams broke out. Not to mention other people, even Matt German and the others felt a little pity for this guy, because this was really miserable. My arms and legs are gone. What's the use of this? It's no use at all. Baron Raymond, please don't destroy me. I've been put into this situation, and it's time for you to calm down, right? Sorry. I'm really sorry, but Guadis is still begging for mercy. Because he knows that if his limbs are gone, he can find someone to repair them, or even rebirth them with magic, but if the strength is gone, then it is really gone. So, absolutely cannot do that. His eyes were filled with fear and suffocation, but he didn't give up yet. But at this moment, Raymond suddenly pierced his body with a sword, and then directly shattered the vortex that was the source of fighting energy in his body. You must know that whether it is fighting spirit power or magical power, it has a source. As long as these sources can be smashed, the fighting spirit and magic power in them can be directly destroyed. Like now. Boom. In an instant, like a deflated balloon, Guadas's body instantly shriveled up, his skin and hair began to age instantly, and the strength of his fighting spirit also began to completely weaken and even dissipate. In the end, all his fighting spirit and strength were reduced to nothing. Completely gone. This also made him completely shrink his pupils, despair, and then he fainted. Fall to the ground. The appearance of such a scene made the last survivor of the Griffin family feel completely frightened, as if he had lost his strength, his feet were weak, he fell to the ground and could not stand up. But at this moment, Raymond's eyes had already fallen on him. I count you lucky. Next, I'll give you a task. The man trembled all over and said quickly, please say it, go back and tell your Griffin family that within half a year, the patriarch of your family will come over and kneel in front of this gate for 3 days to apologize. There are also 500 million gold coins and 20 super magic cores. These are the conditions for apology. If you fail to do any of them, you Griffin family can prepare to die. Do you understand what I'm saying? Chapter 117. The man trembled all over and fell to the bottom of his heart, but he still said quickly, I understand, I will definitely bring the words to you. Get out, Raymond said calmly, and then pointed at the fainted Guadas. Also, take this guy back to show them. Remember, he must live. Don't let him die before you take him back to show them. Got it, understood, I'm leaving now. Get out of here, he said hurriedly, and then rolled away with the fainted man from Guadas, smearing oil on the soles of his feet and running very fast. And when he saw this scene, Mount German, Earl Gudin, was standing next to him. When they saw this, they couldn't help but sigh with emotion and get excited. After all of this was revenge for the grievances they had suffered before, 1,000 times over. Such a top powerhouse, all of them died. And more importantly, a powerful man. He was actually made like this, and became like this. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would have believed it? It was really relieved. It was so relieved. And it was even more. The important thing is that they also know at this time that the time for their Greystone City to rise has arrived. Who would have thought that their lord, after going out for such a trip, would suddenly become so strong, so many super strong men, even a super strong man. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would be unbelievable. This is really unbelievable. And this time, from now on, those previous grievances should never happen again. Now, from now on, the strength of their Greystone City has grown to an unparalleled level. They are completely invincible under the holy domain. It's great. It's really comfortable. A few hours later, in Greystone City, inside the Bryan family castle, light shine and heal, Raymond followed a broken arm of Matt Gemin and threw a magic over it. At that moment, the flesh and blood of the latter's broken arm began to slowly squirm. The flesh and blood squirmed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, here under the illumination of the power of the holy light, a new arm actually grew out of his broken arm. What is this? This is the healing power of light magic. One of the signature abilities of light magic is very magical and very practical. And more importantly, let alone just a broken arm, even if the person dies, as long as he arrives in time, Raymond can save you with a great resurrection spell. You can imagine what this concept is this high-level light magic? What a magical power! Matt German looked at his new arm in surprise and became very excited. He originally thought he was going to be disabled, but he didn't expect it to be restored so easily. And more importantly, the applicability and comfort of this new arm, the degree of matching was actually much higher than he expected. It was almost the same as his original arm. There is no sense of dissonance at all. This is amazing and powerful. Yes, this is the healing power of light magic. Raymond nodded, and then said a little guiltily, Uncle Matt German, you have worked so hard for me during this time. I am back late, I'm sorry. Don't say that to Raymond, it's not your fault. Besides, isn't it nothing? Compared with us, those who are truly miserable and have suffered heavy losses are those of the Griffin family. Matt German smiled, and then hesitated again, but is it okay to just kill them like this? I heard that the Griffin family seems to be a very powerful family. Don't worry, it's all fine. Look at this, Uncle Matt German. Raymond shook his head, then stretched out his hand and released his holy power. In an instant, Matt German trembled all over, and then stared at Raymond in disbelief. This is sanctuary power. How is it possible, Raymond? You are now a strong man in the holy realm? That's right. And it's not just me. Raymond stretched out his hand, pointed at the priest Clausen in the church not far from the door, and said with a smile, Matt German, that's my new subordinate, the holy temple priest Clausen. Moreover, he also has the strength of a strong man in the holy realm. Hiss. As soon as these words came out, Matt German took a breath and his face was filled with tears. Shocked, his whole body started to tremble. Holy realm powerhouse. And there are actually two of them? There was ecstasy on his face, and he was trembling all over. He couldn't calm down at all. After a long time like this, he finally managed. He calmed down a little, and then stared at Raymond with great excitement. He said excitedly, Raymond, this is great. Our Greystone City, Jew, will actually become a powerful force with strong men from the holy domain. This is really incredible. Great, ha ha ha. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. He was really excited and ecstatic, but it was understandable. After all, this was a sacred place. The legendary strong man from the Holy Realm actually appeared here, and he actually became his own power. To him, this is simply a legend and a myth. But no matter what, this way, he has confidence and confidence strength. All the levels are there. The Griffin family? If they really have strong men from the Holy Realm, then they really don't need to care about these guys. They can fight whatever they want. They are not afraid at all. Uncle Matt German, what's been going on all this time? Apart from this incident, is there anything else? At this moment, Raymond asked again. Apart from this, there's really nothing else. Matt German shook his head and said with twinkling eyes, but our population is much larger now than before. Because of the war, many people began to flee and came to us. Now, the population of Greystone City alone has exceeded 8 million. If we include other surrounding new cities, it should be at least 20 to 30 million. 20 to 30 million? Raymond was stunned for a moment and said in surprise, so much? Then he asked again, is there any problem with so many people? That's nothing. Matt German shook his head and said confidently, the food plan we mentioned at the beginning has already begun to be implemented. The large tracts of land north of our Greystone City have been opened up into farmland to grow food. And their output is completely self-sufficient, even in the future. There is no problem with a population of tens of millions, but the top priority now is to open up new urban areas and build houses. There is no problem in terms of population and manpower, and there is no problem in food, but there is a big gap in urban construction materials. After all, we have a huge gap. Just relying on the stone factory on the west side of the West River in Longton to supply us is really limited. Speaking of this, he paused for a moment, then looked at Raymond and hesitated. Raymond, what are your plans next? Do you have any plans to found a country? Founding a country? Lemon was stunned for a moment, and then fell silent. To be honest, his current series of actions were actually based on the founding of the country. But now that things are coming to an end, he suddenly feels a little entangled. It's not that he is afraid, but it feels a bit troublesome. Once the People's Republic of China is founded, there will be a lot of troubles, big and small, and it gives me a headache just thinking about it. Secondly, once a country is established, it will be a drag. Doesn't this seem like a good thing to him? Seeing Raymond's silence, Matt German couldn't help but continue. Raymond, if you plan to create a country, now is a good opportunity, because the Dick Kingdom has withdrawn its troops. Next we just need to win the Ike's Bottom area. This country will become ours. Did the Dick Kingdom withdraw its troops? To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network? Raymond was stunned for a moment and said in surprise, why, I don't know either, but this is what happened more than a month ago. Matt German shook his head, also full of doubts. And their retreat was sudden and strange. It was obvious that they had already killed Archduke Lane and seriously injured the super-powerful man of the Lane family, Shinon Kaloma. And it also destroyed most of the Lane family's troops, but at this time, they actually withdrew their troops. It's really incredible. Very strange, more than a month ago. On the other hand, when Raymond heard this, he seemed to have guessed something. A month ago? Wasn't it the time when the Warcraft riot broke out in the Sunset Mountains? If that's the case, it's understandable. After all, even that saint, no matter how precious and important the unicorn egg is, it is definitely not as good as the current national security of their kingdom of Dick. It is definitely not more important than this. It is obviously because the strength of the Warcraft army in the Sunset Mountains has been exposed, so that they were also panicked, but there was nothing they could do. After all, it was a red dragon that was at the level of 2 major holy realms. How could they not be afraid? If he hadn't gotten crossing, if he hadn't become a strong man in the holy realm, he would definitely be the same now. Afraid, zero asking for flowers, but now, he doesn't care at all, no pressure. Then his thinking returned to the original problem. Jianguo? Do you want to do this? There was silence for a moment, and then he suddenly had the answer. Jianguo? For him, this is not the main thing, it is just an add-on, as long as he has enough strength. In fact, no matter what he does, it doesn't matter, it is not important. So just be happy, I think just do it, it's actually not that troublesome. Uncle Matt German, you are responsible for this matter. If you need more combat power, just go directly to Gigas and bear it outside. Now that we have come to this point, then just build a country and have fun. As for Clausen, just let it go for now and let him hide it for a while. What if there is a surprise? Raymond said with a smile. As soon as he said this, Matt German suddenly became excited. He nodded repeatedly, yes, Lord Baron. Then they also started to act separately, and Raymond also started to tidy up happily alone. He has gained so much trophies along the way. First, there are the armies, the temple priests, the temple monks, the temple crusaders, and then the magic corps, the super magic corps. Super magic corps. Super magic corps. Then there is the space ring on his hand. The mysterious incomplete stone slab inside has a divine aura. That huge pile of purple gold coins. There is also a priceless set of weapons, equipment and armor that is as high as Gundam level. And the legacy of the Holy Realm strongman Kuiden. Space ring. However, although he is a strong man in the Holy Realm, and although his space ring has successfully recognized its owner, but his space ring only has so much space. It is actually half the space of the space ring in his hand, which is a bit unexpected. However, even so, as a strong man from the Holy Realm, his net worth is naturally very rich and generous. After a while of tinkering, Raymond finally sorted out 3 piles of things. A bunch of magic cores, a bunch of purple gold coins, and a bunch of random stuff that has no use. Among them, super magic core, super magic core, super magic core. Several others. It can be seen that as a strong man in the Holy Realm, Kuiden's family property is quite large. But it's a pity that I don't have the heart of the sanctuary. Otherwise, it would be great. In that case, the second sanctuary priest would be available. Raymond thought with some unsatisfied greed. Then, Raymond started recruiting troops. Ding. Recruitment resources have been detected. Do you want to recruit ordinary soldiers and temple monks? Ding. Recruitment resources have been detected. Do you want to recruit enhanced units, Templar Crusaders? Ding. Recruitment resources have been detected. Do you want to recruit ordinary soldiers, Templar Swordsmen? Recruit. Ding. Host, please note that you have successfully recruited level 1 ordinary troops, Templar monks. You have successfully recruited level 1 enhanced arms, Templar Crusaders. You have successfully recruited level 1 ordinary arms, Templar Swordsmen. You have successfully recruited level 1 enhanced arms, Royal Griffin. You have successfully recruited a level 1 ordinary soldier, the Griffin. In this way, Raymond's current troops become Templar priests, Templar monks, Templar Crusaders, Templar Swordsmen, Royal Griffins, Templar Marksmen, Templar Archers and the Great Temple Guards, the Temple Lancers. With such a strength and such a lineup, no matter how powerful it is, it can definitely easily create a kingdom force. Obviously, he has already stood up. Then, next, we can consider adding some low-level troops. As long as they are assigned to various parts of the country, there should be no trouble of civil strife, Raymond he murmured. Chapter 118. Although for him now, the combat effectiveness of these low-level units is indeed of no use, they are too weak, but if they are sent out to take charge of the whole country, then it will be a perfect operation. In this way, he doesn't have to worry about anyone betraying him, because his Templar Castle army is completely loyal to him. In this case, the entire country will be completely controlled by him. Perfect in the palm of your hand. Thinking of this, Raymond nodded directly and made a decision. It seems okay, let's make this decision first. Next, we plan to recruit an army and give it a try. Moreover, The price is not a problem at all. The main thing is whether we can find so many low-level magic cores. Although those low-level magic cores are completely everywhere. It's not worth much at all, but this is still a lot. Therefore, this should still take a long time to find. After doing this, Raymond turned his attention to what he had been doing before. As for the system rewards you get, you can tell what they are at a glance, like a large resource card. Large resource card, obviously this thing should be related to the resource point or vein. Raymond thought for a while, and then directly called the system. Ding, may I ask whether to build resource rewards and large resource cards? Raymond nodded without hesitation. Use. Ding. Attention, host, please select the resource card placement location. At the same time, there was a buzzing sound, light flashed, and an illusory map appeared out of thin air directly in front of him. It was exactly the same as when he built the Tower of Light. But the difference is that this time the area of the map is very large, at least thousands or tens of thousands of times that of the last time. Because on that map, he actually saw traces of the Falling Mountains. One can imagine what this concept is. No surprise if so, this should be a super large map at the district level. Raymond glanced at the map a few times, and then randomly selected 2 locations near Fido Valley, which was relatively close to their Greystone City. Ding. Host, please note, random resource cards are now starting, please wait. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a large resource mine, the Bright Magic Stone Mine. You have obtained a large resource mine, Reno Purple Gold Mine, Bright Magic Stone Mine. Raymond was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes lit up and he became surprised. So lucky? It's actually the Magic Stone of Light, although he has only one use for these bright magic stones now, which is to fill the consumption loss of the Tower of Light. Both Gigas and Crossan have told him the purpose of these bright magic stones. In fact, there are many more. In fact, it is very extensive. Especially for their Temple Castle army, it is more cost-effective. The value is huge. So this thing must be a big profit for him. And what is this Reynolds Purple Gold Mine? Purple Gold Mine, Li Meng murmured. In his impression, anything in this world that can be related to Zijin means 2 words. That is valuable. After all, the value of a small Zijin coin is enough more than 1,000 times the gold coin. What if it were Purple Gold Mine? It would be priceless. It's unimaginable. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh, with a smile on his face. It is indeed produced by the system, real cowhide. Then his eyes flickered again and he said excitedly, why? Don't you just go and take a look now, just in time to ask what those bright magic stones can be used for. Whatever you want to do, do it. Next, Raymond took Crossan, and Gigas and the others and flew towards the bright magic stone vein on the map. Then, they were caught in front of them. I was a little shocked and frightened by that scene. So many? And are they still on the surface? In his impression, this place should be just an ordinary hill, a barren mountain, but now, almost all the mountains and plains here are covered with bright white light, filled with shining magic particles of light, but it's like gems inlaid in it. It's the same there, very dazzling, shining, and shocking. Lord, the light magic power here is too strong. At this moment, the temple priest Crossan suddenly said, it seems that the entire mountain, inside the mountain, and even deep underground, are filled with bright magic stones. If nothing else, this should be a large mineral vein. Crossan, do you know how to detect mineral veins? Raymond asked. It's not difficult, Lord. Crossan nodded, then raised his hand and cast a magic instantly. Shine the holy light. Eyes of holy light. With a buzz, huge particles of light magic power gathered. A huge magic eye was formed, suspended in the sky, and then the light flickered and shone down, staring at everything in front of them. Then, a beam of light shone down, forming a suspended white light map directly in front of them. There is a mountain on the map, including the mountain, the depths of the ground, and the far surrounding areas, all of which are involved. And they all have one thing in common, that is, they all have marked pictures of the presence of bright magic stone ores. Is this a mine map? Raymond said in surprise. Then he took a closer look, then opened his mouth, shocked. There are so many, so big, because, if they really follow the markings on this map, what they see now, and even the mountain in front of them, are just the tip of the iceberg. The entire scale of the entire mine is at least the size of this mountain. Dozens of times bigger. It's ridiculously big, surprisingly big. You can imagine what kind of concept this is. So, after a moment of silence, Raymond couldn't help but say that wise saying again. Hey, It feels so good to cheat. The value of this mine should be so great that it would drive all the kingdoms and principalities crazy, right? Cow. It's real cowhide. Then he shook his head again and looked at Clausen and Gigas. Clausen, Gigas, what are the specific uses of these bright magic stones? Have they been of any help to you? Clausen and Gigas looked at each other, and then it was up to Clausen to explain. Lord, the light magic stone has many benefits for us. First of all, it can be used to build magic towers. In fact, it can be used to transform the elemental environment and shape the field of light magic particles. Then it can also help us with daily practice, create magic props, etc. In short, this is a very common but important resource of light magic power. Magic tower. Raymond was stunned for a moment, and then asked. You mean the Tower of Light? Clausen nodded and explained. Lord, every temple monk and temple priest has the ability to build his own magic tower. One of its important materials is this bright magic stone. Magic towers have many uses, such as enhancing strength, reducing magic power consumption, and creating a magic power defense network. Purify elemental power, enhance light magic power particles, and more. Generally speaking, when the light magic power in the natural environment reaches a certain level, it can further upgrade and become a field of light. In that case, it will become our main venue. The combat effectiveness is greatly improved. Light realm. Lemon's eyes flashed and he asked curiously. Is this thing difficult? Clausen paused for a moment, then nodded honestly and said, Yes, Lord, this is difficult, at least with our current strength. We will definitely not think about it in the short term, even if it is really possible. The coverage range of the light field should also be very low. But if we want to develop the power of our temple castle army, Lord, this should be something we must do. I see. Then the next matters regarding the Tower of Light will be left to you. Raymond nodded and said yes, Lord. Then they left here again and went to the mine location of the second large resource card. But this time, it was even more shocking and exaggerated. In a small valley, there was purple gold everywhere, crackling thunder everywhere, and the space was filled with extremely rich energy, violent, stirring thunder magic power particles. Looking around, it is completely a small sea of thunder. Such strong thunder magic power. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network, Gigas said with emotion. Gigas, Clausen, do you know this thing? Raymond asked as he picked up a piece of Renault purple gold from the ground. Do not know. Clausen shook his head and said with twinkling eyes. Lord, this should be a mineral resource of a higher level than the light magic stone. These purple gold mines contain many very powerful particles of thunder magic power. It looks like it should be worth a lot of money. Equal order. Raymond was stunned for a moment and asked quickly. What level is the bright magic stone? What about this thing? What level is this thing at? If we divide it according to the levels of our original world, the bright magic stone belongs to the special resource vein of Tier 1. This thing should be regarded as Tier 1. Li Meng was stunned for a moment. What level? Level? But he quickly realized that this was just a division of mineral resources, and there was no equality. So, this should be considered normal. Clausen, look at the scale. Raymond spoke again 0, then Clausen repeated the previous spell again, and this time, the result he got was obviously very different from before. So much missing, Lemon said in surprise. If the scale of the previous bright magic stone vein was dozens of times that of the mountain, then now, the scale of the Reynolds purple gold vein in front of him is only the size of the mountain in front of him, haven't even been filled yet. It's only about 1/3 full. The overall size and quantity are hundreds of times different. So, are these really large veins? Why are there so many differences? Lord, the grades of special resource veins are different, and the standards for determining their size are also different. The size of these purple gold mines should indeed be large veins, but at this moment, Gigas suddenly spoke and explained, and if they are all large veins, the value of the special resource veins of the first grade is absolutely higher than that of the first grade. The judgment standards are different? Raymond nodded. So that's it. Then he shook his head again and said, forget it, let's take it back and see what it is. Then he picked up some Renault purple gold on the ground, left here, returned to Greystone City, and found the dwarf master builder O'Neill. It doesn't matter if they don't know this thing, O'Neill should know it, right? Dear Lord, are you looking for me? O'Neill said respectfully. O'Neill, look at this thing, do you recognize it? Lemon took out the Renault purple gold and handed it to the other party, but the other party didn't even observe it carefully, and his pupils just shrank. His face was full of shock. My God, Lord, this is Renault purple gold, you know, of course, Lord. It's impossible for people like us not to recognize this. This is one of the top building materials in our Luoman continent. It can be used to create first-class weapons and armor, and even sacred weapons. Priceless. Where did you find this thing? Still, is there any more? Raymond was stunned for a moment and said in surprise. This thing can also be used to create sacred weapons? Seriously, at once the scale of this thing is much smaller than the bright magic stone mine, but it is still as large as a small mountain. If all of this could be used to create holy weapons, how many would there be? Hundreds of thousands? Is that okay? That's not the case, Lord. O'Neill immediately shook his head and explained, these Renault purple gold can be used as auxiliary materials for making sacred weapons, not the main materials, but even so, they are still very powerful. Moreover, the value of these Renault purple gold coins is at least 10 times that of purple gold coins of the same size. In other words, the market price of such a piece of Renault purple gold is at least tens of thousands of gold coins. 10 times? Raymond's heart skipped a beat and his eyes narrowed, because now he finally knew the specific value of this large Renault purple gold mine. Several tens of billions, 2.9 hundreds of billions? Or, trillions. This horse riding is like a big old mountain. Is it actually worth so much? It's really too exaggerated. But his second reaction was not happy and excited, but a little entangled and worried. The pressure is huge. After all, gold is worth money, but the problem is, this is not a surprise, but a thunder. It's too hot. If someone discovers this, who wouldn't be jealous? Even demigods will be jealous. All the empires and countries will go crazy. By then, he will probably be attacked by countless people, eaten alive and quartered to death. Thinking of this, Raymond's expression suddenly changed. He also murmured to himself at the same time, no. This thing must not be exposed for the time being. It seems like we have to find a way to seal them up first. At the same time, he is now somewhat glad that he chose to create a country, because in this way, he can conceal these mineral resources as much as possible to avoid being discovered by jealous people. Otherwise, the problem will be huge. As for sealing, that is also a very simple matter. Both he and Crossan are both powerful men in the holy domain, and they are also saints in the holy domain. Therefore, any forbidden spell can solve the problem. No matter what, the best way to make a fortune is to make a fortune in silence. It is best not to be discovered by others. Therefore, he went to find Clausen to discuss the matter. P.S. Dear bosses, take a day off today. I have to go out for something later at noon, and I won't be able to come back in the afternoon, so I will do it in the evening, so this update may be the only one for today. Or write another one after you finish your work in the evening. We'll see what happens at that time. Let me tell you, please take a leave of absence. Chapter 119. Lord, I think this matter is not difficult. As soon as Crossan heard Raymond's question, he immediately seemed to have an answer that could solve the problem. Then he explained and said slowly, I think we actually only need to build all the magic towers of our temple monks and temple priests, and then set those mineral vein areas as restricted areas to prevent people from approaching them. As soon as he said this, Raymond was stunned for a moment. Magic tower? Build your magic tower there? Is this okay? Crossan, Lord, this should be possible. Crossan nodded and explained. In fact, the power of our magic towers can be integrated. In other words, the more magic towers we have, the stronger and more powerful their defense, hiding, deterrence, etc. will be. In addition, the more magic towers there are, the wider the detection range can be. In this way, we can even detect their traces and whereabouts in advance before bringing people in, thereby intercepting and stopping them in advance to avoid being discovered. And what, Lord, we now have 9 monks in the temple. In my opinion, 9 temple monks plus their magic towers are enough to defend and resist to a strong person at my level. It is the so-called sanctuary in this world, and, if you add me, if I can build my magic tower like them, it will be less than 5 sanctuaries. It's basically impossible to get in, so, Lord, there should be no problem with this. Hiss. Hearing this, Raymond couldn't help but take a breath and became surprised. It is basically impossible to break into the 5 holy realms? Is this a bit loud? Can it really be that powerful? Obviously, he did not expect that these magic towers would actually increase the strength of the temple monks and temple priests so much. But he immediately became excited and excited. Very happy and very excited. Because of course this is a good thing for him. But, having said that, the problem still exists. Crossan, how long will it take you to build these magic towers? Besides, are there raw materials and building materials? There should be a big gap in these things, right? Raymond asked again. Lord, it does take a long time to build a magic tower. Crossan nodded and said with twinkling eyes, because everyone's magic tower is different and unique. The one that suits them best. Therefore, it takes some time to build slowly. As for the construction time, under normal circumstances, the magic tower of the temple monks is built. I remember it took more than half a year. As for the time it takes our temple priests to build the magic tower, it will be even longer. If it's fast, more than a year. If we go slowly, it might take 3 to 5 years. Does it actually take so long? Raymond opened his mouth, and then fell silent. If it only took more than half a year, this would be understandable, but more than a year, or even 3 to 5 years. Isn't this too long? But after thinking about it carefully, he understood that after all, it was a level-strengthened unit comparable to the strong men of the Holy Domain, the Holy Temple Priest. For them, it seems that for more than a year, or even 3 to 5 years, it is indeed not much. At this moment, Crossan spoke again. Explaining, sorry Lord, this is indeed the case, and there is another problem. If this happens, it must. Only when we are all inside our respective magic towers, only in this way can they exert their maximum power. Otherwise, it will be like the magic tower in the city, with average power and limited other abilities. Moreover, a large amount of light magic stones are needed to replenish power, to continue attacking. As for raw materials and building materials, there is nothing to worry about. For the magic tower, we ourselves are the key. Then there is the magic stone of light, this is necessary material. Then there are some magic mithril, broken starstones, wood and stone and other basic materials. These should be fine, right? As far as I know, it shouldn't be too hard to get, so the main problem should be one thing, time. Is that so? Raymond murmured, and he understood instantly in his heart. After working on it for a long time, it turned out to be this: the temple monks and the temple priests have their own magic towers. This is the kind of magic tower described by Crossan the greatest power. But the prerequisite is that they can only be used as a defensive force. Once the guards are there, they cannot move. Otherwise, there will definitely not be such a powerful force. In other words, this is a multiple choice question. It depends on what he thinks how to choose, but he soon had the answer in his heart. That is to build a tower. These magic towers must be built. After all, no matter what, these Reno purple gold, bright magic stones, etc., must have someone to build them. Keep it. This is something that can't be helped, so do it early and solve it early. Do it early and end it early. There is no need to get entangled here and procrastinate. Crossan, go and inform Gigas about building the magic tower, and start right now. If you have any needs at that time, please contact me directly. I'll figure it out. Yes, Lord. After this, Raymond began to develop in a low-key manner that he had not seen for a long time, and did not continue to go out to do other things. As a result, time passed quickly, and soon it was more than a month later. In this more than a month, he mainly did two things. The first is to help Gigas, Crossan and the others prepare to build a magic tower. Second, they found the Phoenix Chamber of Commerce and the Bluebird Chamber of Commerce again, and began to purchase a large number of low-level magic cores, magic tower construction materials, etc. Everything was going on in an orderly manner. At the same time, more good news has also come back from Tegman and the others. In more than a month, they have been on a roll. Invincible. Easily defeated the remnant army of the Lane family. Occupied the Kratos district and rapidly expanded outwards. Prepare to use this to capture all the territory of the Principality of Lane. And this also officially means that the era of the Principality of Lane has completely come to an end. Completely over. Probably more than a month has passed since then, and the entire territory of the Principality of Lane has now been completely occupied. Matt German and the others took them down one by one, make it their own. As soon as this news came out, many people from other surrounding countries were a little surprised. But when they learned about Matt German's strength, they all chose to accept it. After all, they are just some small countries, and their overall strength is not much different from the previous Principality of Lane, or even weaker. There are not many super strong people. And in this case, When they knew that Matt German led dozens of Templar crusaders with super combat power to conquer these territories, there was only one thought left in their heart's mood. That's fear, fear, fear. In this way, more than a month later, Matt German and the others returned triumphantly, and they also brought Raymond an unexpected little gift. Raymond, what do you think this is? Matt German mysteriously held an object and put it in front of Raymond. Raymond took a look at it, and then he was a little surprised. Because there was an egg in it? Is this the egg of the Holy Light Unicorn? Raymond said in surprise. Should be. Matt German nodded and said excitedly, we found this after we killed Coloma. Barrett said it contains a huge amount of life force and light magic power, so I guess, this should be the Holy Light Unicorn egg that Tick Kingdom wanted before. Speaking of this, he suddenly sighed and said with some emotion, I didn't expect this thing turned up here. Yeah, I didn't expect that either. Li Meng was also a little emotional. He nodded. Originally, he had no intention of fighting for this thing before, and he has no such intention now. After all, his current strength is already a strong man in the Holy Realm with both magic and martial arts. What kind of concept is this? It's no exaggeration to say that even if the adult Holy Light Unicorn comes, he can only surrender and kneel down to him. Let alone this little monster egg. It's so cool to watch. For novels, go to Philu Novel Network. To him now, this is nothing at all. But surprisingly, as soon as he got the egg in his hand, when Raymond was still a little distracted, his hand, the egg inside, suddenly shook and then started to sparkle. This, Raymond was stunned for a moment and said in surprise, is it going to hatch? Matt German was also stunned for a moment, and then burst out laughing. Yes, it should be hatching. It seems like this little thing is really good at choosing people. Raymond, it seems he wants to recognize you as his master. Let you hatch it. Do you recognize the master? Raymond paused for a moment, but then he raised his hand and used the power of light magic. There was a buzz and the light flashed. This power immediately penetrated into the eggshell in the hand. Click, then, I heard the sound of eggshells breaking next to my ears. Whisper, a little head that was white all over but covered in mucus emerged from the cracked eggshell. The eyes were still closed, looking silly as if they were just born. Whisper, whisper, but it soon called out. Miraculously, Raymond could actually understand what it was saying. He was hungry. He was saying he was hungry. Are you hungry? Raymond thought for a moment, then picked it up. The eggshell that fell at his feet was handed to his mouth. Click. Click, click. The little guy immediately became excited and quickly ate the eggshell that Raymond handed to his mouth. At the same time, he seemed to have some strength. The wide and shining little eyes opened with difficulty, looking left and right, and finally fell on Raymond's face, and he screamed happily. Whisper, whisper. At the same time, Raymond also felt the love and happiness of the other party, and felt the extremely close and friendly softness. Raymond immediately understood what they meant. They were calling Daddy. PFFT. Raymond couldn't help laughing. At the same time, he reached out his hand and stroked it gently on its forehead. You little guy is quite interesting. Let's do this. I will call you Ziobe from now on. This is your name. Ziobe. Chirp, chirp. Ziobe immediately shook his little head and held Raymond's palm affectionately. He nodded 597 times. Raymond, congratulations, this is a holy World of Warcraft Holy Light Unicorn. If we wait until we reach adulthood, we will have new powerful warriors from the sanctuary to fight, Matt German said with a smile. But this little guy is still far from adulthood. Raymond smiled and shook his head, then looked at Matt German again and said, Uncle Matt German, please contact the Phoenix Chamber of Commerce and the Bluebird Chamber of Commerce to urge me to ask for it as things. It's been several months, and they're moving too slowly this time. As he spoke, he had a headache. Originally, he planned to expand the army, but now? Not even 1/10 of the progress has been completed. This is too slow, and it really makes him a little unhappy. Yes, I understand, Matt German nodded, and then asked again. Raymond, when are you going to create a country next? Raymond thought for a moment, then nodded directly and said. Now, there's nothing to delay. From now on, our country will be called the Holy Church. Just announce it and tell them, and you don't have to do all the other things. Save yourself the trouble. Holy Church. Matt German's eyes flashed, and then he nodded. I know, then I'll make arrangements right away. Not long after this, a country called the Holy Church was quietly established on this land. Although this is a relatively big thing, because of the Warcraft rebellion in the Sunset Mountains, There was a lot of fuss and the fight was extremely fierce. In addition, Raymond and the others deliberately kept a low profile. They didn't even invite anyone. They just held a simple founding ceremony among themselves, so that everyone's eyes were still focused there. Sunset Mountains. People gathered at the Snowland Kingdom. Naturally, this incident did not cause much attention and waves. It was just that many people came, representing the countries and forces behind them, waiting, just to celebrate the founding of the Kingdom of the Holy Temple. Just like this, the Sunset Mountains and the Kingdom of Snowland are still fighting fiercely, while Raymond and the others are quietly developing in a very comfortable and low-key way. Here, working hard to build the magic tower of their temple monks and temple priests. Their strength is gradually growing. At the same time, such a scene is also happening in the Griffin family of the distant Anj Kingdom. Waste. A bunch of trash. There were angry roars and the sound of breaking things in the room. Everyone inside and outside the door was silent, trembling, their faces were pale, and they were very scared. For fear of being affected. Chapter 120. In the house, another super strong person from the Griffin family, and also their only super strong person now, Helkaz. His lungs are now bursting with anger, his face is completely distorted, he was extremely angry and humiliated because he really never expected it. What I thought was just something that could be easily grasped, actually caused the Griffin family such huge losses. There are dozens of levels. Even a super strong person, Ju, was just gone? This simply caused more than half of the high-end combat power of their Griffin family to disappear instantly. It was a total loss. This was really a huge blow to him and the Griffin family. Even if this is not solved well, their family may face catastrophe. It will decline, or even perish. He was breathing heavily, with a ferocious look in his eyes. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the next thing he did was slap him hard and throw it out with a bang. The super strong man Guadis, who had already lost his hands and feet, and all his fighting energy, was slapped in front of him and was beaten into pieces with blood and mist. Waste, Guadis, you useless piece of shit, since you are so useless, then go to hell. Useless idiot, trash, he roared, extremely furious. But deep in his eyes, there was still a trace of clarity. It was obvious that he was not just venting and cursing, but wanted to give his old buddy personal dignity. Living like this? It's better to just die. And when they saw this scene, everyone else was silent and quiet. No one spoke. After a long time like this, I finally saw an old guy with gray hair come out and gritted his teeth viciously. Master Hulkaz, they have gone too far in this matter. We obviously didn't do anything. But they actually dare to do this to us, and they dare to humiliate our Griffin family like this. They are really looking for death, Lord Hulkaz. Let's go find the Holly family. If you can't support secretly, then just do it openly. The Principality of Shalor, southwest of the Principality of Lane, already a subordinate of the Holly family. As long as the Principality of Shalor is used as a springboard, the power of our three major families can penetrate unimpeded. By then, we will definitely make them pay. And, speaking of this, the old guy narrowed his eyes, and said greedily. And the dragon blood mine in the Principality of Lean is very important to our Griffin family. If we fight there earlier, we can also get the dragon's blood veins earlier to restore our strength. What do you think, Lord Hulkaz? Herkaz after a moment, his face darkened and he said coldly. I'll go to the Holly family to find Lord Imhus. As for you, get ready for me. Next, everyone in the family and above will prepare for the expedition. Ready to fight, damn Greystone City, damn Baron Raymond, we will definitely make them pay the price next. Next, we must let them kneel at our feet, kneel down and beg for mercy, and beg for our forgiveness. I'm going to torture him like crazy. He was tortured to death in despair, yes. Lord Herkaz. More than half a month later, in the Anj Kingdom, the Holly family, one of the three major warcraft families. In a huge luxurious palace, Hulkaz has arrived here, and besides him, there are also the super strong men of the Easton family, Ireland Tech, Rondo Grey, and the super strong men of the Holly family, Ablonso, Hawkins, the strong man of the sanctuary, Imhus. They're all here too. Hulkaz, Guadis is really dead. At this moment, someone spoke. It was the super strong man of the Holly family. Ablonso. He frowned at Hulkaz and said coldly. If I remember correctly, Guadis is more powerful than you, and he can be considered the top 3 among us. So how did he die? I told you that he was attacked and killed. Helkaz said expressionlessly, with a cold tone. Baron Raymond of the Principality of Lane? He is very, very strong. Moreover, according to my information, he has at least dozens of super powerful men under his command. Dozens? How much is this? Abrunso asked. Helkaz was silent for a moment, and then said uncertainly. Probably, more than 50. Hiss, a gasp came, and Ireland, the super strong man of the Easton family, trembled. His face was full of surprise, and he said in disbelief, how could there be so many? Are you joking? Helkaz, it's no wonder that he reacted so strongly, because even the super strong men of their Easton family can only survive 20 or 30. In other words, the combat strength of the opponent's super strong men is actually 2 of the super strong men of their Easton family. Twice as much? What kind of concept is this? It would be strange if he wasn't scared. There should indeed be so many. Helkaz's face darkened and he said coldly. It seems that Baron Raymond has the same plan as us, so he keeps a very low profile. They didn't reveal their true strength, but now, he's blocking our way. As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell into silence. Everyone seemed to be thinking about it. After a moment, someone spoke again. It was Hawkins, the super strong man of the Holly family. He shrugged and sneered. I still don't believe that there are more than 50 super powerhouses, and ordinary forces simply can't produce so many people. And more importantly, if they are really that powerful, then they must have other level experts. If so, this is you are a tough guy, don't mess with me. As he spoke, he also glanced at Imhus, the strong man in the Holy Realm who had been resting with his eyes closed and silent. Then he asked Lord Imhus, what do you think? The latter slowly opened his eyes, glanced at everyone, and then suddenly sneered. Why, are you all scared? Then without waiting for others to speak, he sneered and continued, haha, okay, I said, this is a good opportunity. The Principality of Shalor is already ours, plus the territory of the Principality of Lane. This can even lay the foundation for us to create a kingdom in the future. Kingdom. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then narrowed their eyes. Their breathing became rapid. Lord Imhus, is this your plan? Hawkins looked at him in disbelief. Otherwise, if it was just for a small principality, why would I go to such trouble and do such a thing? Moreover, don't you have this idea? Imhus glanced at everyone and said with great ambition. With our current strength, as long as we work together, we are completely enough to create a kingdom. Thereby breaking away from the constraints of the Ange kingdom and establishing himself as king, and in fact, the benefits to the Principality of Shalor and the Principality of Lane are also great. First of all, the strength of the Dick kingdom over there is very average, and there is not even a strong person in the sanctuary. As long as we succeed, we can overwhelm them or even annex them. Secondly, it is very close to the Sunset Mountains. Relatively speaking, material resources, warcraft resources, etc. are much richer. In this case, it will definitely be much better than what we are now. Do you understand now? As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at each other, and then they all became jealous. Yes, they all know that the strength of Dick Kingdom is indeed very average, very ordinary, not even as good as them, because the other party does not have a holy realm. The strong man is in charge. In this case, this is actually a great opportunity for him. Once they can annex it, their underlying strength, to read Baoshuang novels, go to Filu Novel Network, it can definitely skyrocket. By then, their own strength will definitely enter a period of rapid growth and skyrocket. When they think of such a wonderful future scene, they all start to get excited. I think it's okay, why don't you give it a try? Although their strength is okay, with Lord Imhus, it's useless no matter how many super strong men you have, facing the strong men of the Holy Realm, they are just garbage and ants. The super strong man of the Easton family, Rondo Gray said, I agree. Helkaz nodded without hesitation. He originally had this goal, but he didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Isn't it better now? As soon as he said this, they would certainly not object to the rest. Ken. Then it's decided. Hawkins nodded, looked at the Easton family and the Griffin family and said, Rondiger, Helkaz, since you all agree, let's do it. Next, our family will dispatch strong men, plus us, to attack them directly without giving them any chance or hope of resistance. This should be no problem, right, Ken? Londo Gray nodded. Helkaz hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, I have no problem either. Then he quickly asked, when to set off? Next month. Imhus spoke again and sneered. At the same time, he exuded a terrifying and violent holy power, making everyone present tremble, suffocate and tremble. Don't worry about me. As long as I'm here, there will be no problem, but next, I hope you can clarify your position and identity. After all, if you want to go further independent and create a country, then the only candidate for His Majesty the King is me. Imhus, do you understand? Obviously, he is declaring his attitude and threatening. But everyone also understands that if it really comes to that step, their king must be the only strong man in the sanctuary among them, Yumhosi. So they all have no objection to this. So quickly, time has come a month later, the Holly family, the Griffin family, and the Easton family. When they are the three major warcraft families, hundreds of level, even the strong men from the Holy Realm are all ready to go, all gathered together, and when they are ready, they directly attacked with a large army, left the Holly family and the Anj kingdom in a very low-key manner, and marched towards the Principality of Shalar. But what they didn't know was that right where they left, they on a low barren mountain behind them, two figures, one big and one small, were watching their movements silently. Tisk, a strong man from the Holy Realm. And there are even 5 levels, 60 levels, each level. What does this lineup want to do? Do you want to destroy the country? A guy with a long silver white beard, but very short, wearing a suit of armor, with extremely strong muscles, like a dwarf, sneered and mocked. And here and at the same time, there is a powerful magician beside him. And more importantly, this magician is also a powerful magician with the strength of a powerful saint. Of course, it is not just him, so is that dwarf. He is also a strong man from the Holy Realm. Because of this, if anyone can see them here, they will definitely know them. Or even exclaim, Lord Al, Zhao of Zhao, Table Thunder. Lord Oru Crazy Iron. Yes, this is the second of the 5 great saints in the kingdom of Anj. Saint of Law, El Table Thunder. Saint of War, Oru Crazy Iron. Don't you know yet? Isn't this already obvious? Imhus' ambition is huge, Saint El Tablir said with a calm face. His eyes flickered. Some time ago, he personally took action and went to massacre the high-level royal family of the Principality of Shalar, secretly subjugating them and pocketing them. Now it seems like he plans to do even more. Doesn't he just want to break away from us and create his own country? Snort, Ori Kuonti sneered and said sarcastically. This guy has always had such ambitions. Moreover, haven't the brats of the 3 major warcraft families always been very obedient? So, sooner or later, then he paused and asked again, do you want to take care of it? El Desire shook his head and said calmly. Forget it, there's no need. No matter what, he is a strong man from the Holy Realm after all. As long as he doesn't have this intention, he can't be kept by force. It's better to let them go, as long as he doesn't cause trouble in our Unger kingdom, that's fine. The situation will be worse, that's true. Ori Kuonti sneered, then turned and left. I really don't know which one is going to be unlucky, the kingdom of Dick? Or the kingdom of Snellan over the Sunset Mountains? Oh, forget it, it's okay to be idle anyway. Eltable, please leave me alone. I followed them to see the excitement and see what was going on. While talking about Ku, he suddenly changed direction, and with a whoosh, he rushed in the direction of the 3 major warcraft families. Chapter 121. After seeing this scene, Eldahl could only shake his head helplessly, and did not stop him or say anything else, because he knew that with the other person's character, once he made a decision, there was no need to persuade him, anyway. The other party is also a strong man from the Holy Realm. With such strength, it's not his turn to worry about it. A few days later, in Greystone City, inside the Bryan family castle, Your Majesty Raymond, I have brought you what you asked for. This time there is probably a super magic core, and the other ones have to wait a little longer. Ethan from the Phoenix Chamber of Commerce said respectfully to Raymond. Yep. Thank you, Ethan, that's it. Raymond smiled and nodded with satisfaction. During this period, the Phoenix Chamber of Commerce and the Bluebird Chamber of Commerce have successively brought him a total of more than 10 million super magic cores and super magic cores. If we add these magic cores, there will be almost more than 15 million. In this case, the gap will be very small, only a quarter, which is not even enough. Sorry, Your Majesty Raymond, although these level 1 magic cores are not very valuable, there are too many of them and it is indeed a bit troublesome. But luckily something happened over there in the Sunset Mountains. There are many magic cores appearing on the battlefield over there, including these low-level ones, as well as other high-level magic cores. If you are interested, we can talk in depth, Ethan explained. Then he looked at Raymond with some expectation. He knew that Raymond liked magic cores very much. He also needed magic cores very much. And now, they also have a large reserve of magic cores, because Sunset Mountains, Zulin the violent war in the kingdom, so this is their opportunity to make money. Sunset Mountains, however, Raymond did not answer his question immediately, but asked curiously, Ethan, what's the current situation in the Sunset Mountains and the Snowland Kingdom? Did they print the results? Not yet. The outcome of their war has not been announced yet. Ethan shook his head without hesitation, his eyes flashed and said, their war is now at a stalemate. After all, both of them have the combat power of two powerful saints, and this is the key to the outcome of this war. As long as they don't have any problems, neither of them will have any problems. 927, but now, they are still in the stage of testing each other, and there has not been a true war between the powerful men of the Holy Domain yet. Having said this, he paused, then looked at Raymond with a strange expression, and whispered, but your Majesty Raymond, if it weren't for the fact that you previously killed another strong man from the Holy Land in the Kingdom of Snowland, Qden, I think in this war, the Snowland Kingdom, they should have a better advantage. I really didn't expect you to do such a big thing quietly without knowing it. You are a powerful person from the Holy Realm. It's unbelievable that he died just like that. It's really unbelievable, it's really surprising. I have to say that he never expected that Raymond and the others would be so powerful. They could actually kill a strong man from the Holy Domain. Even after they received the news, even members of the Phoenix Chamber of Commerce, the senior management, felt a little regretful. If they had known this was the case, they would never have deliberately blocked Raymond and refused to sell him a higher level magic core. But now it is too late to say anything, and they can only see if they can think of it. Finding a way to make amends and slightly improve the relationship between them was one of the purposes of his trip. Although it was indeed us who killed the person, there was nothing we could do about it. After all, he wanted to kill me. Then I can only be forced to fight back. Who knew he was so weak, and he was killed by us? Ha ha ha. Raymond laughed a few times without humility, then changed the topic again and continued to ask, let's talk about the previous topic. Ethan, how many magic cores are you planning to sell to me this time? What's the level? What is the level of the highest magic core? But I advise you to think carefully before answering me, because there are not many opportunities. You gave up the opportunity before, but now, it's not that easy to pick it up again, Raymond said with a faint smile but not a smile. I see. Ethan smiled bitterly, then nodded and said, don't worry, Your Majesty Raymond, our Phoenix Chamber of Commerce will definitely come with sincerity this time. What sincerity? The heart of the sanctuary. Do you think it's okay? Ethan said in a loud tone. Raymond was also stunned for a moment, then he narrowed his eyes and said in surprise, Heart of the Holy Realm? That's right. Seeing Raymond's reaction, Ethan immediately laughed and became confident. He laughed loudly. Your Majesty Raymond, it seems that you like our Chamber of Commerce's sincerity this time. Haha. After thinking about it, he stretched out his hand and wiped it on the space ring. Suddenly the light flickered, the space became distorted, and then, a very dazzling and huge red treasure box appeared. It has already appeared in front of them, dear Your Majesty Raymond. This is the heart of the sanctuary of a dead Dharma saint. Its value and effect, I think there should be no need to talk nonsense, right? This thing is the same as the magic core in the body of Warcraft. They are the source of power in the bodies of strong men. Essentially, they should be considered the same thing, but its value and level are undoubtedly higher than that of the Warcraft demonic core. Before he could finish speaking, Raymond interrupted him and simply asked, Okay, just say it. How much does this thing cost? 1.5 billion gold coins, Ethan said with a smile. How many? Lemon was stunned for a moment, and his expression changed. 1.5 billion. Are you robbing people? Is this? That's right, that's 1.5 billion gold coins, Ethan nodded and said with a smile. Your Majesty Raymond, although this price does sound scary, in fact, this is already a special price after our Chamber of Commerce gives you a discount. Because under normal circumstances, this thing can be sold for at least 2 billion. Even 2.2 or 300 million. Even 2.5 billion is not impossible. Raymond was silent for a moment and couldn't help but ask, Ethan, Why is this thing so expensive? I remember that the super magic core only costs gold coins, right? What about the super magic core? Even so, this thing doesn't cost 15, right? Your Majesty Raymond, you are right. Ethan nodded and explained, in our Chamber of Commerce's internal price, the super magic core is indeed gold coins. The super magic core is a gold coin. And the heart of the sanctuary is 1.5 billion, not just these magic cores, the heart of the sanctuary. In fact, everything is like this, the higher the grade, the greater the price difference. It is also rarer, because the supply is completely outstripping the demand, and there is a price but no stock. Raymond was silent for a moment, and then he accepted and understood a little, because, thinking about it, even for him now, gold coins have completely become a number, as long as he has it. He is willing to pay any amount. After taking it out in exchange, only strength is the most real and important thing. Everything else is empty and useless. But can he get out the 1.5 billion gold coins? He can't get it out at all, unless it is to exchange things for things, then he has a lot. The bright magic stone, Renault purple gold, etc. are all fine. But the question is, can it really be done? Just when he was a little entangled, unexpectedly, Ethan actually gave it again. He threw out a surprise. Dear Your Majesty Raymond, this is the first sincerity of our Chamber of Commerce. In addition, we have a second sincerity. Raymond was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up and he asked, what is that? Loan, Ethan said with a smile. Our Chamber of Commerce can give you a low-interest loan of 1.5 billion, charged annually, and you can repay it as long as you like. This is equivalent to the fact that this heart of the sanctuary is given to you, so you only need to pay it first. To read exciting novels, go to Philu Novel Network. Loan? Lemon couldn't help but stare. He didn't expect that there was such a thing in this world. Sure enough, the capital price of black hearts is really everywhere. That's right. It's a loan. Ethan smiled and continued. There is also a third sincerity. Our Chamber of Commerce plans to sell you a bunch of magic cores for one super magic core and one super magic core for gold coins. There are probably dozens of them, including a super magic core, dozens of super magic cores. Of course, there are also low-level magic cores of other levels. If necessary, they will probably be priced at this basic price, and this deal can last until the end of the Warcraft riots in the Sunset Mountains, Snowland Kingdom, and over there. Your Majesty Raymond, if you really need the magic core, this is definitely a rare opportunity. It's a win-win for us. What do you think? Lemon squinted his eyes, and then he realized that the other party was planning to take advantage of the Warcraft riot in the Sunset Mountains to make a fortune from him. But to be honest, it was indeed a win-win situation. Because he didn't have the means to go to the battlefield like the other party. To make a fortune and acquire magic core, for him, buying, is the most convenient and hassle-free. Thinking of this, he nodded without hesitation and said, leave something behind. I also want all the other magic cores. In addition, I also have a batch of goods, as well as gold coins and purple gold coins. Let's see how much these things are worth first. No problem, Ethan smiled, then stretched out his hand. Happy cooperation, my dear friend, Your Majesty Raymond, happy cooperation. Li Meng also stretched out his hand and laughed. The heart of the Holy Realm has arrived. He didn't bother to care about the loan or not. He only knew that his second Holy Realm powerhouse was about to arrive. Comfortable. Next. Ethan quickly left here to organize and estimate Raymond's inventory. At the same time, Raymond also quickly recruited the heart of the sanctuary. The temple priest. The fighting power of the second Saint Realm powerhouse. Just like that, he was successfully released. After another day, Ethan returned, and he came back with good news. Dear Your Majesty Raymond, the prices of your things have been calculated. This is our price list, totaling 1.168 million gold coins. Can you check if there is any problem? 1 billion. Raymond was stunned for a moment and said in surprise. So much? That's right. Ethan nodded and explained with a smile. Those things should be the relics of Saint Kevedon. He is worthy of being a powerful man in the sanctuary. Many of them are very valuable. For example, those high-level sets of weapons and equipment, special materials, fighting spirit sheets, etc. Dear Your Majesty Raymond, if you think there is nothing wrong with this price, I can start sending people to arrange delivery for you. Fine, of course Raymond won't refuse. He agreed without hesitation. Anyway, I picked it up for free, so I don't feel bad about using it. And more importantly, I thought that 100 million gold coins were very expensive before, but now it seems that it is only that much. What's going on? I didn't expect that just killing 2 people would cost more than 1 billion. That seems to be about the same. It's indeed worth the price. Well, your respected Majesty Raymond, here are the 5 super magic cores promised to you before, the 32 super magic cores, a total of 346 million gold coins. Take these first. Ethan directly took off a space ring and handed it to Raymond, and then said with a smile, as for the subsequent magic cores, we will slowly send them to you. Let's calculate the money slowly then. Happy cooperation, Your Majesty Raymond. Your Chamber of Commerce is much more generous now than before. Raymond smiled, and then also extended his hand. Happy cooperation. Soon after this, Ethan left quickly. At the same time, Raymond also began to take those things that were still warm when he got them. Super magic cores were all recruited into Templar Crusaders and Templar monks. Ding. Recruitment resources have been detected. Do you want to recruit ordinary soldiers and temple monks? Ding. Recruitment resources have been detected. Do you want to recruit enhanced units, Templar Crusaders? Recruit. Ding. Host, please note that you have successfully recruited the first-level ordinary troops, the Templar monks, and you have successfully recruited the first-level enhanced troops, the Templar Crusaders, and in this way, Raymond's current military strength has become Temple Priests, Temple Monks, Temple Crusaders. The number of these troops has almost doubled again, which is a complete qualitative leap. And in this way, his previous magic tower defense plans of the Temple Monks and Temple Priests can be expanded and upgraded on a larger scale. There were 10 before, but now there are 16. There are a lot more, and it also includes 2 holy-level holy magic towers for sacrificial temples. Woohoo, take off, Lehman shouted exaggeratedly, and then took the Temple Monks and Temple Priests he had recently recruited to the Reno Purple Gold Mine. At present, his plan is to cover it up first. Hiding this, as for the other bright magic stone veins, we can only put them aside for now and see what happens. At the same time, as time accumulates, the first batch of temple monks who built the temple first, our magic tower was slowly beginning to show signs of being completed. And in the process, time began to pass very quickly. A few months later, heavy snow fell, and the earth a piece of silvery white. At this time, the majestic cold, the terrifying cold wave is coming, which means that the cold wave of the new year is coming in February, and the earth is already very cold. But the good news is also here we come. That's it. The magic tower has been repaired, thanks to the big guys for the rewards, subscriptions, monthly tickets and evaluations. Thank you. Chapter 122. I saw 9 magic towers on the land, already standing tall and high. They were all emitting dazzling and astonishing light, and were accompanied by countless, flawless, pure and mysterious light magic. Particles all appeared out of thin air, and then they kept spinning and jumping around those magic towers, flickering and stirring. This scene can be said to be very amazing, and more importantly, these light magic particles actually seem to be able to surround and connect together. They surround each other and seem to form a network, thus having greater scale and power. In this way, looking from a distance, the vastness of the majestic power and the feeling of vast oppression, even with Raymond's current strength in the Holy Realm, he even felt a sting all over his body, as if he was being crushed by the huge force. The pressure seems to be suppressed slightly. Are the powers of these magic towers so powerful? Li Meng opened his mouth, obviously surprised by this performance. You must know that he is now in the Holy Realm, and he is also a strong man in the Holy Realm with both magic and martial arts. But even so, the coercion and pressure of the power of these magic towers, it can actually make him feel such a sense of oppression. It is conceivable that if it were replaced by other powerful saints, it would definitely be the same. There is no doubt about the actual combat power level of these magic towers. It is definitely a genuine sanctuary level. Dear Lord, before you come, we have tested and estimated the actual power of these magic towers in advance. Giga's voice came, and then he quickly approached and continued. According to our estimation, if it is just for defense, the power of these magic towers should be able to resist 2 strong men in the early stages of the sanctuary at the same time. However, if it is the middle stage of the Saint Realm that is more powerful and higher than this, or the late stage of the Saint Realm, their actual effect will be much worse. In general, the number of these magic towers is still a bit small. Otherwise, if more than 50 can be accumulated, even if it is a super existence, it will never be able to break through our defense, and it will even be killed by us. Level? Raymond was stunned for a moment, and then he understood in an instant. Gigas should be talking about the ordinary soldiers of the level, such as the Templar Knights of their Templar castle. That's it. Moreover, if this were replaced by their current in terms of the world's strength level, it should be a demigod strongman above the Holy Realm strongman, right? In other words, with a scale equivalent to 50 super strong men, you can have enough to kill a demigod strongman. His strength, how should I put it, can't be said to be very powerful, but it can be regarded as very good. After all, under normal circumstances, 50 super strong people may not necessarily be able to kill a demigod strong one. Because the higher the level of strength, the greater the strength difference. This is for sure. The strength gap between a super strong person and a super strong person, and the strength gap between a super strong person and a holy domain strong person are absolutely completely different. Two concepts. They are not at the same level at all. Because of this, the gap in strength between this level of powerhouse and the demigod powerhouse will only be wider. After all, there is still a difference of 2 levels. Thinking of this, Raymond he said quickly, Gigas, this is our new companion, and their magic tower must be built as soon as possible. He introduced all the newly recruited temple monks and temple priests behind him to Gigas. I understand, Lord, please rest assured and leave it all to me. Gigas nodded immediately, and then said, Lord, I have a suggestion. I wonder if you can agree with it. Any suggestions? Raymond asked curiously. Lord, after the formation and construction of these magic towers, the concentration of light magic particles in the natural environment here has been dozens or even hundreds of times better than in the ordinary environment. Therefore, the speed and effect of becoming stronger through practice here will be much better. So, I suggest that some of our low-level troops can come to our side to practice and be stationed. Of course, other people from this world that we can trust can also do it. In this case, we should be able to make up for the vacancy in our mid-level strength faster, Gigas said quickly. As soon as he said this, Raymond was stunned for a moment, and then hesitantly said, You mean, you can continue to practice and become stronger? All along, he thought that these ordinary soldiers recruited by him could not continue to become stronger, or that the upper limit was very low and the room for improvement was limited, but he did not expect that he was wrong. These ordinary soldiers could actually do it on their own, improve and become stronger? Yes, Lord, we can all continue to become stronger. It's just that relatively speaking, our room for improvement and the speed of becoming stronger will be much worse than those of higher level units, because our innate potential is much weaker than theirs. The higher the innate level of the unit, the greater the potential, and the higher the height it may reach. Another voice came, but it was Reuben, the other temple priest behind Raymond, who spoke. Innate potential, Raymond murmured, thought about it in his heart, and then seemed to understand these truths. To put it simply, their profession is their guarantee. For example, the monks in the temple, then the profession is their rank. Ordinary arms. For example, temple priests, then the profession is a level enhanced arm. But this is only their starting point, not their end. For example, in theory, through their own training, they may all be able to reach the first level. The latter is definitely more likely, more hopeful, and easier. But in addition, there must be some more extreme examples, where the latter is more powerful than the former. The strength level is also higher. However, the chance of this happening is absolutely minuscule. It is almost impossible to ignore. So in general, there is no doubt that arms with higher level strength will be given priority. But at the same time, another way of continuing to cultivate those low-level troops to become stronger, now it seems, can go hand in hand and exist at the same time as the former. After all, they do not conflict with each other. Thinking of this, he immediately clicked. He nodded, looked at Gigas and said, Well, Gigas, you can arrange this. Yes. Lord, in this way, Raymond's magic tower plan has officially begun to get on the right track, and has even begun to work. In this way, time has begun to fly by again. It has been several days later. On this day, in the kingdom of the Holy Cathedral, Greystone City, in the Bryan family castle, Your Majesty, there is news from across the border that the Principality of Shalar has declared war on us. Moreover, our people also discovered a large number of mysterious strong men who forced their way into our territory, but their strength was too strong, so our people can't stop them at all. Matt German said with a solemn tone. A mysterious strong man. Raymond narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "Don't you know who it is?" "Yes, I don't know yet, but it is said that among them, there seems to be a strong lineup of level, or even level above. Very powerful, very scary." Matt German nodded and said level or above? "Uncle Matt German, do you mean the sanctuary?" Raymond raised his head and narrowed his eyes and asked. "According to the information, it seems like this." Matt German nodded and said solemnly, "Your Majesty, among those people, there seems to be a strong man from the Holy Realm." "Is that so?" Lemon murmured, and then a few words emerged in his mind. "The Griffin family? At present, the ones who best fit the characteristics and strength of these people should be the ones he said harshly last time. The Griffin family, or even the three major warcraft families in the Anj Kingdom, right? If this is the case, this is still a good thing for him. After all, isn't this just a fresh and alive heart of the Holy Realm? You took the initiative to deliver it to your door." A cold light flashed in Raymond's eyes, and then he laughed and said calmly and confidently, "It doesn't matter. Since they dare to come, just wait for them to come. If they all want to die, there's no reason why we can't help them, right? Ha ha ha, as long as you have confidence, Your Majesty." As if sensing Raymond's confidence, Matt German also breathed a sigh of relief, then nodded and said, "Then I will go to the forbidden area now and inform Crossan, Reuben and the others." "Go for it." Raymond curled his lips and said with a smile, "But just let the two of them come, it's enough, and, relatively speaking, the forbidden area is more important. It's even more dangerous. So, don't let anything go wrong." "I see, then I'll go right now." Matt German nodded, quickly turned around and left. When he saw this scene, Raymond also squinted his eyes again and sneered, "Sanctuary. Haha. It seems that you are really determined this time, but it's just right, it happened to be cheaper for me." So quickly, the whereabouts of the other party's people have been completely exposed, because they have now arrived at Fido Valley where Greystone City is located. They have all appeared not far from Greystone City, outside the city gate. "It seems like this is it, Greystone City." Snort. "This place looks bigger and more majestic than I imagined." "Is it actually that big?" Herkaz looked at the huge Greystone City in front of him and snorted. "This place is really nice, but, soon they will be ours, won't they?" Hawkins of the Holly family sneered, and then said coldly, "To read Baoshuang novels, go to Filu Novel Network." "Lord Imhus, everyone, let's get started, don't waste time." As he spoke, he raised his head and glanced at the huge Greystone City gate, and then he made a very cold voice full of murderous intent. "They should not have discovered us yet, why don't they just go in directly?" However, before he finished speaking, many majestic and oppressive Templar crusaders suddenly appeared on the towering and huge walls of Greystone City. As soon as this scene appeared, they were all stunned for a moment, then their expressions froze, and they fell silent. Were they discovered? Very good. It seems that Baron Raymond's strength is indeed pretty good. How could he discover us so quickly? How awesome, Hawkins said gloomily. His face was cold. "Which of you is Raymond, the Lord of Greystone City? Come out, stop hiding." At this moment, a contemptuous and cold voice suddenly sounded, and then I saw the sacred powerhouse of the Holly family, Imhus, suddenly flew up. And then, boom, boom, huge and huge. The power of the holy domain was like a volcanic eruption, overwhelming the sky and sweeping over. At this moment, this huge and astonishing pressure was like a tsunami, rumbling towards the Greystone City. Suddenly, the storm rolled up, the ground seemed to tremble, and an endless sense of oppression suddenly struck, which frightened many low-level professionals inside the city gate, and even ordinary people. Hiss. What is this? The strong man from the Holy Realm is here. What a terrifying power, it is really too powerful. Who are these people? Are they coming to attack us? Really a strong man from the Holy Realm. This power is so terrifying. I feel like I'm about to be crushed to death. Something big happened now. Our country, well, it seems we don't have a strong man at the sanctuary level yet, right, but our temple has many super powerful people. This should be okay, right, you know shit. That's the legendary strong man from the sanctuary. In front of him, even a super strong person. They are just stronger babies. It's not on the same level at all. How come there are strong men from the holy domain coming to attack us? It's over now. Huge pressure, coming like a nightmare, huge fear. It also began to cover the sky above Greystone City, and this also caused many people in the city to be extremely confused and fearful. They couldn't help but stare at the figure of the Holy Master in the sky with horror in their eyes and fear on their faces. The terrifying pressure, the fear and trembling from deep in their hearts made them feel extremely the suffocation and trembling with fear. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom! Suddenly, there was an equally terrifying and powerful aura. It erupted directly on the wall of the Greystone City, and then this force actually suppressed the power of the holy domain of Imhus and easily blocked it back. As soon as this scene appeared, everyone's expressions changed drastically, especially Imhus, who had personally experienced it. His pupils shrank. At the same time, his expression changed dramatically. Just blurted out, Holy territory, dear friends, I'm sorry to break the bad news. I just received a call in the afternoon. An elder of mine passed away. I have to go back to watch the funeral tomorrow, so today's update will be affected. Unfortunately, I didn't save the manuscript. I should stay up late tonight and write more, and then drive back tomorrow, so there may only be one update in the past few days, or even interrupted updates. I'm really sorry, due to special circumstances, I can only wait until I come back and try to update again. Sorry for the work. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123. You must know that he is a strong man in the Holy Realm, if someone can stop him. Even if you can even resist his momentum, there is only one possibility. That is the other party absolutely. He is also a strong man in the Holy Realm. Is it possible that such a situation would happen? In other words, this Greystone City, this so-called Holy Kingdom, where they live, actually has a strong man from the Holy Domain. How can this be? How come he didn't know this before? When he thought of this, his expression changed drastically, and he began to feel a little uneasy in his heart. He even broke out in a cold sweat. Because he knows very well that if the other party really has a strong man from the Holy Domain, then their decision and choice this time will definitely be a very serious mistake. After all, although he is also a strong man in the Holy Realm, but he is just one person, which is equivalent to canceling each other out with the opponent's strong saint. In this case, he will not be able to defeat the opponent at all, but will also offend someone he shouldn't offend. This is not good for him, or even for them. It's definitely a very bad thing. Very serious consequences. But what's even more troublesome is that he has already reached this point, so there is no turning back. Therefore, it is impossible for him to suddenly choose to stop now, right? That would be too embarrassing, so that is impossible. Because of this, he could only be forced to use great force, trying to suppress the pressure of the opponent's strong man from the sanctuary. It seems that only in this way can he feel more at ease, and at the same time, he can regain more confidence, just like Face. So, his face darkened next, and he unleashed his holy power with greater force. In an instant, the terrifying and astonishing pressure of the sacred power exploded like a storm, rushing forward, raging across the world. But even so, 490 this time, he couldn't suppress his power even half a step forward. I saw that outside the gate of Greystone City, the huge light magic power was already shining extremely dazzlingly. In this dazzling light magic power, terrifying power explodes. It directly blocked the aura and pressure of Imhos's strong man from the sanctuary. Boom, boom. At that moment, violent loud sounds continued to sound in the sky, and majestic storms raged, causing the space to distort piece by piece. Obviously it's because of the overwhelming momentum between them. It's already so deadlocked. It's almost impossible to tell the winner. After seeing this scene, many people in the Greystone City were stunned. Their eyes widened, they wiped their eyes incredibly hard, and then they exclaimed. Shocked. Holy, a strong man from the Holy Realm? Their country actually has a strong man from the Holy Realm? Seriously? Oh my god. Then, after an uproar of shock, came ecstasy. Boom, great, we actually have a strong man from the Holy Realm? Ha ha ha. It's okay now. If we also have strong men from the Holy Realm, we won't be afraid of them at all. That's right. As long as we also have strong men from the Holy Realm, we won't be afraid of them. It's useless even if they have powerful men from the Holy Realm. This is really great. Ha 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 ha, it's a pity that they all got kicked in. It would be great if I could teach them a lesson. Don't ask for so much, after all, the other party is so powerful, they have a strong man from the Holy Realm. Although they can't do anything to us now, but they are also very difficult to deal with. It's mutual. Yes, this is already good. Just be fine. But if they were ecstatic, the other side was sluggish and unbelievable. Looking around, I saw that the camps of the three major warcraft families were completely silent at this time. It has become silent. How could they also have a strong man from the Holy Realm? How can this be? At this moment, their faces were ugly, and their moods were very irritable and complicated. Their eyes were fixed on the towering figures on the gray stone city wall, and they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. His lips were trembling and he could not speak. The other party actually had a strong man from the Holy Realm? This was really something they never expected. At this moment, Herkaz of the Griffin family was stunned, and Hawking of the Holly family Rondo Grey and others of the Easton family were also stunned. At this moment, their hearts seemed to be filled with a layer of bitter poison. They felt uncomfortable all over. After all, even if the other party there are also strong men from the Saint Realm, but it is impossible to do anything to them. But if they come here so hard and make such deliberate plans, isn't it all in vain, useless? Now it was as if they had been punched in the cotton, or in other words, they were walking on a single plank bridge alone, neither advancing nor retreating. It was really uncomfortable. Damn it. What to do now? Still continue. Why do they actually have a strong man from the Holy Realm? What the hell is going on? Herkaz, are you all idiots in the Griffin family? Don't you know this? What are you doing? Hawkins lowered his voice, but it seemed that he still couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. He directly sprayed it at Herkaz. After hearing this, the latter's face also turned blue and purple, which was hard to see. It's so extreme that I can't even speak. Because this is indeed his problem. He didn't even expect that the other party actually had a strong man from the Holy Domain. And he didn't know it yet. Dean, Guadas and those idiots in trash, what on earth are you doing? What on earth are you doing? After a moment of this, he lowered his voice and said coldly, you've come here, why don't you give up? Don't forget that even if they have powerful men from the sanctuary, we also have them. If we really fight, we won't lose, and besides those strong men from the Holy Realm, our strength is even stronger. At worst, we can let Imhus hold back the other strong men from the Holy Realm, and we attack them with all our strength. This is definitely enough, obviously. Even so, he is still not willing to give up. Because this time the Griffin family has suffered too much loss. Therefore, if it cannot be made up for in other ways, it is an established fact. It's even more uncomfortable for him. Therefore, instead of doing this, it's better to give it a try. Besides, he really doesn't think they will lose. In his opinion, their lineup is stronger, and their top experts are also more numerous. So even if there is a real fight, they will definitely win. This is absolutely the case. Absolutely. Without a doubt. And after hearing his words, those other people, including Imho in the sky at this time, their eyes started to twinkle. They seemed to be a little moved. First of all, they were not willing to just let it go. It was a waste of time and effort. How could they do it so hastily? This was too embarrassing. Secondly, if the opponent's strength is really equal to his, at worst, they will cancel each other out, and then use the combat power of strong men from other levels to determine the outcome. Would that be great? And if this is the case, their strength there is really a good chance of winning. After all, they brought 5 super powerhouses this time, 60 super powerhouses, 110 super powerhouses, 600 super powerhouses. No. To exaggerate, even for themselves, this is definitely an astronomical figure. So they definitely don't believe that this Greystone City and this Templar Kingdom can be stronger than them? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible thing. Absolutely impossible. When he thought of this, Imhus's eyes suddenly darkened, and then he said coldly. His huge cold voice also appeared directly in the world and began to echo here, King Raymond, why don't you come out to see us? It seems that even if you have a strong man from the Holy Domain to protect you, you are still very timid. You don't even have the courage to show up to see us, right? As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell into silence, and then a voice that was also slightly mocking and sarcastic was heard. which echoed directly across the world. It seems that you are very arrogant, old man. But, is it difficult for you to know which disc this is? To read Baosha novels, go to Philu Novel Network, boom. As soon as this scene appeared, the next moment, an astonishing beam of light magical power exploded. It was majestic, penetrating the world, and extremely powerful. Amazing. And, among this huge and astonishing magical power light pillar, there is also a very beautiful and handsome dazzling unicorn, which directly rises into the sky and flies. Holy light unicorn. Imhos's pupils shrank and he said in shock. Obviously he was startled again. Because of course he knew that the holy light unicorn is a holy world of Warcraft. Once it reaches adulthood, it will definitely belong to the holy world of Warcraft. A top existence. If he really encountered this thing, he would definitely turn around and run away immediately. Without hesitation. But fortunately, the other person seemed to be just a little guy, not an adult. He also didn't have the strength of the holy world Warcraft. But even so, he is now even more panicked for no reason. First it was the holy domain powerhouse, and now it is the holy light unicorn. The opponent's trump cards are obviously too many. Even the many cards made him feel flustered and uneasy. He was on edge in his heart. This also made him feel very bad, and even he had a bad premonition. But now there was no time for him to think more, because he also noticed that there on the holy light unicorn, a high-spirited and confident figure was sitting there, looking down at them. That appearance, that age, although it looks young, it gives people the illusion of being very strong, seemingly exuding endless oppression. It seems that you are very arrogant, old guy, but don't you know, this is my place, being arrogant here will only make you die here. The next moment, sneers came. Raymond was riding the holy light unicorn, looking down at him. This also made Imhos's face darken, and his heart became angry. Die here? He sounded so sincere. Big. If it weren't for the strong man from the mysterious sanctuary who was afraid of the other party, to be honest, as a dignified sanctuary, he would not have paid attention to garbage ants like Raymond. So in this way, the other party's attitude and words, it also made him really angry. King Raymond, I also have something to tell you. Don't think that you can be so arrogant because you also have a strong man from the Holy Realm. After all, he is a strong man from the Holy Realm, and I am also a strong man from the Holy Realm, but you are not. Speaking of this, he suddenly sneered and said sarcastically, if you don't want to die, I advise you to speak to me nicely, otherwise. Haha, even if you are protected by a strong man from the Holy Domain, I can kill you too. If you don't believe me, try it. Yeah. After hearing this, Raymond didn't get angry, he just smiled lightly, then nodded and said, if that's the case, let's just fight, just like this, it also fulfills your wish. As soon as he said this, Imhos was obviously stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect that Raymond would dare to speak like this. However, at this moment, Raymond suddenly raised his head and glanced at the three big men. Immediately behind the Warcraft family army, they suddenly raised their hands and sneered. It seems almost done, then get started, Reuben, boom. The next moment, it was like a volcano erupting. In the sky behind the three major Warcraft families, an extremely terrifying and dazzling light appeared out of thin air. A super large light group of bright magic power. And it was still gorgeous and crazy. Roar. Boom, boom. At that moment, the majestic magic power, the boundless light magic particles, surged like a tsunami. They all surged up, rippling between heaven and earth. The roar was released, and as seeing the appearance, that kind of terrifying impact and pressure, made Imhos and others' pupils shrink in almost an instant. They were shocked and turned pale. No, it's impossible. Is this a forbidden curse? No. Quick, run. In an instant, they seemed to understand their current situation, and then they ran away like a dog in a bereavement, but Reuben had been quietly preparing for so long, so of course he couldn't let them run away like this. So next, the surging magical power exploded completely. Displayed by him Holy Light Shines 2.9. Holy Thunderstorm, Rumble. At that moment, it was almost an instant. I saw the huge ball of light suspended in the sky, and it immediately fell quickly. It was very fast. It hit the three major Warcraft families who wanted to escape. The edge of the army. Although it is the edge, but it is actually not important anymore, because its power is very powerful, and this is enough. Buzz! In an instant, when the light ball fell to the earth, and then this is the core access point, and the earth suddenly trembles, and a huge explosion appears. Then, it quickly evolves into a mushroom cloud, devouring everything, drowning everything. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the intense and dazzling white light almost blinded everyone's eyes. At the same time, surging shock waves and mushroom clouds continue to sweep crazily in all directions. This power is like a transparent circle, covered a large area. It also enveloped many people, except Imhus flying in the sky. But having said that, his reaction and expression at this time are no different from being hit by a big move head-on. Imhus's face turned pale and his whole body started to tremble. Cold sweat fell from his forehead, and his eyes were staring at Raymond with deep fear and disbelief. Then, he took another extremely hard look at Reuben in the sky not far away. Then his whole body seemed to have gone cold and soft, his mentality exploded, and he groaned in disbelief. You actually have two powerful men from the Holy Realm. How is this possible? Chapter 124. It's obvious that his mentality is really broken now, because he knows that he never expected that the other party actually has two powerful saints at the same time. And he was actually so despicable. He actually cast a forbidden curse on their people so secretly. In other words, the other party's previous series of actions, that series of delays, and delaying time were actually all intentional? Just for this moment, to teach them a heavy lesson. This is a forbidden curse. Even he doesn't dare to touch it head-on, let alone other people. It is no exaggeration to say that once it is hit head-on, it will definitely be a dead end. It doesn't matter if you are a level, it's the same. There is only one way to die. In this case, one can imagine how much they have suffered now. With just this effort, I am afraid that all their troops have been defeated. Damn it. Why? He roared in his heart. He was filled with anger, and his mentality exploded, but there was also some inner fear tremble after all. Strictly speaking, the fact that the other party actually has two strong men from the holy domain at the same time is really not good news for him, and it is even very dangerous for him. I said, this is my territory, being arrogant here will only make you die quickly. And, I'm waiting for my man to work his magic, how about you? What are you waiting for? Waiting to die? Raymond's voice sounded again, but this time, it completely pierced Imhus's heart, making him suffocated and filled with grief and anger. He was humiliated. Waiting to die? His face changed drastically. The anger in his heart completely burned. Because this was really too humiliating and embarrassing for him. Boom. Huge humiliation and anger rose from his heart at the same time. He lost his mind. He stared at Raymond with his eyes filled with tears. It turned red and burst out with a ferocious color. Boom. Then he suddenly flashed, and he rushed towards Raymond without saying a word. At that moment, the murderous intention burst out, and it was obvious that he was planning to kill Raymond directly. He came to make up for this battle. The loss. It is obvious that even until now, he has never thought of running away, because he is a strong man in the holy domain. And he knows better. If he is determined to kill Raymond, even if there are two powerful saints protecting the 0-3 opponent, he was also confident that he could kill Raymond. This was his absolute confidence as a strong man in the sanctuary. It was also his confidence. So, next, with a whoosh, he rushed out directly. He was fast. To the extreme, he immediately dived in front of Raymond, and then with murderous eyes, he punched him directly. Boom. Although it was just a punch, it completely exploded. The powerful strength of Imhus as a strong man in the holy realm. The power of that punch seemed to be about to penetrate the space, hitting Raymond hard. Wherever it went, the space was distorted. The fluctuations are huge. Moreover, if there is an ordinary super strong person who is hit by this punch, he will basically win without a doubt. You can imagine what this concept is. Not good, Your Majesty, be careful. When they saw this scene, many people on the city wall were stunned for a moment, and then their expressions changed drastically, and they started shouting, because they still didn't know how powerful Raymond was, how powerful he really was. So they were very worried. After all, it was an attack by a strong man from the sanctuary. This would definitely be fatal to them, or even anyone. But the next second, a scene that shocked them appeared. I saw that Imhus almost tried his best to throw an angry punch, but Raymond stretched out his right hand, opened it into a cloth, and easily blocked it with a bang. Moreover, it is still as motionless as a mountain, as if there is no pressure. Raymond, and the young holy light unicorn under him, They were still in the same place, and they didn't punch because of Imhus' anger. And it didn't waver at all, as if it was in the same place without moving at all. Blocked, blocked. As soon as this scene appeared, many people were dumbfounded. Many people on the city wall, in Greystone City, and the survivors of the 3 major warcraft families under that magic, light thunderstorm. At this time, they were stunned on the spot, with faces full of horror and shock, and even trembling all over. Their faces were filled with disbelief and unbelievable expressions. It was blocked. Was it actually blocked? That was a dignified sanctuary. He actually blocked the strongman's attack? How is this possible? Their boss punched him in anger. He was blocked so easily? This reality, and the predictions and fantasies in their hearts, are simply contradictory. What a huge difference. It formed a huge contrast. This also made them all completely stunned, staring at all this. It felt like they were in a dream. It was so unreal, and even they were like this. At this time, the gap and shock in Imhus's heart were of course even greater. At this moment, his fist even kept the movement of punching, without retracting it, and then tremblingly staring at Raymond. His eyes trembled and glowed red, and he squeezed out a sentence in a very uncomfortable voice. "You, how could you be a saint?" Raymond glanced at him and couldn't help but shake his head and sneer. "So aren't you blind? You said you are a strong person in the Holy Realm, but I am not, so what now?" As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't give him a chance at all. Suddenly he drew out the sword of light seal from his waist, and struck Imhus directly in front of him. With a squeak, Imhus' pupils he shrunk, and then he saw that the sword of light seal in Raymond's hand had already pierced his body, and it had already pierced his chest and heart. Then the blood spurted out, and he couldn't help but scream, with a ferocious face. The severe pain hid him, even making his eyes blurry, but this was not the most fatal thing, because he suddenly discovered that the weapon in Raymond's hand was actually not a simple thing. Is this a legendary sanctuary weapon? How could you possibly have such a thing? Imhus said with despair in his eyes. His heart felt like it was about to stop beating, as if all the strength in his body was about to be drained. Although this legendary sacred weapon may not be as powerful as the strong ones in the sacred realm, however, this is indeed a real level of power. In terms of quality level, it is absolutely completely equivalent. Because of this, being inexplicably hit like this, is definitely a very serious fatal injury to him. Because he now even feels that his heart has been shattered by this power, and the powerful power of this weapon is still tearing apart and invading his body. This is a complete disaster for him. I really can't imagine it. To be honest, you surprised me a little, because I really can't imagine how you managed to get to the Holy Realm. At this moment, Raymond spoke again, even shaking his head in disappointment and saying sarcastically, "A person like you has no cautious attitude at all. You are such an idiot and a waste. But you were not tricked to death by others before this. I have to say, you are really lucky." He really feels this way. As a strong man in the Holy Realm, he must be an old man who has crossed the single plank bridge with thousands of troops. But now? How could such a person be tricked into doing this so easily by him? I can only say that this is too bad, right? It's simply a bit embarrassing. Imhus was so angry that he was trembling all over and his eyes were red. However, he still couldn't break away from the power of the sword of light seal. This sword seemed to have a strange and powerful force on it, sucking it hard. Entangled with him. He was completely unable to move at this moment. He couldn't move at all. After realizing this, he began to feel a little desperate. Because in his current state, he was seriously injured and completely unable to move. What is the concept? It was no different from being slaughtered by others. But, he didn't want to die. The great fear of death made him feel a little scared. He trembled all over, then raised his head, stared at Raymond, and then started begging for mercy in a low tone. "Let me go. I can surrender to you. I am a strong man in the Holy Realm. My life is more valuable to you." To read Baoshuang novels, go to Filu Novel Network. But as soon as he finished speaking, Raymond suddenly pulled out the sword of light seal, and then smashed it down with a simple and rough sword, and poof! There was blood all over the sky. Flying. Immediately, the whole body of Imhus was split into two by this sword. He was cut into two pieces directly. In a split second, this powerful man from the Holy Realm actually did this. Dead. His body fell from the sky. At the same time, this seemed to be the mood of the remnants of the 3 major warcraft families in the distance over there. Their mentality completely exploded. Their hearts dropped to the valley. Lord Mhosi, dead, dead. Their strong man from the sanctuary, Jew, is gone. No, they couldn't help but despair, because they all knew that this way, their best hope had been extinguished. Next, they were all doomed. Boom. At this moment, suddenly, swords struck one after another. The light came, hitting their backs with a rumble, and even cutting off their heads. Looking carefully, it was the Templar Crusaders who had already touched them quietly, and then taking this opportunity to launch an attack on them. It's over. When he saw this scene, Raymond shook his head, and then sneered in the direction of the dead Imhus. Do you think your life is more valuable? Unfortunately, that's just your illusion. A piece of trash like you is of course more valuable to me dead. After finishing speaking, he directly stretched out his hand, grabbed a handful of the suspended holy heart in the sky, then received it into the space ring, and landed on the earth at the same time. At the same time, passing by after a period of massacre that was not very fierce, the remaining remnants of the three major warcraft families all turned into corpses and fell to the ground. Everything was over. At the same time, lay under his feet was the incomplete half of Imhos's head, but his eyes were still staring straight ahead. But then, Raymond kicked him. Kicked out, with a bang, his head exploded, and the last trace of his determination to die was gone, completely gone. Did we win? German's eyes widened and he said blankly. Although he had been mentally prepared and firmly believed that they would definitely win, but now, he is still a little weak and can't muster any strength, as if he was frightened. His whole body trembled. Yes, win. Beside him, Ilmra also had a dull look on her face. Her eyes were round and round, as if she was about to go blind. Trembling all over. The voices trembling so many levels of powerhouses. They all died just like that. And, His Majesty the King actually killed a strong man from the Holy Domain, and it was so easy and smooth. This is simply too exaggerated. It was like a dream. It was incredible. This is really incredible. Not only him, but at this moment, too many people were stunned by what happened before. After all, there were so many top powerhouses, and there was even a legendary powerhouse from the Holy Realm. But now? They are all dead? Is it all just so simple and so easy to disappear? This was really a huge shock to them. That feeling, that kind of shock, for them, they really don't know how to describe it. It can only be regarded as unprecedented, but after this intense shock, their mood and thoughts turned into excitement and ecstasy like a roller coaster. Because, to them, this terrifying power belongs to them. They all belong to their holy church kingdom. Who would have thought? Their holy temple kingdom not only has extremely powerful holy domain experts, but also, there are even 2 of them. 3? For them, this is truly a huge source of support and background. Because they are all subjects of the holy temple kingdom, this means that these extremely powerful holy domain experts, and even the extremely powerful His Majesty the King, are their support and their backer. At that moment, they couldn't help but get excited. Even shouted, "Long live His Majesty Raymond, long live your Majesty." When seeing this scene, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they couldn't help laughing, because this feeling of popular support is indeed very comfortable for them. Then Raymond spoke again and said softly, "Let's pack all these away. Besides, it's still the old rule. Search them for their belongings and keep the useful ones. Burn the useless ones together with these corpses." "Yes, Lord." Barrett waited for the Templar Crusaders to nod, and then began to sort out the loot everywhere. At the same time, Raymond suddenly raised his head and looked in a certain direction in the distance. At the same time, Crossan's voice also came from the sky. "Lord, do you want us to go take a look?" Obviously, they all seemed to have noticed something. Raymond thought for a moment, then shook his head decisively and said, "Forget it, Crossan, you and Reuben go and keep an eye on the forbidden area. Don't be caught. As long as he finds it, nothing else matters." "Yes, my lord." At the same time, somewhere not far from Greystone City, the dwarf Arukuongti, a strong man from the Holy Realm who came all the way from the Anj Kingdom, also clearly noticed something at this time. Then his expression changed. "My face becomes ugly. Discovered? No, how could they be so powerful? There are actually 3 powerful men from the Holy Domain here. And, moreover, they actually have legendary sacred weapons. Where did they come from? Who is he? How could this be?" Chapter 125. No wonder he had such a big reaction at this time. After all, Whether it was Imhus or the other three major warcraft families, they were wiped out. Or maybe this is a small country that I have never even heard of, and it is even just a newly founded country, the Holy Church. However, they actually have three powerful men from the Holy Realm. Such a fact. It was really enough to make him feel extremely shocked. And incredible. Guru, he couldn't help but swallowed, and murmured with a solemn expression, if this happens, I'm afraid that the entire high-level strength of the three major warcraft families should be killed here. Damn, there are so many people. Quite a strong man from the Holy Realm. 5 levels of strong men. Dozens of super strong men. There are so many other levels. But now, they are all killed here by the group. So stupid. It's really too miserable, what a bunch of rubbish, but, from this point of view, even if their strength is not as good as Orange Kingdom, it should not be far behind, and they actually still have legendary sacred weapons in their hands? Where did this come from? As he spoke, there seemed to be a hint of greed in his eyes, as if he was a little jealous. This is because as a strong man in the Holy Realm, how could he not know? Legendary sanctuary weapons are actually a very special thing. Although their power is not stronger than that of most sanctuary powerhouses, they are. But their number is definitely far smaller than that of the powerful ones in the sanctuary. This is absolutely certain. Because only the strong ones in the sanctuary can create legendary sanctuary weapons, but hundreds, or even thousands of saintly realm experts. Among them, it is very likely that there is not even a forging master who can forge weapons. This is also reality, so in most cases, the number of powerful saints is proportional to the number of these legendary saint weapons. It should be dozens to 1. Even lower than this also illustrates its rarity and scarcity. At the same time, there is another situation besides this, which is their own specific effect and value. Although the power of these legendary sacred weapons is indeed not stronger than that of most sacred warriors, but this is completely enough. Just imagine, if 2 strong men from the Holy Realm start a war, one of them has a legendary Holy Realm weapon, but the other does not. In this case, even if their own strengths are very close, it's a 50-50 split. But this will basically only lead to one result, and that is one-sided. Even being crushed, when this resulting trend spreads to a group, a family, one country, even after a behemoth superpower. This kind of blessing value that greatly improves strength. It will inevitably be magnified infinitely. Therefore, in most cases, the value of a legendary sanctuary weapon is definitely much higher than that of one or even a few ordinary sanctuary strongmen. In other words, this itself is a proof of strength. After all, even their kingdom of Anj currently does not have a truly legendary sacred weapon, so one can imagine what this concept is. Of course, he also wants such a treasure. However, the other party is also very powerful. So much so that he knew very well that with his own strength, it was absolutely impossible to snatch it from the other party. His face changed for a while, and then he couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Damn it! Who are these people? These people definitely have their origins. It's definitely a big deal. After all, this level of hidden power couldn't just appear out of thin air, right? This is absolutely impossible, but, is that all? No. Why don't you go investigate? Such a thought came to his mind, and then his eyes moved, and a magic scroll appeared in his hand. This is a magic scroll of the forbidden spell type. But it is not an offensive or defensive type, but a magic scroll. A very special forbidden curse scroll that hides its own type, called Yaglan's Shadow. Yaglan itself has a layer of shadow of darkness and mystery of darkness in the ancient language of Luoman continent. In other words, Yaglan's Shadow, this actually means twin shadows, mysterious darkness. This is an extremely powerful hidden forbidden spell. Once it is successfully cast, unless the attributes are incompatible, it will be difficult for even the powerful saints to discover it. So, if he uses this forbidden curse scroll, he is confident that he will not be discovered by the opponent. But, is it worth it? After all, the value of the forbidden curse scroll is absolutely self-evident. Even if it is not as good as the legendary sacred weapon, it is definitely not as good as how far behind is he, a strong man in the Holy Realm. Just using it like this? He is really reluctant to let it go. But his situation is also a little different from others. Because this forbidden curse scroll is not his, but theirs. It was issued by the Kingdom of Jen. In the kingdom of Unj, there is a dark magic saint who is good at making such forbidden curse scrolls. So theoretically speaking, compared to others, this thing is really not that precious to him. What's more, this is not for himself. How can others be allowed to snore on the so-called side of the bed? This is the situation in their Anj kingdom now. Even though their Anj kingdom is several principalities away from here, but to be honest, to them, the strong men of the holy domain, the distance between these weak principalities is really nothing at all. This is just their buffer zone. When he thought of this, he began to feel something in his heart choose no, I have to investigate this matter. There was a hint of determination and greed in his eyes. Then he heard a snap. He decisively tore up the Yeglin Shadow Forbidden Curse scroll in his hand. With a snap, the next moment he was like an instant disappeared, and at the same time, Greystone City. In the castle of the Bryan family, dear lord, that person seems to have disappeared, Reuben said to Raymond with a solemn face. Disappeared? Why, what happened? Lemon's expression also changed. Before he disappeared, the magic power imprint I secretly left on him conveyed a hint of disgust towards dark magic power. So I thought this should be some kind of dark magic power, or even forbidden magic in this world, Reuben said in a deep voice. Raymond was silent for a moment, and then asked again, Reuben, if that's the case, can the magic tower in the forbidden area detect him? Absolutely, Reuben said without hesitation. Other attributes of forbidden spell magic may not be certain, but for the power of this dark magic type, the sensitivity of our light magic tower is very high. Therefore, unless it is level 6 dark magic, it is impossible not to discover it. That's good. Raymond breathed a sigh of relief, then nodded and said, if that's the case, then don't worry about him. As long as he doesn't discover what's going on in the forbidden area, everything else is fine. But, Reuben hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't hold it back. Asked, Lord, if you leave him alone, he is likely to discover our bright magic stone vein, because of the lack of manpower and the location. Their current forbidden area covers almost exclusively the Reno purple gold mine. So as long as someone is even just a little closer, passing by the bright magic stone vein, you will definitely find something abnormal there. After all, the situation over there is really too obvious. As long as you are not blind. Just a little bit of strength. If you want to read cool novels, go to Philu Novel Network, you will definitely be able to notice it. In other words, if someone is determined to investigate here, their bright magic stone mine will be exposed. This is something that is certain, I know, but Raymond nodded directly. Then he smiled calmly and said, if you are discovered, just discover it. After all, this is not a bad thing for us now, obviously. He has his own considerations on this matter. Although he is indeed worried about the leakage of the mineral vein, but it is only for the Reno purple gold mine. In fact, relatively speaking, the reserves of the bright magic stone mine, although it is large, its value is much smaller. According to their detection, the reserve value of the bright magic stone vein should only be around several billion or tens of billions of gold coins. Although this is indeed not a lot, it is already within the acceptable range. After all, with their current strength, if they only have a wealth of tens of billions of gold coins, this can definitely be suppressed. Even if someone is jealous of them, they can completely handle it. This will be an opportunity for them to become stronger. As far as he knows, there are 4 more powerful saints in the Anj kingdom. It would be great if they could all be lured here. So in a sense, this was actually his intention. He deliberately revealed his wealth. In fact, he just wanted to lure the fish to the bait. He wanted to take this opportunity to feed the war with the war and make them stronger. At the same time, now that he has created a country, of course, he also wants to polish the name of their holy temple kingdom a little. Therefore, if they can step on the corpse of a powerful kingdom and ascend to power, this is undoubtedly the best choice. It's also a person who kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Highly cost-effective, yes. Then I understand, Lord. Reuben nodded and said no more. But then Raymond spoke again. He seemed a little worried, so he added one more sentence. Never mind. Reuben, you'd better keep an eye on him. If he just discovered a light magic stone vein, then don't worry about him, that's okay, but if he discovers other things, speaking of this, Raymond changed the subject and said coldly, then drag him as much as possible and inform me at the same time. If that's the case, he will never be allowed to leave our place alive. It's your lord, please leave it to me. Reuben nodded immediately, then turned around and left here. However, The aftermath of this incident has just begun. To almost all the people in Greystone City, Imhus, or the names of the three major warcraft families in the Anj Kingdom, are extremely unfamiliar. Things they don't even know at all. But no matter what, they only need to know one thing, and that's enough. That is the strong man from the Holy Realm. Their Holy Church Principality actually killed a strong man from the Holy Domain in front of them. And what's more, their Holy Church Principality actually has 3 powerful men from the Holy Domain. As soon as this happened, and after they all witnessed it with their own eyes, for ordinary people like them, this is a huge earthquake. It's simply unbelievable. It's so powerful. His Majesty the King and the others actually killed a strong man from the Holy Domain. It's simply unbelievable. That was the legendary powerful man from the Holy Realm, and he was actually dead. How could this be possible? Nothing is impossible. We've seen it all. See it all with your own eyes. Moreover, it was the powerful man from the Holy Realm whom His Majesty the King killed with his own hands. And what if he is a strong man from the Holy Realm? We have that too. That's right, we in the Principality of the Holy Church also have our own strong man from the Holy Domain. That's great. And if we go like this, even other powerful kingdoms won't dare to provoke us anymore, right? Nonsense. Look at the Dick Kingdom in the north, they don't even have a strong man from the Sanctuary. But, they are also a kingdom. If they dare to provoke us, the Principality of the Holy Church, they are seeking death. Very good. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that we would still have such a day, worthy of the great His Majesty Raymond. Long live His Majesty Raymond. I don't know how many people were shocked and excited, surprised and ecstatic. After all, they were all members of Greystone City and even the Principality of the Holy Church. The stronger the country is, the more positive it is. One glory and all glory. For them, it is their support and confidence. They can also be prouder and more confident. But in addition, there are many more people who are shocked and horrified by this. Even fearful. Because, the fall of such a strong man from the Holy Realm, the destruction of such a huge army of high-level strong men, even that. The unprecedented appearance of 3 powerful men from the Holy Realm appeared out of thin air. All this. For them, it is definitely a super event with huge impact on anyone and any force on this land. It also made them all talk about it, the Bluebird Chamber of Commerce, the Principality branch of the Holy Church. Father, Your Majesty Raymond, did they really kill a strong man from the Holy Realm? No, our Holy Church Principality actually has 3 powerful people in the Holy Domain, who defeated Zhao. How is this possible? I'm not dreaming, am I? Lena's eyes widened and she looked at her father in front of her in disbelief. She even became a little sluggish and her whole body was shaking. But it wasn't just her. At this time, in front of her, her father Igor's performance was almost the same as his. They all had their eyes widened, froze in place, as if they were stagnant, and their whole bodies were trembling. They didn't say a word for a long time. After all, you have to know the background of their Bluebird Chamber of Commerce. The backer was just a strong man from the Holy Realm, and it was just a kingdom, but now? 3 strong men from the Holy Realm appeared out of nowhere in the Principality of the Holy Church. Moreover, they even succeeded in killing a strong man from the Saint Realm. What is this concept? Doesn't this mean that as long as the other party is willing, they can easily be manipulated? Thinking of this, his face suddenly changed, and a wave of pressure came over him. What is strength? This is strength. To put it bluntly, it doesn't even have anything to do with him, but he will still feel scared, still feel intimidation and fear. This is the deterrent power and value of strength. But at the same time, he also has some fortunately, he had established a good relationship with the other party early. In this way, this would be an extremely important connection. Thinking of this, he immediately looked at his daughter. His eyes flickered and said, Rena, from now on, you will be in charge of the branch in Greystone City. Remember, we must maintain the relationship between our Chamber of Commerce and His Majesty Raymond. Don't let our relationship be broken. That's right. That's you. Phoenix Chamber of Commerce, Dick Kingdom branch established. Ethan held the newly obtained intelligence information and sat there silently, seemingly calm. But in fact, his 2 hands and fists had been silent and trembling for a long time. He held it tightly. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.